Chapter 849. In the final match of the Everlasting Banquet, Ning Chen was facing Sword Pavilion's second pavilion master. The two of them unleashed their full power, fully displaying the prowess of peak experts. Strong, so strong that it was unshakable. Fast, so fast that it was shocking. Every move was a dazzling display of light. Emperor Yen appeared, his body of flames towering into the sky as he resisted the descent of 100 suns. The world shook and the 100 suns collapsed. Flames rained down outside the battlefield. On the main seat, Mei Wuhan waved his hand, scattering the flames around him. His eyes focused on the two people in front of him. Just where was Mo Gates' 9th son's bottom line? How much strength was he using? 50%, 70%, or 100%? Sword art, heavenly dragon shakes. With a slash of his sword, an azure dragon roared. Ning Chen's figure vanished, his body moving with his sword. Moonless Shui swung his sword to block the azure dragon's sword chi. The moment Genesis Supreme's attack approached, he raised his left hand and pointed his sword at the Tao sword. The shockwaves caused the clothes of the two to flutter. When they came back to their senses, they waved their swords and clashed. The sword was so close that no one could see it clearly. The person so close was so cold that no one dared to look directly at him. Outside the battlefield, the sword supremacies were watching the battle in front of them. They were shocked and confused at the same time. Given the second pavilion master's overwhelming cultivation, the battle should have ended long ago. On the main seats, Mei Wuhan and Jing Wuxiao were quietly watching the battle. They were both surprised. In the sword pavilion, Shui Wuyue's attainments in swordsmanship were unparalleled. In particular, his comprehension of swordsmanship was the first in 1,000 years. Logically speaking, Shui Wuyue should be able to suppress him. More than 100 moves had already been exchanged, and Moonless Shui's expression had turned completely serious. He no longer held back. This child was different from others. Besides his cultivation, his experience, reaction, and comprehension of martial arts were flawless. It was rumored that this child had cultivated for less than 100 years, but he possessed such frightening knowledge of martial arts. It was truly shocking. Clang! The two swords clashed, and the auras of the swords crisscrossed. Moonless Shui changed his move, and Genesis Supreme changed his stance, quickly responding. In a battle of quick swords, the moment they touched, cold sparks flew everywhere. Sword style, remnant red. The sword style was unleashed again. The red light flashed, and the phoenix moved at extreme speed. Streaks of afterimages gradually disappeared. The sword was formless, and the sword was traceless. Wuyue Shui calmed himself down. His footsteps turned, and the movement technique of the sword cannon appeared for the first time. He moved swiftly and evaded the sword light. See-I. The tip of the sword brushed past him, tearing his clothes apart. It was just a hair's breadth away. Wuyue Shui's figure retreated, avoiding the fatal sword. 3 suns fire Qilin. The battle was in a stalemate. Wuyue Shui waved his sword and condensed his yuan energy. 3 suns rose around him. In the blink of an eye, the 3 suns turned into a Qilin and stepped out of the fire. Fire Qilin stepped into the air, igniting the entire void. It borrowed the power of this move, and its might was astonishing. The incomparably valiant pressure made people feel small and insignificant. 9 suns burning the heavens. Fire Qilin stepped forward, destroying the heavens and the earth. Ning Chen stepped forward, flames spreading on his sword. In the flames, 9 suns rose into the sky, 3 by 3, and collided with Fire Qilin. After a moment of silence, a terrifying explosion rang out. Boundless waves of fire roared and surged as they swept out in a frenzy. The aftermath of the attack made Ning Chen retreat half a step. The blood and qi in his body surged violently. On the other side, Wuyue Shui waved his hand to disperse the aftermath of the attack. He looked at Ning Chen coldly. The lack of cultivation was his weakness. If it weren't for the sword, the outcome of this battle would have been decided. However, as long as the battle continued, the flaws in his foundation and cultivation would become more and more obvious. In the main seats, the two sword pavilion masters who were watching the battle also saw this. Different thoughts flashed through their eyes. It's not good. Sword God Bai Yu's expression turned grave. The difference in cultivation is too great. Moreover, the second pavilion master of the sword pavilion has cultivated the sword canon. His attainments in the sword are extraordinary. This battle will be very difficult. Zhurong calmly continued, just in terms of attainments in the sword, Mo Gate's ninth son can be said to be peerless since ancient times. Adding on his shocking knowledge of martial arts and battle experience, he is able to fight with the second pavilion master of Sword Pavilion. However, this balance will be broken sooner or later. His cultivation isn't able to endure a battle on this level. The second pavilion master of Sword Pavilion is truly extraordinary. He is slowly exposing Mo Gate's ninth son's weaknesses. You and I have both exchanged blows with him, so you should know just how difficult it is to accomplish this, said Sword God Bai Yu. Indeed. Zhurong nodded. This child's attacks are almost flawless. His reactions are also terrifyingly fast. From this, it can be seen just how shocking his knowledge of martial arts is. You should also know that martial arts knowledge isn't like cultivation. Heavenly geniuses can advance 1,000 miles in a day. Only by experiencing true battle can they increase their martial arts knowledge. There is no other way. It is rumored that this child has cultivated for less than 100 years, so how could he have such terrifying battle experience? Only like this can you show just how terrifying the second pavilion master of Sword Pavilion is. From the way he broke Mo Gate's attack to the way he exposed Mo Gate's ninth son's weakness, even if others knew about it, they wouldn't be able to do it, said Sword God Bai Yu. Zhurong nodded. Let's see if this child has any way to deal with it. Just as the two of them were conversing, a green aura began to circulate around the phoenix. Fusing with the phoenix origin, it formed a terrifying green and red destructive energy. Thunder Force? Said Shui Wuya slowly. Outside the battle, the swordsmen were also shocked. What was going on? It's the extreme heavenly lightning pearl, said Zhurong. Back when Mo Gate's ninth son had opened the ancient immortal realm, he had obtained 3 treasures. A broken bracer, the extreme heavenly lightning pearl, and the time restriction. The reason why Mo Gate's ninth son had been able to block the heavenly mansion sword sovereign's 12th sword was most likely because of that bracer. Now, the extreme heavenly lightning pearl had finally appeared. In the battle, the extreme heavenly lightning pearl's power appeared. Thunder Force rampaged and phoenix fire curled around it. When the two swords clashed again, the power was completely different. Shui Wuyue's eyes narrowed. His left palm gathered Yuan and slapped toward Ning Chen. Ning Chen put his fingers together. Sword Qi gathered. Thunder Force and fire intersected to meet the incoming attack. With a boom, the battle separated. Ning Chen took a step forward and used the momentum to leap into the air. 6 Daos fall, myriad demonic tribulations, Imperial Forbidden Sword. The Imperial Forbidden Sword appeared again. Sword light crisscrossed. Majestic sword pressure descended from the sky. Seeing this, Shui Wuyue's expression turned serious. He stepped forward, wanting to break the attack. However, at that moment Shui Wuyue felt his body go numb. Thunder Force loomed and sealed his body. Doomsday catastrophe. In an instant, the Imperial Forbidden Sword had gathered enough power. The Taisher sword spun. Layers of sword light broke through the air. There were tens of thousands of them, majestic and unparalleled. Emperor Ming. As the sword rain fell, Shui Wuyue's steps stabilized. Purple flames swept out from his body. The flame statue appeared again. It raised its hands to block the forbidden sword. Rumble. A terrifying collision rang out. The flame statue sank several dozen feet into the ground. Everywhere the imperial forbidden sword passed, it left behind a scene of devastation. The sword pierced the statue, causing blood to spurt out. Sword Qi pierced through the statue and into Shui Wuye's left shoulder, leaving behind a dazzling vermilion mark. Shui Wuye took half a step back and stabilized himself. He waved his sword and gathered Yuan as he forcefully counterattacked. Taishi's sword blocked the heavenly fire. With a bang, Ning Chen also took half a step back, blocking the counterattack. Outside the battle, Sword God Baiyu's eyes flashed with surprise. He was filled with praise. The situation had returned to equilibrium. No one knew who would win or lose. I didn't think that the extreme heavenly thunder pearl would be so useful, Zhurong said. The extreme heavenly thunder pearl truly is extraordinary. However, the truly formidable one is Mahist Gate's ninth son. Thunder Force has the ability to numb the body. Although Shui Wuye's cultivation is astonishing, he is not completely unaffected. The opportunity is extremely short. For him to be able to grasp it shows his reaction speed and control of the battle, Sword God Baiyu replied. Who do you think has a better chance of winning? Zhurong softly asked. Logically speaking, Shui Wuye is unquestionably stronger. After all, once Sword Pavilion's second pavilion master gets used to the extreme heavenly Thunder Pearl's power, the battle will tilt in his favor once more. However, Mahist Gate's ninth son has already given us too many surprises. I also want to see someone overturn Sword Pavilion's undefeated history, so I hope that this child can win, Sword God Baiyu calmly said. Behind them, the sword experts from the various starfields also became solemn. Sword Pavilion's sword had been undefeated for far too long. If they could witness a miracle today, this trip would be worth it. Sword Pavilion's second pavilion master truly was terrifyingly powerful, but they also saw the hope brought by Mahist Gate's ninth son. In front of the banquet table, the white-hot battle grew even more intense. Hong Yi's body was wreathed in phoenix flames, and thunder crackled. The light from her sword seemed to be able to extinguish the world. She only attacked and did not defend. As the battle grew more and more intense, Ning Chen's body was dyed red once more. Blood dripped onto his sword, making it seem even more bewitching. "Do you need me to take action?" asked Demonic Body. "No need," Ning Chen replied. He looked at the woman in front of him and said, "I alone am enough." Demonic Body didn't say anything else. With the help of the Chaos Scroll, he completely concealed his aura so that he wouldn't be detected by the experts present. Sword 11. With a soft shout, Sword Qi gushed out like rain. A perfect move that exhausted the limits of the sword appeared. It was so sudden and so stunning. Outside the battle, Mu Chang'e suddenly stood up. Looking at the shocking scene in the battle, his eyes lit up. The 11th sword. He had actually comprehended the 11th sword. Behind them, the sovereigns from various regions were all shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Inue Heavenly Sun. In the battle, after the 11th sword, the moves of the swordsmanship scroll also appeared. Endless sword Qi coiled around Knowing Destiny's body. The Inue Heavenly Sun soared into the sky in his left hand, and the sword waterfall in his right. His terrifying comprehension of the sword was undoubtedly displayed today. In the next moment, the two moves flowed together. Phoenix flames set the prairie ablaze, and thunder surged. The two moves merged together, and the power to devour the world broke through the air, destroying everything in sight. Great Flame World, burning the world! The final move was about to arrive. Shui Wuye's expression became serious. He waved the sunset glow in his hand, and his body turned into a divine sun. A terrifying brilliance spread out, illuminating the entire world. On the main seats, Mei Wuhan and Jing Wuxia's expressions changed slightly. They stood up at the same time and joined forces to protect Sword Pavilion. In an instant, the two extremes collided. A terrifying power surged out, swallowing the two of them. Chapter 850. Within the pavilion, The final battle of the everlasting sword banquet had caused the entire world to collapse. Wherever the shock waves passed, everything was reduced to nothingness. Outside the battle, the venerables were also affected by the shock waves and hastily retreated. On the main seats, Mei Wuhan and Jing Wuxia, who were protecting Sword Pavilion, had to bear the brunt of the shock waves. Even so, they couldn't help but feel their blood surge. Blood dripped down, dyeing the veil covering her face red. Jing Wuxia didn't pay attention to her injuries. She looked at the battle in front of her, worry filling her eyes. "It's over," Mei Wuhan calmly said. In the battle, the shock waves dissipated and two figures appeared. Suddenly, there was a muffled groan. Above Shui Wuyue's chest, a bloody mist gushed out. Sword qi erupted, bringing with it a waterfall of dazzling blood. Ning Chen's sword had stopped moving forward. He looked at the woman in front of him, his eyes shining. "Why?" "There's no reason. I lost." Wuyue Shui retreated half a step, barely managing to stabilize himself. His expression was a bit weak. This was an unexpected result. Outside the battle, the sword experts were all shocked. None of them had thought that Mo Gates' ninth son would actually win. Second sister. To the left of the main seat, Jing Wuxia's figure flickered, and she rushed over to support the heavily injured Wuyue Shui. "Help me back," said Wuyue Shui tiredly. "Yes." Jing Wuxia nodded. She looked at the figure on the main seat and said, "Big sister, I'll bring second sister back to rest first. Go." Mei Wuhan indifferently said. Jing Wuxia looked back at the red-robed youth in front of her. She softly said, "Young Master Ning, congratulations." Jing Wuxia didn't say anything else. She carefully helped the person beside her to the back of the palace. After the two of them left, everyone's attention returned to the main hall, waiting for the result to be announced. On the main seat, Mei Wuhan's gaze swept over the red-robed figure below. She smiled. "Young Master Ning, congratulations on becoming the chief disciple of this year's Everlasting Sword Banquet." With that, Lin Yuzhen let out a soft sigh of relief. In the end, he had succeeded. In Water Moon Hall, Jing Wuxia helped Wuyue Shui back. Her veil-covered face was filled with worry. She carefully helped Wuyue Shui sit on the bed. "Second sister, are you sure you can't take that last strike?" Jing Wuxia asked softly. "Why do you ask?" Wuyue Shui slowly opened his eyes and said. Jing Wuxia was silent for a moment before softly saying, "No reason. It's just my intuition." Shui Wuyue closed his eyes once more and said indifferently, "Don't think too much about it. That ninth son of Mo Gates' strength is already not inferior to mine. Moreover, he still held back in the end. If he had used his full strength, I already don't know how powerful he would have been. However, that final move just now has indeed surpassed mine." Jing Wuxia gently nodded. Although second sister denied it, she felt that second sister still held back in the end. Disregarding cultivation, the second sister's attainments in the sword had already surpassed the eldest sister's. She was the most outstanding sword genius in the Sword Pavilion in the past 1,000 years. "Little sister, I no longer have the strength to fight for the Phoenix Cry sword. I might have to hand this matter over to you," Wuyue Shui reminded. Jing Wuxia was startled, and a look of struggle appeared in his eyes. "Second sister is tired. You should go back first. The banquet isn't over yet, so you can't leave for too long," Moonless Shui said calmly. "All right. Then you should rest well." Jing Wuxia nodded and spoke softly. He then stood up and walked out of the Water Moon Hall. Within the main hall of the pavilion, the results of the sword competition had already been decided. The new chief disciple of the Everlasting Sword Banquet had appeared. Everyone had stood up to offer their congratulations. Mei Wuhan walked down from the main seat, a smile on his face. His graceful and noble temperament caused people to raise their eyebrows. "Young Master Ning, according to our agreement, my sword pavilion will do one thing for the chief disciple of the Everlasting Sword Banquet. As long as it's within our power, we definitely won't refuse," said Mei Wuhan. Hearing this, Ning Chen waved his right hand and phoenix flames curled out. Within the flames, 2 broken divine weapons appeared, and an unusually powerful sword will spread out, shocking everyone present. Seeing the 2 swords in front of Ning Chen, Mei Wuhan narrowed his eyes. What powerful sword intent! Those 2 swords weren't any weaker than the Taisher sword in his hands. Head Pavilion Master, I want to ask Sword Pavilion to help repair these 2 swords. Is that possible? Asked Ning Chen. At this time, Jing Wuxiao walked over from the back of the hall. She calmly stood to the side, not saying anything. She was waiting for her eldest sister to make a decision. It's fine. After a moment, Mei Wuhan nodded. Many thanks. Ning Chen let out a sigh of relief inwardly. It's what I should do. Mei Wuhan looked at the woman beside him and said, Third sister, send young Master Ning's 2 swords to the Sword Pagoda later. Yes. Jing Wuxiao nodded in response. After giving his instructions, Mei Wuhan looked at the experts seated on the sword and said with a smile, I know that everyone here cherishes and loves their swords. Tomorrow morning, there will be attendants who will bring everyone to the Sword Pagoda. Our Sword Pavilion has collected many divine weapons over the years. Everyone can choose any one of them and take it away. Consider it a token of our Sword Pavilion's sincerity. Everyone looked at each other in surprise when they heard Lin Yun's words. The Sword Firmament Pavilion's treasures were all extraordinary treasures, and every single one of them was priceless. Many thanks, Pavilion Master. Everyone stood up and bowed in unison. Young Master Ning. Jing Wuxia stepped forward and softly said. Ning Chen nodded and handed over his astral souls and origin sword to the woman in front of him. Jing Wuxia took the 2 broken divine items, thought for a moment and said, Young Master Ning, repairing these 2 swords will take some time. Please don't be impatient. Okay. Ning Chen nodded and replied, Third Pavilion Master, I'll have to trouble you. Jing Wuxia smiled gently and didn't say anything else. She took the 2 divine items and walked towards the Sword Pagoda. During the banquet, the experts of the various regions began to leave one after another. They had witnessed several peak battles in one day, and the waves in their hearts couldn't be calmed down for a long time. Ning Chen, Mu Chang'e, Lin Yuzhen, and the others left. In front of the pavilion, Mu Chang'e stopped and looked at the young man beside him. He said, Ning Chen, where do you plan to go after this matter? Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he shook his head and said, I don't know yet. Now, I just want to step into the immortal realm as soon as possible. Apart from that, I have no other thoughts. Mu Chang'e nodded and said, If it's you, I believe you can do it. We'll meet again someday. I hope we'll meet again in the future. Ning Chen came back to his senses and said in surprise, Senior Sword Sovereign, aren't you going to go to the Sword Pagoda tomorrow before leaving? No. Mu Chang'e shook his head and said, Everyone's Tao is different. For me, having one sword is enough. The Heavenly Tower is my sword and also my Tao. Ning Chen stopped and bowed respectfully. He said, I'll remember Senior's kindness in teaching me the sword. I'll never forget this kindness. Mu Chang'e looked outside the Sword Pagoda and said, You've already comprehended the 11th sword, which shows that your comprehension is far beyond ordinary people. However, the 12th sword is completely different from the 11th sword. You don't care about Qi. Only by completely integrating the first 11 moves can you understand this move. I can only help you with this. The rest is up to you. After saying that, Mu Chang'e didn't stay any longer and walked out of the Sword Pagoda. In front of the hall, Ning Chen looked at Mu Chang'e's back and sighed. After a moment, he looked at the person beside him and said, Your Highness, let's go back. Lin Yuzhen nodded and walked towards the small courtyard in the distance. In the Sword Pagoda, Jing Wuxiao walked over in a white dress. At the center of the pagoda, waves of fire were surging. On the sword-casting platform, which was built with the power of the earth fire, the terrifying temperature caused waves of heat to rise. No one dared to approach it. Jing Wuxiao walked forward and waved her hand. 2 broken divine weapons flew up and slowly sank into the flames. Third sister, you seem to be very concerned about this child. At this moment, Mei Wuhan walked over in a dark red dress. She looked at the woman in front of the sword-casting platform. Jing Wuxia came back to her senses and was shocked. She restrained her thoughts and shook her head. Big sister, you must be joking. After the ancient battlefield, young Master Ning's name has already spread throughout the world. I've also heard of him, so I'm just a little curious. Is that so? Mei Wuhan smiled and said, It seems that Big Sister is overthinking. Originally, Big Sister wanted to matchmake you and young Master Ning. This person was able to become the champion of the Sword Pagoda's Infinite Sword Banquet. He's barely worthy of our Sword Pagoda's most beautiful third pavilion master. Jing Wuxia's body trembled, and she immediately shook her head. Big sister, little sister's heart only belongs to the Sword Pagoda. I have no other thoughts. Big sister, don't overthink it. Mei Wuhan nodded and smiled. Since you've already made up your mind, Big sister won't force you. Focus on the sword. This young Master Ning's cultivation in the sword is astonishing, and he has comprehended the sword codex. If he can be used by the Sword Pagoda, he will be a great help. Okay. Jing Wuxia softly replied. In the next moment, Mei Wuhan's figure faded and she disappeared from the Sword Pagoda in an instant. Jing Wuxia secretly let out a sigh of relief. She looked back at the 2 divine weapons floating in the flames with a complicated expression. She didn't expect that young Master Ning would really become the champion of the Sword Pagoda. However, it was hard to tell whether this was a blessing or a curse. On the sword-casting platform, waves of flames surged. The life-knowing sword and astral soul floated in the flames. Outside the Sword Pagoda, the sun set in the west and the bright moon rose. In a small courtyard in the distance, Ning Chen was quietly pondering. Beside him, the small gourd rode on the small green gourd and circled around the courtyard happily. In the room, Lin Yuzhen closed her eyes and healed her injuries. The phoenix cry was placed in front of her, and a red aura lingered around her. Little gourd. Ning Chen sensed the situation in the room and called out. Immortal Elder. Hearing the call, the small gourd flew over and whispered. Go and help the lady in the room, instructed Ning Chen. Yes. The small gourd responded softly and flew into the room in front of him. Do you still have the mind to care about others? Demonic chi surged and the demon body appeared. He coldly said, Your injuries aren't any better than King Chi's. This Sword Pagoda is full of mysteries. With your intelligence, you should have noticed it, right? If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Ning Chen looked at the cold moon in the sky and calmly said, The small gourd's ability is limited. It can't heal both me and King Chi at the same time. I have the Phoenix Origin protecting me, so I'm fine for now. It's more urgent to let King Chi recover his strength. Chapter 851. In the Sword Pavilion, the cold moon moved to the west. The night gradually passed, and when the eastern horizon was about to brighten, the little gourd flew out of the room. It looked exhausted. Immortal Elder, said the little gourd. Rest, said Ning Chen. Okay. The little gourd nodded and flew to Ning Chen's shoulder. It hugged a strand of hair and fell asleep. Ning Chen waved his hand, and the yellow springs restriction covered the little gourd. At this time, the door was pushed open and Lin Yuzhen walked out. His hair was tied up high, and he looked handsome and valiant. Thank you, Brother Ning, said Lin Yuzhen with a smile. Your Highness is too polite. Let's go to the Sword Pagoda, said Ning Chen. Okay. Lin Yuzhen nodded and left with him. In the northwest of the Sword Pavilion, there was a majestic pagoda. When people walked in front of it, they felt as small as ants. It made them feel powerless. When the sun rose from the east, the huge stone door under the Sword Pagoda opened. The interior of the Sword Pagoda was revealed to the world. A powerful sword pressure swept out, raising a cloud of dust. Outside the Sword Pagoda, the swordsmen from various regions had strange expressions on their faces. they sighed in their hearts. How many divine weapons were there in the sword pagoda to have such powerful sword pressure? It was said that Sword Pavilion also had a divine weapon in the sword pagoda. They wondered if they would be lucky enough to see it today. Everyone entered the pagoda. Luminous pearls illuminated the entire space of the sword pagoda. There were hundreds of divine weapons on the pagoda. It was a dazzling sight. The treasures of the sword pavilion that had existed for tens of thousands of years were all here. Now that they were in front of everyone, the sovereigns were deeply shocked. Everyone, you can choose any of these divine weapons you want. There's no need to be polite. As she spoke, Mei Wuhan walked over with a smile on her graceful and beautiful face. Everyone nodded and thanked him. Soon after, they separated to look for the divine weapons they wanted. "Your Highness, don't you want to choose one?" asked Mei Wuhan as he looked at the handsome figure in front of him. "Thank you for your kindness, Pavilion Master. I already have the Phoenix Cry sword. There's no need for me to choose another weapon." Lin Yuzhen replied with a smile. Mei Wuhan nodded and didn't try to persuade him any further. He looked at the red-robed young man beside the former and said, "Young Master Ning, your sword isn't here. Come with me." Ning Chen nodded and followed him. Lin Yuzhen turned around and followed him. She looked at the sword pavilion master in front of her with a serious look in her eyes. The third pavilion master had warned them to be careful. At first, she thought it was because of the second pavilion master. However, after everything that had happened over the past few days, she gradually felt that the second pavilion master was not as cold and ruthless as he seemed on the surface. On the contrary, the first pavilion master, who always had a smile on his face, was even more incomprehensible. Many things had happened in the sword pavilion, so it was impossible for the sword pavilion master to be unaware of them. However, he had never expressed any opinion, which was really strange. While he was lost in thought, the three of them went up to the 7th floor of the sword pagoda. The moment the door opened, they felt an unbearable heat wave, which made it difficult for them to move forward. Up ahead, in front of the sword forging platform, a woman in a white dress stood there. She had been standing there for an entire night, and when she sensed someone approaching, she turned around to look. "Third sister, how is it?" asked Mei Wuhan with a smile. "The Star Soul Sword's quality is rare. But because it was forged not long ago, it only needs to be repaired. As for this azure sword, although its material is ordinary, it has been with young Master Ning for a long time. It has already developed spirituality, so repairing it will be difficult," said Jing Wuxia softly. Mei Wuhan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Young Master Ning, may I ask, with your strength and the quality of these two swords, how did they end up so damaged?" "It was caused by resisting heavenly tribulation." Ning Chen didn't conceal anything and told the truth. "No wonder." Mei Wuhan nodded. Although there were many divine weapons in the world, the most important thing was still the person who used the sword. Mo Gates' 9th disciple's strength was astonishing, and the number of people who could destroy his swords could be counted on one hand. Rumbling sounds came from behind them once more. The stone door opened and a beautiful woman in a purple dress walked out. She was incomparably beautiful, but her expression was ice-cold without the slightest trace of emotion. "Second sister," Jing Wuxia exclaimed in surprise. Mei Wuhan's eyes flashed with an odd light. "Second sister, you're injured. Why aren't you resting in the Water Moon Hall?" "I'm fine," Wuyue Shui calmly replied. She walked in front of the sword forging table and looked at the two divine weapons within the flames. A moment later, she waved her right hand and took out one of them. "My sword pavilion cannot repair this sword." The sword stabbed into the ground, and the auras of the four extremes began to revolve, devouring each other. Ning Chen frowned slightly upon seeing this. "Second sister, don't be rude." Mei Wuhan softly reprimanded her. "Big sister, my sword pavilion will only agree to one condition of the everlasting sword banquet's chief disciple. Even if we repair a sword, we can only repair one. Otherwise, if he brings even more swords, wouldn't my sword pavilion have to constantly repair them for him? Said Wu Yue Shui. Mei Wuhan's eyes turned cold. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Young Master Ning is my sword pavilion's honored guest. How can you treat him the same? In front of the sword-casting platform, Jing Wuxia watched the two of them quarrel with a trace of anxiety in his eyes. He glanced at the red-robed young man and immediately recovered. Young Master Ning, my second sister has always been like this. Please don't take offense. Ning Chen shook his head. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and pulled out his life-bound sword from the ground. Second Pavilion Master's words are reasonable. Rules are rules. How can they be changed because of me? I will think of another way to repair this sword. I just need your sword pavilion to help me repair my astral soul. Wu Yue Shui's eyes flashed with an undetectable light, but she didn't say anything. Mei Wuhan frowned. Young Master Ning, you don't need to mind what second sister said. It's just another sword. It's not difficult for my sword pavilion to repair it. Ning Chen smiled and replied, Thank you for your kind intentions, Pavilion Master, but there's really no need for it. No matter how much you repair the quality of this sword, it's useless. As long as Sword Pavilion can help me repair the Star Soul Sword, I will be extremely grateful. Seeing that Ning Chen had made up his mind, Mei Wuhan suppressed the displeasure in her heart. She nodded. Since that's the case, we'll do as you wish. Wuxia, how long will it take to repair this Astral Soul Sword? 3 days. Jing Wuxia replied. Mei Wuhan nodded. She looked at the man beside her and said, Young Master Ning, come here in 3 days to get the sword. Many thanks. Ning Chen politely bowed. Pavilion Masters, since Prince Qi and I have nothing to do here, we'll be leaving first. We'll definitely come here in 3 days to get the sword. Please take care. Mei Wuhan smiled. Ning Chen glanced at the nearby Shui Wu. He didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Lin Yuzhen followed behind. Her eyes were full of seriousness. Something was not right. After the two of them left, the 7th floor's stone door closed with a rumble, concealing all the ugliness within. In front of the sword forging table, the smile on Mei Wuhan's face gradually disappeared. It was replaced with boundless coldness and gloominess. Pow! She took a step forward and raised her hand, ruthlessly slapping the person in front of her. Blood immediately flowed out, dyeing her purple robes red. Shui Wuyue, I think you've forgotten your status, said Mei Wuhan coldly. Second sister. To the side, Jing Wuxiao was startled. She hastily went up to support her. She anxiously said, Big sister, second sister didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive her this time. Little sister, move aside. Shui Wuyue gently pushed aside the person beside her. She looked at Mei Wuhan with an indifferent expression. Big sister, what did second sister do wrong to make you so unhappy? I gave you the mission of retrieving the Phoenix Cry Sword. How are you doing? Could it be that you can't even handle Lin Yuzhen? Asked Mei Wuhan. Big sister is wise. Shui Wuyue indifferently replied. King Qi's strength is something everyone knows. Although second sister doesn't fear him, defeating him and retrieving the Phoenix Cry Sword is not an easy matter. Furthermore, Mo Gate's 9th disciple is always by his side. It's very difficult for me to find an opportunity. Is that so? Mei Wuhan's expression became even colder. Don't think that I don't know what happened in the sword domain. Furthermore, you faked being injured in yesterday's battle with Mo Gate's 9th disciple. I'm sure you know your goal. Shui Wuyue, I don't care if your injuries are real or fake. Within 3 days, you must retrieve the Phoenix Cry Sword. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Big sister. Jing Wuxia anxiously said, second sister's injuries aren't light. How can she retrieve the Phoenix Cry Sword from King Qi and Mo Gate's 9th disciple within 3 days? Can you give her a few more days? Give her a few more days? Mei Wuhan snorted, not concealing the slightest killing intent in her eyes. Originally, she had plenty of time, but she gave it up. Shui Wuyue, that's all I have to say. Don't disappoint me again in 3 days. After saying that, Mei Wuhan turned and left. In an instant, he disappeared. Jing Wuxiao went up and supported the injured purple-robed woman. Tears lingered in her eyes as she said, "Second sister, why must you do this? If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided." Exhaustion flashed in Shui Wuyue's eyes as she said, "That sword cannot be repaired. Only you can repair your own origin sword. Otherwise, if an external force intervenes, you and the sword will both be injured. If you have the chance, go and tell that young Master Ning to nourish the sword with his blood. One day the origin sword will be restored. It might take a long time, but this is the only way." "I will tell him. Second sister, your injuries aren't light. Let me bring you back to rest first." While speaking, Jing Wuxia supported the former and walked out of the door. On the first floor of the Sword Pagoda, the sword sovereigns from the various regions were still choosing their own divine weapons. At this time, Ning Chen and Lin Yuzhen walked down. They didn't stop and directly walked out of the pagoda. "Brother Ning, do you feel something strange?" Outside the pagoda, Lin Yuzhen transmitted her voice. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "There's something wrong with the second pavilion master. However, there's something even more wrong with the first pavilion master. You may know a person for a long time, but you can't judge his true nature. It seems that we have underestimated the sword pavilion master." Chapter 852. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Within an unremarkable courtyard within Sword Pavilion, Ning Chen was standing guard with his eyes closed. Not far away, Lin Yuzhen was focused on recovering from her injuries. The little gourd floated beside Prince Qi, using its own power to heal him. Its young face was filled with exhaustion. At this moment, in the small courtyard, the void swirled, and an illusory figure in a white dress appeared. After she walked out, she immediately waved her hand and sealed the surrounding space. "Third Pavilion Master?" Ning Chen opened his eyes and said slowly when he saw who it was. "Sir Ning, there isn't much time left. I have something to tell you." Jing Wuxia quickly said, "Second sister said that the life symbiotic sword cannot be repaired by external forces. Otherwise, both the sword and you will be damaged. If you want to repair that sword, the only way is to use your bloodline power to nourish it day and night. There will be a day when your life symbiotic sword will be restored to its original state. However, no one knows how long that will take." Ning Chen nodded. "Many thanks for telling me this. How are Second Pavilion Master's injuries?" "Second Sister's injuries aren't light. Sir Ning, I can't stay here any longer. I'll be leaving now. If you fight with Second Sister in the future, please be lenient on account of how she helped you today." Jing Wuxia's figure gradually faded. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared from this world. After the former left, the sealed space returned to normal. Ning Chen calmly stood in place. His eyes were constantly flashing with light. Things were becoming more and more fishy. It seemed these two pavilion masters were hiding something that no one knew about. The ugliness of the human heart is truly disgusting. Devilish chi surged as the devilish body walked out. If there is good, then there is evil. Humans are like that, and devils are also like that. Ning Chen calmly looked at the distant pavilion within the pavilion. At the very least, the third pavilion master repeatedly warned a complete stranger like me. That's already not easy. Benefactor, if the heavens don't bless me, I will do it. Do you have the ability? Sneered the devilish body. Don't forget that we can't even protect ourselves right now. If my main body doesn't wake up, you and I could be in danger at any moment. I will do my best to find a way to step on immortality. I don't want the tragedy of the past to happen again. Not even once, said Ning Chen. I will help you on your path to immortality. However, you can put away that useless kindness of yours, the demonic body said. Then, it disappeared and entered the former's body again. Ning Chen was speechless. He stood in the courtyard and looked at the moon in the sky. Good fortune and misfortune were interdependent. This trip to Sword Pavilion wasn't in vain. He had already obtained what he wanted. Now it was time to face the calamity. In the room, Lin Yuzhen, who had been recuperating day and night, was gradually stabilizing her aura. With the help of the small gourd, she was finally able to suppress the injuries in her body. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the moon set and the sun rose, Lin Yuzhen walked out of her room. Her aura had returned to its peak. "Brother Ning, let's go," Lin Yuzhen whispered. Ning Chen nodded. He had only taken a few steps when he stopped again. In front of the small courtyard, a woman in a purple dress appeared. Her beautiful face was ice-cold, and the ancient sword in her hand was still sheathed, but her killing intent was obvious. "Second Pavilion Master," Lin Yuzhen said with narrowed eyes. "Leave behind the Phoenix Cry sword, and I will let you pass," Wu Shui said coldly. "Sorry, I can't do it," Lin Yuzhen responded and took 2 steps forward. She stood in front of him and said, "Brother Ning, you go first. Leave this place to this king." "Your Highness, be careful." Ning Chen continued walking forward. But when he passed by her, he paused and whispered, "Second Pavilion Master, you should be careful too." Wu Shui was silent. He didn't reply. Ning Chen also didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and his figure flickered as he rushed towards the sword pagoda. Wu Shui didn't stop him. Once he left, he raised his right hand and unsheathed the sunset sword. A divine sun soared into the sky, illuminating the night. Without saying a word, the battle began. The sunset sword tore through the sky and shot towards Ning Chen. Lin Yuzhen's expression became serious. She waved her hand and a sword appeared. The cry of a phoenix shook the world as she met the attack. With a loud bang, the 2 swords collided. Boundless energy surged and the small courtyard behind them collapsed. "There is a sorrowful sound in the sword." Lin Yuzhen's eyes flashed when she heard the sound in the sword. Her sword became heavier and heavier. Wind and lightning surged around her sword. In Moon Heavenly Sunday, after exchanging several moves, Wu Shui condensed his essence, and purple flames rose around him. The sword technique appeared once again. Drops of blood dyed his clothes red. His old injury was causing him to suffer a backlash. Phoenix dancing 9 heavens. The world sank. Lin Yuzhen also used the technique. Her body flashed, and her sword danced like a phoenix. It was stunning. The 2 swords collided again and again. Blood dripped from the corner of Wu Shui's mouth. His injuries were becoming more and more serious. "You are injured. You are not my opponent. Second Pavilion Master, what difficulties do you have?" Lin Yuzhen waved her sword and pushed away the person in front of her. Wu Shui didn't reply. His expression was still cold. He took a step forward and the ground beneath him cracked. He rushed forward again. The aura of the sword was difficult to hide. The sunset sword could feel the sorrow in its master's heart. The sword also cried out with sorrow. The 2 swords collided and dust filled the sky. Neither of them showed mercy. They might have been helpless or they might have had difficulties. However, their standpoints were different. How could they show mercy? Ugh! After 100 moves, there was a muffled groan. Wu Shui was forced back. Blood flowed from his left shoulder and dripped onto the ground. With a heavily injured body, it was difficult for him to display his strength. After 100 moves, Wu Shui's old injury completely broke out. His true essence surged chaotically, causing him to suffer a backlash. The sword stabbed into the ground. Blood dyed the sand. Wu Shui staggered and vomited blood. Lin Yuzhen waved her hand to disperse the dust. Looking at the heavily injured woman, she walked forward step by step. The sword in her hand didn't stop because of victory or defeat. "Again," Wu Shui said tiredly. He barely propped himself up. His sword was trembling. He had clearly reached his limit. I don't have the qualifications to say that I will spare you once. The former hadn't admitted defeat. Holding back was disrespectful. Lin Yuzhen's figure flashed, and her sword pierced through the air. When the sword arrived, relief flashed in Wuyue Shui's eyes. He didn't dodge, but used his body to welcome the Phoenix Cry Divine Sword. Chi La. The sound of the sword cutting through the body was ear-piercing. Blood flowed out, dyeing the divine sword red. Wuyue Shui's eyes narrowed. In front of him, a familiar figure blocked him. The sword pierced through her body. Blood spurted out, blurring his vision. Little sister. He couldn't believe it. Wuyue Shui's body trembled. He stepped forward to support the woman in front of him. He reached out to cover the former's bleeding chest. Cough, cough. The sword pierced through her body, injuring her internal organs. Jing Wuxia coughed violently. Blood flowed out of her mouth. Second sister. Jing Wuxia called out weakly. Soon after, she coughed violently again. The veil on her face burned red. It was abnormally glaring. How could you be so foolish? Tears dripped from Wuyue Shui's eyes. The coldness on his face was no longer visible. It was replaced by pain and regret. What was the point of his life's perseverance now? Second sister. Jing Wuxia slowly raised her right hand. It was covered in blood and filled with reluctance. The next moment, her delicate hand fell silently. A lifetime of sorrow and regret ended. Hugging the former's warm body, Wuyue Shui's body trembled violently. Tears flowed silently from his eyes, gradually turning into a dazzling red. Little sister, bear with it for a while longer. Second sister will bring you away from here very soon. Wuyue Shui carefully carried the woman in his arms and walked step by step towards the pavilion within the pavilion. Behind them, Lin Yuzhen looked at the departing backs of the two. Her eyes dimmed as she sighed heavily in her heart. On the 7th level of the Sword Pagoda, a red-robed young man walked over. His astral souls floated up and down on the sword-forging platform. The sword's aura was even stronger than before. Ning Chen walked forward. Fresh blood dripped from his right hand, quenching the sword with his astral souls. Phoenix blood dyed the sword. In an instant, the 7th level of the Sword Pagoda glowed with a bright red light. Above the 9 heavens, the heavens and earth seemed to have sensed it. Astral light cascaded down, passing through the Sword Pagoda and shining on the divine sword. The supreme treasure of heaven and earth, Astral Soul Mother Steel, was formed into a sword tonight, resonating with the stars. A heaven-tier sword. On the highest level of the Sword Pagoda, Mei Wuhan sensed something and opened his eyes. He looked in the direction of the Sword Pagoda with a cold expression. He took a step forward, wanting to leave. But at that moment, a purple figure appeared in front of him. She was covered in blood, and her killing intent was overflowing. Wuyue Shui. Mei Wuhan's eyes turned cold when he saw the newcomer. He said, "You really have guts, daring to reveal killing intent to me." Wuyue Shui was speechless. His figure flashed by. Sunset reflection, sword breaking past. Mei Wuhan's pupils shrank. He waved his right hand and the ice plum divine sword came out of its sheath. With a bang, it blocked the sunset reflection. Great flame world, heavenly flame. Filled with hatred, Wuyue Shui's attack surpassed the limit. Waves of fire soared from the sunset reflection and coiled around it, turning the entire Sword Pagoda into a sea of fire. Stupid Wuyue Shui, don't you care about Jing Wuxia's life? Mei Wuhan's expression was abnormally cold. The cold intent on his sword erupted, freezing the heavens and earth. Mei Wuhan, I'm here to make you accompany my little sister. Wuyue Shui's hatred reached the extreme. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes. His cultivation rose to the peak again. Purple flames broke through the ice and rushed out. Mei Wuhan frowned slightly. Jing Wuxia died? What happened? The waves of fire arrived, and the ice plum divine sword split the sky. Mei Wuhan waved his sword to block the attacks. His expression was calm, and his half-step fourth realm cultivation was fully displayed. Sunset Reflection and Ice Plum Divine Sword, two of Sword Pagoda's peak divine swords, were facing each other today. One was Yang and the other was Een. As they clashed, the flames of war slowed the sky. Great Flame World, World Incineration. World Incineration appeared once again. Waves of fire swept across the sky, and a rain of fire fell. The terrifying scene was shocking. It was a familiar move from a sword scripture, but it was an unfamiliar power. Mei Wuhan narrowed his eyes and took a step forward, leaping into the sky. Frost Prison, 10,000 Manifestations Reincarnation. The Sword Pagoda's great pavilion master used his first divine skill. He waved his sword, and frost swept across the heavens and earth, turning into a huge whirlpool that appeared in the void. The two moves clashed, and a loud rumble sounded. Ice and fire devoured each other, and the aftermath surged. A moment later, the stalemate was broken. The frost swallowed the sea of fire, and the entire world was frozen. Chapter 853. In the Sword Pavilion, the cold moon was high up in the sky. In the pavilion under the moon, the sound of battle rumbled. After a while, two figures broke through the air and stood in the void. The purple-robed figure was bleeding profusely from her arms. Frost chi spread, nibbling away at her injured body. "Your arms have already been pierced by me. Can you still lift your sword and fight?" said Mei Wuhan coldly. "In these years, I've already forgotten what pain is. Mei Wuhan, I left this move especially for you. Let's go to hell together. Great Flame World, Heavenly Sin." With a shout, Wu Shui's blood chi exploded from his body. His black hair shot up and instantly, the sky was filled with blood-red light that pierced through the sky. Heavenly Sin appeared, shaking heaven and earth. The entire sword pavilion instantly turned into doomsday. Blood clouds roiled in the sky, and 10,000 bolts of lightning crashed down. The destructive might caused even the stars in the sky to shake. An unprecedented pressure came crashing down. Mei Wuhan looked at the horizon, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. Frost Prison, 9 Hell's Evil Sword. The ice plum blossom's momentum changed, and an endless amount of frigid chi spread out in all directions. Mei Wuhan roared as 9 swords appeared around him, spiraling around him as they soared into the skies. The destructive lightning and the hellish sword collided with each other, causing an earth-shattering rumble. The evil lightning sword descended upon Yi Futian. "Ugh!" Mei Wuhan groaned, and the corner of his mouth turned red. He was injured for the first time. On the other side, Wu Shui, who had erupted with her last bit of strength, was dyed red. Her blood chi had been completely burned away, and her flame of life was also about to extinguish. "Wu Shui, you deserve to die 10,000 times for your crimes." Wounded all over, Mei Wuhan's killing intent erupted from his body. His graceful and dignified appearance turned sinister at this moment. The frost on his sword grew to the extreme. He took a step forward, his sword aiming for a life. "Pavilion Master, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them." As the sound of his voice faded, a red-robed silhouette stepped out from the void. With a wave of her astral soul, she blocked the life-reaping sword attack. Their eyes met. One was calm and the other was cold. Their swords collided, and cold stars scattered. "Young Master Ning, this woman has always made things difficult for you and King Qi. Why are you still protecting her?" Mei Wuhan's expression returned to normal when he saw the person in front of him. Ning Qin smiled and said, "After all, it's a human life. Moreover, the second Pavilion Master's lifespan is nearing its end. He has already received the punishment he deserved. Why should the first Pavilion Master be labeled as ruthless because of a person who's about to die?" Mei Wuhan thought for a moment, then nodded and smiled. "Sir Ning, as you said, I was in too much of a hurry to clean up the house. That was why I lost my composure just now. I hope Sir Ning can forgive me. First Pavilion Master, you're too polite. I haven't had the chance to thank Sword Pavilion yet," smiled Ning Chen. "It's nothing." Mei Wuhan smiled. What plans does young Master Ning have? Why don't you stay in Sword Pavilion for a few more days, so that I can play the role of host? Ning Chen glanced at the woman beside him who was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He smiled gently and said, Since the first pavilion master is so kind, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Sorry for the trouble. You're too polite, Mei Wuhan replied. As they spoke, the two of them slowly descended and returned to the ground. This way, please. Mei Wuhan extended his hand. Ning Chen nodded and supported the heavily injured Wu Yue as they walked forward. The moment they passed each other, Mei Wuhan's lips curled and he waved his ice plum divine sword. His sword tore through the void, and his red clothes scattered and disappeared without a trace. An afterimage? Mei Wuhan narrowed his eyes and looked to the other side. He coldly asked, When did you discover it? How could I not be careful when walking together with an expert like the first pavilion master? 30 meters away, Ning Chen indifferently said, Your Highness, bring the second pavilion master to a safe place. I'll deal with this person. As soon as he said that, a handsome figure appeared behind them. After several steps, he entered the battlefield. Be careful. I'll be back soon. Lin Yuzhen took the woman that Ning Chen was supporting and warned him. Don't worry. Ning Chen nodded. Lin Yuzhen didn't delay any longer. Her figure flashed and she quickly flew into the distance. Young Master Ning, you want to stop me by yourself? Your naivety makes me laugh. While speaking, Mei Wuhan's cold aura surged. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and the temperature of the world instantly became as cold as winter. Sword art, prairie fire. Ning Chen waved his sword and phoenix flames rose. Endless flames spread out, resisting the cold aura. The two powers collided. An instant later, Ning Chen took a step forward, and two immortal swords flew out. Immortal trapping and immortal execution appeared in his hand. Sword art, heavenly sword. A sword pierced through the sky, and the world changed color. Blood-colored sword light lingered, and a terrifying power split the void as it slashed down. Not bad. Mei Wuhan's eyes were extremely cold as he looked at the sword slashing down from the void. He waved his ice plum divine sword to block it. With a bang, the blood-colored sword light shattered, and the aftermath whistled, stirring up waves of sand. 10th sword, immortal execution. Within the waves of sand, a shout rang out and the 10th sword appeared. Immortal execution's sword light soared into the sky, and a baleful aura surged. Mei Wuhan's eyes narrowed and he retreated 30 meters. Then, his divine sword condensed frost and blocked the immortal sword. The two powers collided and a rumbling sound rang out. In the wind and snow, a red-clothed figure flashed past, and her black hair turned red, fluttering in the wind. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had been exchanged. The two powers on the sword stood side by side. The cold stars on the sword were dazzling, and with extreme speed, it was innately invincible. With one sword blocking the immortal sword, the incomparably sharp sword qi attacked. Mei Wuhan leaned to the side, avoiding the sword qi. Then, he condensed energy in his left palm, shaking the battle. Is this the power of an immortal sword? As expected, you didn't disappoint me. Mei Wuhan coldly said, and the sword turned. The ice plum divine sword trembled, and white light appeared again. Frost prison, end of 9 wheels. The ice plum divine sword moved, and the world changed color. Endless dark white frost spread out, freezing the world and creating hell. Hell appeared in the mortal world, and the sky and earth surged. Terrifying waves of frost swept out, and the scene of the end of the world shook people's hearts. Book of Sun, Rising Sun, shouted Ning Chen in hell. He took a step forward and jumped into the air. A boundless fire energy rose up in the air like the sun rising from the east. Sword art, dragon sparrow transformation. After one move, another move came out. Ning Chen's left hand waved, and with the help of the sword, the azure dragon and the vermilion bird flew out and merged into the divine sun. The two moves merged, and the starry sky shook. On the ground, the immortal trap trembled, and the red light rose, and the power merged into the void. In an instant, the wind and clouds on the star soul sword changed. The power of the immortal sword merged with the power of the heavenly book, and a shocking sword pressure swept out. The blood-red sword sun illuminated the world, frightening gods and ghosts. In the confrontation of extreme yin and yang, where the sword sun passed, the frost prison collapsed inch by inch. With the support of the two immortal swords, the power was shocking, and everything in hell was destroyed. A pool of blood splashed out, and Mei Wuhan retreated half a step. A sword light slashed across his left shoulder, and blood flowed out, dyeing his clothes red. In a battle of martial arts, there was a clear distinction between the superior and the inferior. The heavenly book suppressed the sword cannon, and injured the sword pavilion master. Mei Wuhan stabilized himself and waved his hand to seal the sword wound on his left shoulder. He looked at the young man in front of him, and his killing intent became even more bone-piercing. The ninth son of Mo Gate lived up to his name. With these two immortal swords, no true realm expert could do anything to him. However, she had long since surpassed that realm. Young Master Ning, your beauty has made me even more determined to destroy you. The test is over. Next, I'll send you to the west. Mei Wuhan's ice-plum divine sword broke through the void, and frost surged on the sword, spreading endlessly, turning the entire horizon into a cloud of frost. In an instant, a snowstorm descended, and the surrounding void froze inch by inch. Demonic body. Sensing the change in Mei Wuhan's aura, Ning Chen didn't hesitate. Demonic qi surged around him, and his demonic body appeared. Frost prison, divine court. Mei Wuhan raised his hand, and a snowy aura surged out of his body, surpassing the peak. A half-step true realm move appeared for the first time, and the power of the mortal world rose endlessly. Suddenly, the heaven and earth lit up, and the undercurrent surged to the extreme. Wherever the extreme power passed, everything was frozen. 6 ultimates of the sky demon, demonic flames burning the plains. The demonic body moved, and a crimson sword rang out. Demonic waves surged, and the power to burn the sky and boil the sea shook the gods of the 9 heavens. 9 suns burning the heavens. The demonic technique was used, and the phoenix body moved with the sword. 9 suns soared into the sky, illuminating the dark night. The phoenix and the demon combined, and the demonic suns fell from the sky. Black flames burned the world, breaking through layer after layer of snow, rushing forward. Ha! With a shout, Mei Wuhan stepped into the air, and an ice plum fell from the clouds, entering his hand. With a slash of his sword, the sword split open the void, and the snowy waves surged. Within the snowy waves, a divine court made of ice appeared. It was like a celestial palace had descended, suppressing the world. The demonic suns shook the divine court, and the world's supreme power collided. A world-shaking terror erupted, and the undercurrent was vast and mighty. Within the space of Sword Pavilion, layers of laws collapsed. The immortal inheritance suffered a calamity tonight. 10,000 demons roaring the heavens. Before the shockwaves dissipated, the demonic voice rang out once more. Within the surging demonic waves, one demonic figure after another appeared. There were thousands, tens of thousands of them. 9th sword, divine domain. The phoenix body moved again, and a sword will swept out. It gathered the power of the immortal sword, and once again opened the sword domain. In an instant, in the sword domain without beginning or end, the world disintegrated for no reason. Piece after piece of land collapsed, and dust and sand surged like waves, covering the cold moon. Boom! With the support of the divine domain, thousands of demons roared. In front of Mei Wuhan, the divine court finally collapsed. An undetectable groan sounded, and a demonic figure passed through his body. Mei Wuhan took 2 steps back, and his hair fell down, dyed red. Strong, so strong that there was no doubt. After experiencing life and death again, He had walked step by step to reach the knowing destiny state. He was no longer the immature youth of the past. In terms of wisdom, he was unparalleled in the world, and in terms of martial arts, he could not be bullied. Two figures stood in the void. The demon wore black clothes and had black hair, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. The phoenix wore red clothes and had red hair, and her expression was calm. The combination of martial arts and wisdom was unparalleled today, showing disdain for the world. On the opposite side, blood dripped from the corner of Mei Wuhan's mouth. He was no longer as graceful as before. "So, this is your true strength," Mei Wuhan said softly and looked back. In an instant, he stepped into the air and rushed to the top of the sword pavilion. Seeing this, Ning Chen frowned slightly. "Lord Ning, have you seen the real end of the world?" At the top of Sword Pavilion, Mei Wuhan let out a deep roar. The ice plum blossom turned upside down and pierced straight down. In an instant, a terrifying scene occurred. The entire Sword Pavilion shook violently. One after another, the great halls disintegrated, and the space of Sword Pavilion collapsed. In the end of the world, above the pavilion, a peerless divine weapon slowly rose. It was simple and heavy, and an unprecedented pressure spread out. The world could not bear it, and it quickly fell apart. After 10,000 years, the number one divine sword of the Sword Pavilion, the celestial weapon Sun and Moon Ballista, returned to the world. Chapter 854. A cold moon shone in the sky of Sword Pavilion. Under the moon, Sword Pavilion's divine artifact, the Sun-Moon Stallion, was born. Strange phenomena descended from the heavens and clouds surged. As soon as the divine artifact was born, a boundless sword pressure swept out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The Sun-Moon Stallion appeared in the sky after 10,000 years of accumulation. It was a divine artifact that surpassed comprehension. It made people feel the insignificance of human strength. 1,000 feet away, two figures stood in the sky and looked at the divine artifact. Their faces turned serious. "Frost prison, frost descends." An instant later, Mei Wuhan's silhouette flickered as he slashed out with the power of the sun and moon slash. His sword slashed through the sky, and the entire space of the Sword Pavilion was slashed apart. Seeing this, the phoenix body moved in an instant, bringing the demon body with it to avoid the shocking sword light. The sword light fell, causing the mountains to shake and the earth to crack. A huge sword mark appeared on the ground below. It was tens of thousands of feet long and bottomless. A few hundred feet away, the demon body stabilized himself and looked at Sword Pavilion. His expression changed again. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." At this moment, 4 figures appeared around Sword Pavilion. After the divine artifact was born, the 4 heavenly protectors of Sword Pavilion appeared. "Kill him," Mei Wuhan said indifferently. "Yes." The 4 heavenly protectors of wind, water, thunder, and fire accepted the order and their figures flashed. 4 peerless experts at the peak of the true realm worked together with their swords, creating no openings in their attack. Their swords met, and the cold stars intersected. In the midst of the killing situation, the 2 figures constantly moved. Facing the combined attacks of the 4 heavenly protectors, there was no fear in their eyes. After exchanging several moves, the demon body became faster and faster. Red and black light soared into the sky. The yin-yang formation appeared and the taiji formation appeared. The demon body rose and the star soul and crimson drill sword light flashed. The demon body fought the 4 heavenly protectors. Sword style, crimson remnant. Demon style, bloody path. The demon body passed by and the 2 swords clashed. With a boom, the 4 heavenly protectors were pushed back. Outside the battle, Mei Wuhan stood quietly. The Sun-Moon Stallion floated in front of him, and a terrifying sword pressure spread out. He was waiting for an opportunity to attack. Sword style, nothingness. Under the taiji formation, the star soul sword in the phoenix body's hand spun and pierced the sky. Blood flame sky. The phoenix body moved. The demon cultivator also channeled his demonic chi. The crimson drill sword was suffused with blood-red flames and broke through the sky. Wind, water, thunder, and fire, the four heavenly protectors, four divine weapons, sword essence, and vast true chi converged to meet the demon phoenix's joint attack head-on. Rumble. The battle shook violently, and the aftermath of the battle surged. Both sides retreated at the same time. Frost hell, divine punishment. Outside the battle, Mei Wuhan, who had been watching the battle, instantly moved. The divine sword in front of him appeared, and the sun and moon appeared in the sky. With a slash of the sword, the sun and moon turned into sword light, and the divine might punished the world. Both of them flew up, the immortal entrapment and immortal slaying techniques flew up to meet the sun and moon sword radiance. A soft groan was heard as both of them took 3 steps back. Blood splattered from their chests as they were injured. The irresistible power of the divine sword was so terrifying that it was shocking. The Grand Pavilion Master of the Sword Garrett, who was supported by the sun and moon orb, was close to the 4th realm. Even someone as strong as the knowing destiny state was unable to withstand it. Young Master Ning, if you admit defeat now and hand over the 2 immortal swords, I can consider sparing your life. Mei Wuhan stepped forward with a smile on his face. Drip. Blood dripped from the void, splashing vermilion dust and sand. Blood kept dripping from the hands holding the swords, dyeing the blades in his hands red. There was no way out. The 4 heavenly guardians, and the Grand Pavilion Master of the Sword Garrett, who was infinitely close to the 4th realm, was the strongest combination in the world. Demon body. The phoenix body spoke, and the demon body understood. Both of them moved instantly to start the battle again. 6 ultimate demons, reincarnation tribulation. With a deep roar, the demon body expanded, and 100 feet tall demon body appeared between heaven and earth. His hands opened and closed, and the reincarnation tribulation appeared. A surging black vortex with bursts of thunder, and a terrifying power erupted, rushing out with a roar. The 4 heavenly guardians of water, fire, wind, and thunder combined to block the attack. With a bang, each of them took a few steps back, and a flaw appeared in the battle. Nirvana. In an instant, the phoenix body leaped into the sky, and the sword chi on the immortal slaying sword crisscrossed. Magnificent and unparalleled sword lights soared into the sky one after another, circling and speeding. The only sword at the peak reappeared in the world. The sword light broke through the sky, and Mei Wuhan's eyes turned cold. The sun and moon annihilation turned around, and with a swing of the sword light surrounded the sword. The sun and moon were bright in the sky, and the divine power shook the nirvana. Layers of sword light collapsed under the sun and moon annihilation, and it was difficult to pass through the heavenly barrier. 6 ultimate demons, 1,000 gods burial. The nirvana's power was exhausted, and the royal secret technique came again. The 100 feet tall demon body was surrounded by demonic flames, and the fist that shook the sky fell straight down. Mei Wuhan snorted coldly, and the divine sword swept across the sky, blocking the fierce attack again. With a loud bang, the void between the two was shattered, and the shocking aftermath collapsed, destroying everything in the world. In an instant, the power of the 4 heavenly guardians was fully displayed. Their figures flashed past, and the 4 swords moved horizontally, and once again pressed forward. Space shattering. The phoenix body flashed past, and the immortal slaying sword and the star soul sword moved side by side, cutting open the void in front of them. Sky water light wave. Among the 4 heavenly guardians of water, fire, wind, and thunder, the only woman waved her sword, and water light filled the sky, stabilizing the constantly collapsing space. The other 3 heavenly guardians rushed forward and slashed their swords, cold light shining. Sword art, 3 lights shining together. The sword intent turned into shadows, and 3 sword lights broke through the sky, facing the 3 heavenly guardians. 3 swords against 3 heavenly guardians, and with a loud bang, the 3 swords broke through the sword lights, and arrived in front of Hong Yi. The swords cut through her clothes, and blood splattered out. With the danger looming over her, the phoenix quickly reappeared, and avoided the fatal attack. 10 feet away, Hong Yi stopped, and her eyes looked at the 4 heavenly guardians in front of her, and her expression became more and more serious. 4 peak true realm experts were incredible figures in any sect, and Sword Garrett had sent out 4 of them at once, and each of them had amazing attainments in the sword. They could be said to be at the top of the world. This battle would be difficult to end peacefully. On the other side of the battlefield, the demon body was facing the first pavilion master of Sword Garrett, who had a divine weapon in hand. The demon body's 100 feet tall demon body surged with demonic waves, and its fists were powerful enough to split the sky. On the other hand, Mei Wuhan had a divine weapon, the Sun and Moon Annihilation, and his cultivation was unprecedentedly terrifying. In the sky, the Sun and Moon were in the sky, and with the support of the demon body, he didn't panic at all. Frost Prison, Moon Sky. Divine Weapon Demon Shaker Style. Mei Wuhan stepped forward, and the bright moon appeared in the sky. His sword reflected the moon, and his sword opened the 9 heavens. Indestructible protection. The demon body condensed its origin energy, and demon chi gathered around its body, blocking the divine weapon's might. Boom! The skin on the demon body's right arm cracked inch by inch, and the indestructible protection was injured for the first time. The heavenly demon body is indeed extraordinary. Young Master Ning, how many more secrets do you have? Mei Wuhan looked at the 300-meter-tall heavenly demon in front of him, and his eyes flickered. The secrets of Mo Gate's 9th disciple were each more shocking than the last. The Phoenix bloodline, the heavenly demon body, and 2 immortal swords. It was no wonder that so many people wanted to kill him, but none succeeded. Heavenly Demon's 6 arts, Stars transformation. The demon body was injured, and the demon body was covered in blood. However, the blood that flowed out stimulated the demon body's madness. He raised his hand, and demon lightning appeared, and stars appeared in the world. 9 incomparably huge stars descended, and lightning crisscrossed, falling into the mortal world. Frost Prison, Sunrise. Seeing the demon body's power, Mei Wuhan's expression turned serious. He gathered his origin energy, and divine light illuminated the world. In the sky, the divine light of the sun shone brightly, condensing into sword scars that slashed towards the 9 huge stars. Rumbling sounds rang out, and the huge stars collapsed one after another. Demon fire fell from the sky, turning the entire sword pavilion into doomsday. In the rain of fire, Mei Wuhan's body constantly moved, avoiding the falling demon fire. Heavenly Demon 6 arts, The demon body rose, and demon chi surged. Suddenly, the demon body's aura stagnated, and the demon body's secret technique was interrupted. Above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds surged, and an ancient giant dragon gate appeared. It was boundless and heavy, as if the sky was falling. The dragon gate appeared to suppress the knowing destiny double bodies. The martial arts had surpassed the limit. On the other side of the battlefield, the moment the dragon gate appeared, the phoenix body sensed it, and the demon body's aura stagnated. His sword was blocked, and his body was dyed red. The 9 heavens changed, and the most terrifying dragon gate tribulation appeared, causing the demon body's already disadvantaged situation to become even more dangerous. 11. Facing the tribulation, the phoenix body's expression became serious, and the demon body used the 11th sword, and thousands of sword lights gushed out. It was a perfect move that exhausted the limits of the world's sword, and broke into the 9 heavens. The sword current shook the dragon gate, and the world shook. The moment the 11th sword blocked the dragon gate, a sword light flashed behind him, bringing with it a dazzling waterfall of blood. With a muffled groan, the phoenix body's feet staggered, and he waved his left hand, forcing the heavenly protectors to retreat. Brave swordsman, your path has come to an end. The 4 heavenly protectors of water, fire, wind, and thunder surrounded the young figure in the battlefield. They didn't look down on him at all. He was the only person in the world who could withstand such a lineup until now. His life is not up to you to decide. At this moment, the sound of a phoenix pierced through the sky, and an incomparably handsome figure swept over. His sword started killing, and he came to the battlefield. When the 4 heavenly protectors saw him, their expressions didn't change much. They weren't unfamiliar with the name Prince Chi, and he indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. However, this was Sword Pavilion, and once he came, he wouldn't be able to leave easily. As expected, you've returned. Lin Yuzhen, I'm very happy that you've returned. Not far away, Mei Wuhan glanced at the newcomer from the corner of his eye and sneered. Your Highness, you shouldn't have returned. The phoenix body wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and stepped in front of Mei Wuhan. I promised Brother Ning that I would definitely return, so I can't go back on my word. Let's kill our way out together, said Lin Yuzhen softly. You want to leave? On the other side of the battlefield, Mei Wuhan coldly snorted and took a step forward. His sword soared into the sky, and his ultimate move appeared for the first time. Frost Prison, Primal Chaos Tribulation. The sun and moon merged, and primal chaos appeared. Dusky chi rapidly spread, covering the 9 heavens and freezing everything. With the support of a divine item, the primal chaos shocked the world. A terrifying power that made people despair sealed Sword Pavilion's space. The heavens were suppressed, and the earth was surging. Devil body! The phoenix body's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness as he spoke. That's right. The devil body took a step forward, and its 300-meter body returned to its original size. It arrived in front of the phoenix body with a single step, and its devilish chi surged out. The phoenix body and devil body appeared, and the forbidden sword appeared once more. The Taiji diagram rapidly revolved, and yin and yang transformed into energy that crazily absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. You've all done well. Now you can rest. When the final move was about to be decided, ice and snow drifted through the air. The phoenix body appeared, and a white-robed figure walked out. His disdainful appearance. Chapter 855. In the space of Sword Pavilion, the Chaos and Dragon Gate tribulations descended. At the moment of crisis, the phoenix appeared, Bai Yi walked out, and knowing destiny reappeared. His long white hair fluttered in the wind, dazzling white. Time was merciless, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Yi's body was stunned for a moment, then he fell silent. His body dissipated and merged into the main body. The 3 bodies breathed at the same time, and in an instant, a terrifying airflow rushed to the 9 heavens. His white hair danced wildly like a demon. Immortal slaying. With a soft voice, immortal slaying was in his hand, and a murderous aura surged. The most ferocious weapon of the ancient celestial world reappeared. With the awakening of knowing destiny, its power reached its peak. Scroll of Earth, 1,000 revolutions of Earth. With a calm voice, immortal trapping fell into the ground. In an instant, red sword light broke through the air, thousands of them rushing to the 9 heavens. The Chaos Ice Prison couldn't withstand the shocking power, and it quickly collapsed. Scroll of Earth, Earth destruction and mountain destruction. After one move, another moved. The earth rumbled, and huge stone pillars rushed to the sky. With a boom, they blocked the dragon gate that fell to the human world. Your Highness, please help to hold these 4 people back, Ning Chen said softly. He stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Sword Pavilion's master. Without saying a word, immortal slaying started the battle. Bang! The immortal sword and the divine weapon collided, and sword light spread everywhere. The 2 strongest swords in the world clashed, and the flames of war were ignited. Sword technique, nothingness. With a slash of the sword light swallowed the sky and destroyed the earth. It was the same move, but the power was completely different. With the support of the immortal power, the 10,000 feet of the void collapsed. Mei Wuhan's eyes narrowed, and he felt the change in the person in front of him. He also pushed the Sun-Moon avatar to the limit, and his sword met the immortal sword head-on. With a loud rumble, the aftermath surged. The divine weapons clashed, and the sun and moon appeared in the sky, pressing down on by 3,000 miles of sword snow. Ning Chen's left hand clenched, an immortal trapping flew up from the ground. The sword turned into a Taoist secret technique, and wind and snow lingered to meet the sun and moon. The wind and snow split the sky, and the sun and moon fell. The two figures slid 100 feet and stopped. "Young Master Ning, you're different now," Mei Wuhan said softly as he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar young man before him. "Facing an opponent like the Pavilion Master, I dare not hold back." Ning Chen stood in the void and replied calmly. On the other side of the battlefield, Lin Yuzhen was fighting against 4 protectors with one sword. Her entire body was covered in lightning. Although they were both at the peak, the difference between them was obvious. King Qi of Beiki was originally a noble in the mortal world. He had reached the true realm for 100 years and reached the pinnacle for 100 years. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, the dragon's gate that had fallen to the mortal realm crushed the stone pillars one by one. The heavy power of rules permeated the air and pressed down once again. "It's endless." Ning Chen looked at the sky, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His 2 swords changed, and the phoenix fire frost soared into the sky. The Taiji diagram appeared and blocked the falling dragon gate. "Pavilion Master, let's go again." Ning Chen spoke. Once again, the immortal entrapment entered the ground as his astral souls manifested. The Milky Way of the 9 heavens shone resplendently as astral light cascaded downwards, augmenting his sword might. Red light flashed, absorbing the earth chi of the sword pavilion to support the Taiji formation, blocking the dragon gate. On the battlefield below, Bai Yi moved, her astral soul fleeting moving with extreme speed. In an instant, sword light shot towards Qin Wentian. Mei Wuhan leaned to the side, avoiding the sword light. The divine weapon in his hand shone brightly, and a sword slashed across the sky, splitting the sky. Boom! The Zhu Xian blocked the sword, and the 2 weapons clashed again. Frost and snow spread. In an instant, the 2 swords separated, and the astral soul arrived again at extreme speed, like a shadow following the body. One sword was fast and the other was heavy, and the attack and defense alternated. It was simple and unadorned, and the movements were so smooth that it made one's hair stand on end. After learning the sword for 100 years, one had returned to one's original state, and understood the true meaning of the sword. After 100 moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. The 2 ultimate divine weapons clashed at the peak of the world, affecting the wind and clouds and shaking the stars. The divine weapon Sun-Moon Slayer's power was immeasurable, and the celestial sword Zhu Xian was unparalleled in sharpness. One was the number 1 divine weapon of the sword pavilion, the other was the number 1 weapon of the celestial world. The divine weapons of different eras competed under the moon. Mei Wuhan, the strongest in the sword pavilion for thousands of years, and the person closest to the 4th realm. With the divine weapon in hand, his strength had reached a new level, and he was infinitely close to the legendary 4th realm. Warriors in the knowing destiny state were warriors who had walked out of hell. They could split into 3 bodies and had gone through countless trials and tribulations. Their combat power was unpredictable. The 2 peak experts of the world fought under the moonlight. Sword clashed, and cold light shone in all directions. Nirvana! Ning Chen moved his sword, and the celestial sword Qi soared into the sky. Magnificent sword light illuminated the night sky and the cold moon. Frost prison, karmic water. When the sword light arrived, Mei Wuhan activated the divine weapon's power, and waves of water surged, forming layers of barriers in front of him. Nirvana broke through the sky, and the sword might shook the world. Layers of waves scattered, and it was difficult to block the sword might. Mei Wuhan frowned. He waved the Sun-Moon Slayer again, and blocked the sword light that was close to him. He had already sensed it, and now he was sure. Mei Wuhan looked at the white-haired young man in front of him, and his eyes became more and more serious. Compared to before, this person's foundation was like a completely different person. Boom! Up in the sky, the Dragon Gate's power became heavier and heavier. Below, the Taiji diagram trembled unceasingly, and gradually reached its limit. When Mei Wuhan saw this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward, and the Sun-Moon Slayer shone brightly. He slashed at the Taiji diagram in the sky. Ning Chen coldly snorted. His silhouette flickered, and with a single step, he appeared in the air, using the immortal slaying technique to forcefully break apart the sword chi of the Sun-Moon Slayer. Sir Ning, the feeling of being suppressed by the Dragon Gate doesn't feel good, right? Why don't you let this seat give you a lift? Mei Wuhan softly asked. The smile on his face was so cold that it caused people's hair to stand on end. He had always been smiling, and the mask on his face could no longer be removed. Ning Chen coldly stood in the air, his white hair fluttering in the wind. He wasn't willing to waste any more words with this madman who had lost his mind. The astral souls in his right hand flashed, and in the air, millions of astral light gathered. A boundless sword pressure gushed forth, and the forbidden sword appeared. This move has already been broken by moonless water. Do you dare to use it in front of this seat? Frost prison, frost flow. As the sound of his voice faded, the cold chi around Mei Wuhan intensified. His sword condensed into frost, and numerous streams of sword chi shot out with extreme speed, aiming for the figure in the air. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi closed in on Mei Wuhan. But at this moment, ripples appeared in the space around Mei Wuhan. The flow of time became abnormally slow, and the sword chi was obstructed, unable to get close. Yellow Spring Seal, Time Unseal. Two great divine restrictions appeared, fighting for an instant. Descent of the Sixth Daos, Myriad Devil Tribulations, Supreme Forbidden Sword. The sword chi converged, exuding an incomparably majestic might. Mei Wuhan took a step forward, and her figure soared into the 9 heavens. Devil Phoenix Heavenly Tribulation. The Devil Phoenix appeared, and the cry of a phoenix shook the heavens. A black phoenix appeared in the horizon, surrounded by devil chi. With a flap of its wings, a terrifying black sword chi broke through the air, filled with towering killing intent. Seeing how powerful this move was, Mei Wuhan's expression stiffened. His divine weapon flashed, and the phenomenon of the sun and moon appearing in the sky appeared, protecting him. In the next instant, millions of swords broke through the air, and layers of sword chi whistled through the air, leaving terrifying sword scars in the horizon. Something's wrong. The black sword chi flashed past, and below, Mei Wuhan's expression changed. He hurriedly glanced to the other side, only to see the Dragon Gate, which was supported by the Taiji diagram, trembling violently. After sensing the danger, its law energy rapidly surged. Boom! An instant later, the sword chi arrived, and the boundless sword chi collided with the Dragon Gate. The aftershock was unparalleled, and the space collapsed, swallowing all the light in the surroundings. Chapter 856. In the sky above Jiang'a, the supreme forbidden sword broke the Dragon Gate. The 3 of them worked together and the demon phoenix appeared. Mortals couldn't become immortals. This was the law of heaven and earth. No one could change it. For countless years, this law had stopped countless cultivators. Knowing destiny, they didn't believe in heaven's will. They learned martial arts and swordsmanship. They were unrivaled in the world. 100 years was a long and arduous time. Their white hair was engraved with the marks of time. They fought bloody battles and were on the verge of death. Today, heaven didn't have the right to stop knowing destiny from advancing. The black stream of swords collided with the dragon gate. A terrifying collision sound echoed. Raging waves surged, destroying everything in its path. Behind the stream of swords, the demon phoenix spread its wings, and in an instant, it collided with the dragon gate again. Crack! Amid the earth-shaking tremors, cracks appeared on the dragon's gate, crisscrossing each other. Although the cracks were small, there were too many to count. The dragon gate was damaged. In the sky above, the wind and clouds swirled. Black lightning descended, blasting towards the white-clothed figure below. Heavens, you can't stop me! Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. He waved his sword and starlight shone, scattering the lightning. With a step, a red light flashed. Ning Chen instantly arrived in front of the dragon gate. Immortal execution gathered the boundless sword energy in the world and broke the sky with a sword. Rumble, another terrifying tremor resounded through the starry sky. On the dragon gate, more and more cracks appeared and became deeper. If you want to pass the tribulation, you have to ask for my permission first. At this moment, the sun and moon were shining brightly behind him. Mei Wuhan rushed over and waved his divine weapon. Ning Chen turned his head. His eyes were calm and indifferent. His astral soul circulated and the life scripture activated his peerless foundation. His sword pierced through the snow and collided with the divine weapon of Jiangya. Formless sword. After blocking the head of Jiangya, Ning Chen waved the immortal execution in his left hand again. The sword light quickly gathered and slashed towards the dragon gate. Crack! The sound of breaking resounded again, getting more and more ear-piercing. On the dragon gate, half of the runes were cut open by the sword light. A clear crack also appeared on the dragon gate. Rumble! In the sky above, thunder rumbled and thunder rumbled. The heavens were furious and didn't hesitate to eliminate the heaven-defying person below. First Pavilion Master, do you want to transcend the tribulation together? Ning Chen's expression was calm as he spoke. The Star Soul Sword's demonic chi surged. Stars twirled around it, and demonic lightning surged, meeting the mysterious azure wrath head-on. The demonic technique shook the heavens, and its remaining might roared through the heavens. The two extremes of human power and heavenly might clashed. The two extremes devoured each other, neither giving way. At the side, Mei Wuhan retreated 100 zhang, avoiding several bolts of lightning. His eyes flashed with seriousness. The might of the heavenly tribulation was not something an outsider could touch. Otherwise, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Ning Chen smiled indifferently and ignored him. Immortal Slayer pierced through the air and slashed at the dragon gate. The power of the dragon gate was beyond imagination. For countless years, no one had been able to break through it. That was why there was the act of leaping through the dragon gate. The heavenly Tao did not allow it. Ning Chen could not leap over the dragon's gate. He could only break through it with force and forcefully open a path to immortality. The night was long. The white-haired silhouette in front of the dragon gate wielded the celestial slaying sword again and again. The horrifying aura of the sword was constantly changing. The unparalleled foundation and the unparalleled heavenly weapon made even the strong dragon gate unable to withstand it. Cracks appeared everywhere and reached its limit. Above the 9 heavens, the tribulation clouds were getting lower and lower. The thunderclouds had turned blood-red, and the sky was filled with blood-red lightning bolts. The strongest heavenly tribulation possessed incomparably vast might. Everywhere the blood-red lightning passed, space collapsed and was completely obliterated. The opportunity presented itself. Outside the battle, Mei Wuhan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His genuine qi was pushed to the limit, and the sun and moon appeared. Yin Moon and Heavenly Sun. The ultimate technique of the Swordplay Codex was combined with the divine weapon of the sun and moon. The moment it was used, the whole heaven and earth shook. The sun and moon turned into swords and swept forward. At the same time, above the dragon gate, the endless power of the law flourished, suppressing the person in front. 3 strange changes attacked at the same time. Ning Chen's expression did not change. He took a step forward, and the void shattered. Behind him, 2 illusory forms of Dharma appeared. The shadow of a phoenix and the shadow of a demon appeared, and a horrifying aura spread rapidly. Sword technique, 3 lights shine together. The human, phoenix, and demon all moved at the same time. 3 rays of sword light broke through the night, blocking the attacks from 3 different directions. With a loud rumble, the 3 dazzling lights dispersed the attack. In the aftermath, a white-haired figure in white clothes appeared in the sky. With Zhu immortal and astral souls in his hands, he looked peerless, showing disdain for the past and present. In the distance, in another battle, Prince Qi was blocking the 4 celestial protectors. His extraordinary martial spirit shone dazzlingly in the night sky. Phoenix Cry sword light flashed. Facing the combined attacks of 4 experts on the same level, he was not at a disadvantage. 4th sister, go help the pavilion master. Lei Tianhu, the leader of the 4 celestial protectors, said when he saw that the battle would not end in a short time. Yes. The only woman among the 4 celestial protectors nodded. She took a step forward, wanting to leave the battle. None of you can leave. Lin Yuzhen snorted coldly. She turned around and her body moved like a dancing phoenix. A strange movement technique appeared in front of the woman in an instant. She waved her sword and forced the woman to retreat. In the distance, knowing destiny had reached a critical moment. Thunder and lightning crisscrossed the sky as if it was the end of the world. Even though they were far away, they could feel the suffocating pressure. Lin Yuzhen stood in front of the 4 celestial protectors with an unprecedentedly determined expression. She would stop the 4 of them at all costs. Prince Qi, you should know the price of offending the sword pavilion better than anyone else. If you step aside now, the pavilion master might be lenient and not implicate the Baiki Empire, Lei Tianhu said coldly. I, Lin Yuzhen, will never be threatened by anyone. The same goes for the sword pavilion. Lin Yuzhen looked at the 4 people in front of her calmly. She held the Phoenix Cry tightly in her hand. Green lightning kept flashing around her body. Her cultivation was fully unleashed, stunning beyond compare. Stubborn. The 4 celestial protectors' expressions turned cold. They dashed out and started another round of killing. Boom. Thunder and lightning fell. The battle in the distance was like the end of the world. The white-clothed figure stood tall between heaven and earth, unwilling to give in. No one knew how many times the thunder punishment and the dragon gate had endured. The determination in knowing destiny's eyes never wavered. Sword after sword, he silently resisted the cruel fate imposed on him by the heavens. Unknowingly, his white and clean clothes were stained red. His hands holding the sword were hit by the aftershocks again and again. Blood splashed and dyed the blade red. Outside the battle, Mei Wuhan's expression became more and more serious. He looked at the white-clothed young man in front of him. For the first time, an inexplicable panic flashed in his heart. I can't let him succeed. After making up his mind, Mei Wuhan's heart sank. He no longer cared about the thunder punishment in the sky. He stepped forward and slashed at the white-clothed figure in front of the dragon gate. Nirvana! The final moment had arrived. In front of the dragon gate, Ning Chen shouted softly. The sword light around him soared into the sky. The fairy slayer flew up and frost filled the sky. The wind and snow opened the gate of heaven. The whole world turned into a world of ice and snow. Ugh! There was no beginning and no end. Endless swords were unavoidable and unstoppable. Mei Wuhan's chest was slashed by a sword light. Blood splashed out. He was instantly heavily injured. In front of the dragon gate, the fairy slayer's sword soared into the sky. It absorbed the heroic sword energy within 1,000 miles and turned into a sword light that was 3,000 feet long. It directly smashed into the dragon gate that was riddled with holes. Boom! With a final loud sound, the dragon's gate in the sky rumbled and trembled, crumbling inch by inch. In front of the collapsed dragon gate, Sui turned and looked at the person in front of her. She calmly said, "From now on, the battle will begin anew." Chapter 857. Under the cold moonlight, heaven and earth shook and the dragon gate collapsed. The shackles on Knowing Destiny's body also disappeared. In an instant, spiritual energy rapidly gathered within 1,000 miles, forming a huge spiritual energy vortex and crazily entering Knowing Destiny's body. Her fluttering white hair was dazzling, and her white robe fluttered in the wind. She had cultivated for 100 years, and now she was stepping into immortality. Again. As soon as she finished speaking, her silhouette disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already 100 feet away. She slashed down with her sword. With a boom, Zhu Immortal and Sun Moon collided, and a terrifying power erupted. Mei Wuhan only felt a huge force coming from his sword, and his body fell straight down. The earth shook violently, and waves of dust filled the air. Mei Wuhan barely managed to stabilize himself, but when he looked at the sky again, he could no longer see Su Yi's silhouette. Not good! Mei Wuhan's expression changed, and he subconsciously dodged. Behind him, Su Yi instantly appeared. She slashed her sword, and the sword light destroyed heaven and earth. With a rumble, the ground in front of her split open, and the cracks spread out for 1,000 miles. Corporeal realm. Looking at the silhouette in front of him in the spiritual energy vortex, Mei Wuhan's face was filled with disbelief. How could this be? He had never heard of someone reaching the corporeal realm right after stepping into immortality. Inside the spiritual energy vortex, Ning Chen looked at the cracks in the ground in front of him and frowned slightly. It seemed that he was still not used to this reconstructed body. He took a step forward and disappeared again. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Immortal slashed the sky, and everything fell. Fast, unbelievably fast. Mei Wuhan came back to his senses and waved his sword to block the attack. With a boom, he was forced back several steps. Strong, unparalleled strong. Peerless foundation and the only sword in one body, unrivaled in the world. The silhouette moved in an instant. Although the sword moved, Zhu Immortal's sword was unstoppable. Xing Hun's sword was extremely fast. Every move was fast and unavoidable. The only sword at the peak, peerless since ancient times, shone with the same brilliance. The heavenly might rumbled through Sword Pavilion, and it suppressed Sun Moon / Frost Prison Blood Moon. Unwilling to be suppressed, Mei Wuhan's expression sank. The blood qi around him flowed into his sword. Instantly, the moon in the sky turned blood-red, and a blinding blood-red light rapidly spread out. The blood-moon phenomenon seemed to have been sensed by the heavens and earth, and it began to tremble violently. Mei Wuhan took a step forward, and the sun-moon annihilation shone with a bloody light as it slashed towards the plain-clothed man. The spiritual qi converged and reached its end. Ning Chen's left hand once again slashed out with the fairy-slaying sword, directly confronting the blood moon. With a thunderous boom, the immortal sword broke through the blood moon. His astral soul drew upon the power of the constellations in the 9 heavens, as he forcefully retaliated. Mei Wuhan swung his sword to block the starlight. With a muffled groan, he retreated several steps. It was an unbelievable fact. Before and after he stepped into the celestial realm, he was like a completely different person. He had the ability of knowing destiny and looked down on the world. The dripping blood dyed the ice red. Mei Wuhan's eyes were filled with shock and surprise. For the first time in his life, he felt the fear of death. I am the master of Sword Pavilion, I cannot lose. Mei Wuhan raised his voice, and the atmosphere around him changed. His long black hair danced wildly in the wind, and a dark gray frost rapidly spread out. Above the divine artifact, frost qi spread out. His ultimate move had appeared majestically. Heaven's Descent, Frost Hell. The tip of his sword pointed to the sky, and frost descended. The entire space of Sword Pavilion instantly turned into a dark hell. 1,000 miles were sealed in ice, and 10,000 miles of frost fell. When Ningchen saw this, he took a step forward and raised his two swords. The heavenly book fused with his sword, and a divine sun soared into the sky. 11. Burning the heavens. 9 suns burned the world, and 11 opened the heavenly gate. Within the dark ice hell, 9 suns soared into the sky. Phoenix flames spread, burning the world. At the same time, sword chi surged from the fairy-slaying sword, converging into the 9 suns. A world-shaking sword might spread throughout the ice hell. In the next instant 9 sword suns fell from the sky. Ice and fire collided, causing rumbling sounds. The 9 suns collapsed, and the ice hell melted. Ugh! Sword chi pierced through Mei Wuhan's body, causing him to retreat several steps. Mei Wuhan pressed his sword against the ground to stop himself from retreating. His blood dyed the ground in front of him red. Mei Wuhan grunted in pain. Sword chi surged out of his chest, causing another waterfall of blood to splash out. Mei Wuhan couldn't help but laugh uproariously as he looked at the blood flowing from his sword. How crazy, how desolate! Pavilion Master! On the other side of the battlefield, the 4 celestial protectors felt their Pavilion Master's defeat. Anxiety flashed across their faces. Their swords were like a storm as they hurried to leave the battlefield. Facing the 4 celestial protectors' desperate attacks, Lin Yuzhen immediately felt the pressure on her body multiply. Her expression became serious as she focused on dealing with them. I can't be defeated, I can't be defeated. Under the cold moonlight, Mei Wuhan constantly muttered. His aura was extremely chaotic. His sword intent crisscrossed, creating bottomless cracks in the ground. Ha! With a long and mournful cry, Mei Wuhan took a step forward, and his figure soared into the sky. Soon after, he swiftly flew towards the other side of the battlefield. Ningchen frowned. When he looked back, his expression changed slightly. Not good. But at this moment, Mei Wuhan arrived in the battlefield. Sun and Moon Avatar slashed out, forcing King Qi to retreat. Heaven, death, blood, sacrifice! Mei Wuhan shouted, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Under the terrified gazes of the 4 celestial protectors, gray ice crystals fell from the sky, sealing their bodies. With a wave of his hand, blood and bones exploded. Mei Wuhan was bathed in a rain of blood. His true chi was constantly devouring the 4 celestial protectors' strength. This crazy and shocking scene showed the ugliness of human nature. Crazy! On the ground, Ning Chen's expression sank. He could no longer suppress the killing intent in his eyes. He rushed to the front of the battlefield. Frost Prison, Blood God! Within the rain of blood, Mei Wuhan opened his eyes. A terrifying true chi soared into the sky, and his hair instantly turned a dazzling scarlet. The falling blood turned into ice, and flowers of blood blossomed in the sky. Mei Wuhan walked forward step by step. Flowers of blood blossomed around his body, beautiful yet terrifying. Your Highness King Qi, it's time to return the Phoenix Cry Sword, Mei Wuhan softly said. An instant later, he arrived. Sun and moon split open the sky, and a boundless sword chi slashed down. Lin Yuzhen's pupils shrank. She faced the Phoenix Cry Sword head-on, but was forced to retreat several steps. Blood flowed out of the hand holding the sword. His immeasurable cultivation had actually far surpassed the half-step 4th realm. It had reached a whole new realm. At this moment, Ning Chen arrived in front of King Qi in the blink of an eye. Your Highness, retreat to the side first. Leave this person to me. Ning Chen glanced at the injured Prince Qi and said, Can you handle it alone? Lin Yuzhen worriedly asked while enduring the heavy injury on her arm. I alone am enough to deal with her. Ning Chen calmly replied as he looked at the crazy woman in front of him. Be careful. Knowing that she would only be a burden if she stayed, Lin Yuzhen no longer hesitated. She stepped out of the battlefield. Young Master Ning is truly a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. A gentle smile appeared on Mei Wuhan's face as he said softly, "Unfortunately, neither of you will be able to leave here alive today." Chapter 858. In the Battle of Sword Pavilion, the flames of war reached the sky. Mei Wuhan had devoured the 4 heavenly body arts, and his cultivation had reached the peak once again. The surging True Yuan was vast and chaotic. Streaks of sword qi crisscrossed in the air, constantly circling around. His red hair fluttered in the wind. The smile on Mei Wuhan's face was as graceful as before, but the blood on his face made his smile even more dazzling. King Qi withdrew, and only 2 people were left in the battle. They faced each other, standing at the peak. In an instant, the 2 moved at the same time. They were so fast that it took a spark to fly off a flint. Their divine weapons clashed. The peak of the sword, the peak of martial arts. The 2 strongest people in the world met each other at the peak. They exchanged moves that could destroy the world. Immortal execution, sun and moon slash. Sword hums echoed in the air. As they clashed, the void collapsed and recovered. It was an endless cycle. Sword style, break space. With a slash of his sword, starlight filled the sky. Wind and snow surged on the Star Soul sword. With a slash of his sword, 10,000 zhang waves whistled out. Mei Wuhan sneered. Sun and moon slashed out, and the sword qi in front of him was dispersed. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. After devouring the 4 heavenly body arts, this sword pavilion master's cultivation was probably infinitely close to the 4th level. Do you need our help? Phoenix fire and demonic qi surged, and 2 illusory figures appeared and asked. No need. Ning Chen shook his head. Your foundation is not enough. I will fight this battle. You only need to lend me your strength. The 2 figures nodded. They didn't say anything else. Their figures dissipated and returned to their original bodies. 1 body, 3 transformations, and each of them has been cultivated to such a level. Young Master Ning, you have made me look at you in a new light. Mei Wuhan said with a smile. It's too early to be surprised. Pavilion Master, let's fight again. Ning Chen said indifferently. He raised his sword and starlight fell from the sky. His astral soul trembled, and his sword intent rose rapidly. As you wish. Mei Wuhan's smile gradually turned cold. He took a step forward, and the sun and moon on his sword illuminated the world. Earth scroll. Ning Chen didn't move. He whispered something under his breath. Suddenly, the ground beneath them started to rumble. Rocks and boulders were ripped off the ground and transformed into giant stone swords that shot towards the person in front of him. Mei Wuhan's eyes turned cold as he turned around, avoiding the stone swords that shot up into the sky one after another. Azure Dragon Descent. In the blink of an eye, Sui arrived in front of him. She raised her hand and grabbed his shoulder. The Azure Dragon roared out, locking the 2 of them in place as they fell to the ground. You! Mei Wuhan's expression changed drastically, and his body continued to struggle. However, the Azure Dragon formed from sword qi became tighter and tighter, bringing the 2 of them down like a meteor, plummeting from the sky. With a loud boom, the Azure Dragon fell to the ground, and the earth in all directions cracked. Waves of dust rose up, covering the cold moon in the 9 heavens. Cough, cough. Amidst the waves of dust, there was a violent coughing sound. A moment later, Mei Wuhan's figure shot out. He stopped 1,000 feet away and vomited a mouthful of blood that dyed the ground red. 4 symbols power, Mei Wuhan said in shock as he turned his head to look at the plain-clothed figure slowly walking out of the dust. Sui appeared amidst the gradually dissipating waves of dust. The 4 symbols phantoms were faintly discernible around her, and they roared and stirred up the wind and clouds. 4 symbols heavenly guide, extreme primal chaos. The sword swept out and the 4 symbols rose up. The ancient gods were existences that had existed since the beginning of creation. Although they had already disappeared from the world, The remaining power of their bloodline was still incomparably powerful. As soon as they appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly gathered. Mei Wuhan's figure flashed, and his sword slashed towards the man. With a bang, the primal chaos blocked the sun and moon. The rapidly spinning four symbols phantoms gradually disappeared. Heavy divine essence gathered, forming the cycle of reincarnation, once again evolving the image of creation. The peak of the Tao, creating something out of nothing, the beginning of life. Heaven and earth seemed to have died. Within the primal chaos, invisible lightning crisscrossed. The scene of the beginning was shocking. Sword art unity. At the end of the primal chaos, there was nothing, and the master was unity. A sword that surpassed destruction crazily gathered. Su-yi was as still as a mountain. With a wave of her sword, the world in front of her became still. Her sword intent was boundless, and her sword chi was formless. A sword chi tore through the air. Mei Wuhan didn't have time to react. The hand holding the sword was cut off from his shoulder. Blood spurted out, dyeing the night sky red. The sun-moon avatar flew out, stabbing into the ground with a clang. Cough, cough. Blood flowed out, dyeing her clothes red. Mei Wuhan held her broken arm, coughing violently. Blood seeped into her hair. Pavilion Master, you've lost. Ning Chen stepped forward and looked at the woman in front of him who was in an extremely sorry state, and said calmly, I am the Master of Sword Pavilion. I cannot lose. Mei Wuhan spat out a mouthful of blood as he roared in a low voice, and his usually graceful and luxurious appearance had become extremely savage at this moment. What was an indisputable fact was something she had no choice but to accept. Mei Wuhan's expression gradually calmed down. She bowed and lowered her head. Young Master Ning, please spare my life. Even an ant craves for life. However, I won't say that I'll spare your life. Ning Chen calmly said. Frost appeared on the immortal exterminating sword once more. A terrifying sword pressure rose, carrying boundless killing intent as it slashed down. Death was imminent. Madness flashed in Mei Wuhan's eyes. She shouted and poured out all of her true essence. An incomparably violent energy caused the 10,000 years of earth chi beneath Sword Pavilion to explode. I can't keep your life. Ning Chen raised his hand and the immortal trapping sword flew out from the ground. Boundless red light spread out, using earth chi to suppress the earth chi, forcibly suppressing the underground spirit vein that was about to explode. Boundless despair and fear in Mei Wuhan's eyes grew. She unwillingly turned around and fled. Ning Chen swung his sword, but at this moment, his sword suddenly paused. He looked at the horizon with a grave expression. Wind and clouds stirred in the horizon as a silver-white figure descended from the sky. He was wearing incomparably luxurious divine clothes. His aura was noble and inviolable. Di Mingtian. Ning Chen's expression turned cold when he saw who it was. How have you been, Mo Gate's ninth disciple? Di Mingtian's feet landed on the ground. The destroyed sword pavilion couldn't bear the extreme pressure and cracked open once more. Since you've come, then that person should also be here. Ning Chen said coldly as he looked to the other side. It's been a long time. Mo Luotian walked out from beside the fallen sun-moon avatars. Looking at the plain-clothed young man not far away, he faintly said, Just the two of you? Or do you think that just the two of you can stop me? Ning Chen's expression was ice-cold. Your current strength is indeed incomparable to the past. However, we didn't come here today to fight with you. Di Mingtian moved and stood between Ning Chen and the Sun-Moon Orchid, blocking the latter's path. On the other side, Mo Luotian stretched out his hand and pulled out the Sword Pavilion's divine artifact. He didn't hesitate and the black mist around him gradually disappeared. So your goal is that sword. Looking at the noble figure blocking his path, Ning Chen didn't go up to fight for it. That's right, Sword Pavilion's strength isn't bad. I still have to thank you for your help. Goodbye, I believe that we will meet again soon. After saying that, Di Mingtian's body emitted a bright silver light and he disappeared without a trace. Looking at the direction the two of them left, Ning Chen didn't move. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Just what were the Nether Hall and Di Mingtian planning? Chapter 859. The cold night was bone-chilling. The moon hung high in the sky, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The flames of war had burned down Sword Pavilion, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. The ground was filled with crisscrossing cracks. Under the moonlight, the woman in the purple dress stood silently. Her beautiful face was filled with sorrow. "Second Pavilion Master, I'm sorry," said Lin Yuzhen apologetically. Yu Shui came back to his senses and shook his head. "It's not your fault. This is my and Wuxia's fate. We can't blame anyone else." Lin Yuzhen sighed and retreated to the side, no longer bothering the woman. Not far away, a white-haired figure walked over. When he saw the two of them, he nodded at Yu Shui. "Second Pavilion Master, how are your injuries?" asked Ning Chen. "I'm fine," Yu Shui replied. "I've only lost a bit of my cultivation and lifespan. It's not important to me." Ning Chen remained silent. He looked at King Qi and calmly said, "Your Highness, we should go." Lin Yuzhen nodded and took one last look at the woman. She sighed once more and turned to leave. The two of them appeared outside the floating continent of Sword Pavilion. They called out the heavenly ship and flew off into the distance. Behind them, the continent of Sword Pavilion was floating in the starry sky. The peak inheritance that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years had completely declined overnight. Ning Chen stood in front of the heavenly ship. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Of all the people he had met, the first Pavilion Master was undoubtedly the strongest. He had far surpassed the peak of the True Realm and was not far from the legendary Fourth Realm. However, in today's battle, Sword Pavilion had not displayed any other trump cards apart from the four heavenly protectors. This was indeed strange. The Nether Hall, Ji-Clan, and Heaven Mending Pavilion all had old monsters that had survived using secret techniques, but Sword Pavilion had none. From the current situation, the only reason was the first Pavilion Master. Perhaps the origin of her terrifying cultivation was not something that could be revealed to the public. The heavenly ark sped towards the distant spirit void starfield. At the same time, on the Shinji Peak that was tens of thousands of miles away, the heavens shook and the earth shook. An indescribable sword pressure swept out, peaceful and clean. After 100 years, the sword heart had transformed. In front of Shinji Peak, a purple-robed Shinji turned his head and looked at the woman walking over. He smiled and asked, "Did you succeed?" "Thank you for your teachings, Godfather." A man bowed and spoke softly. Shinji chuckled and said, "Your talent has always been rare in this world, and foster father did not teach you anything. Now you have already surpassed me. There is no place in this world that you cannot go." "Godfather, you praise me too much." She looked up at the person before her and said, "Foster father, I want to leave the mountain." Hearing this, Shinji frowned and said, "It's been 100 years. You still can't forget him?" A man shook his head lightly and replied, "I can't." Shinji's frown deepened as he continued, "His life horoscope is 1,000 calamities and 10,000 tribulations. If you stay with him, you will only be implicated. Do you understand?" "I'm not afraid." A trace of nostalgia appeared on Wild's face and she smiled. "He will protect me. Aren't you afraid of dragging him down?" Shinji asked again. "He's not afraid." A man chuckled. "Moreover, I'm not a burden to him now." Shinji sighed and said, "A man, it's not that foster father insists on stopping the two of you from being together. However, a great calamity will descend upon the world soon, and no one will be able to escape it. At that time, he won't even be able to protect himself, so how can he protect you?" "Foster father." A man's eyes curved slightly like crescent moons, and they were so beautiful that others couldn't bear to blaspheme them. She smiled and said, No matter what great calamity it is, we've already experienced it. If he's not afraid, then I'm not afraid as well. Shinji fell silent, and a short moment later, he said softly, "A man, are you sure you're the one he likes?" In the past thousands of years, he'd met too many people. However, only this person was the most complicated. She seemed to be respectful and courteous, yet she was actually filled with schemes. She seemed to be resolute and cold, yet she was filled with love and trust. She wore 1,000 masks, and it was impossible for others to see through her. Hearing Shinji's question, a man calmed down. After a long while, she shook her head and said, "I don't know. I'll go ask him." Shinji sighed and said, "A man, listen to foster father's advice. Let it go. His heart is too complicated. I'm afraid that even he doesn't know who he likes. In fact, there's no place in his heart to let go of any other feelings, including for you." A man didn't refute and only shook her head again. She said softly, "I'm going to find him." Shinji frowned again. Just as he was about to speak, the wind and clouds in the sky swirled, and a beautiful figure walked out. She looked at the man in front of the mountain peak and said, "Shinji, something's happened." Shinji turned around and asked seriously, "What's the matter?" "The demon palace has appeared," Baiwa said gravely. "Where is it?" A light flashed through Shinji's eyes. For tens of thousands of years, the demon palace had been missing without a trace. Even when he and the Dawn Moon brothel master worked together, they couldn't divine the location of the demon palace. From this, it could be deduced that the demon palace must have an incredible treasure that could conceal the aura of the world, preventing them from prying into the secrets of the heavens. "All heaven Starfield," Baiwa replied. "All heaven." When Shinji heard this, he looked at the starfield in the distance and narrowed his eyes. The demon palace had a great plan. It seemed that they had been preparing for a long time. Among the 11 great inheritances, the underworld had been destroyed. The Hall of the Dead was restless. The 2 lineages didn't have enough land to expand, but they had more than enough to defend. The 4 pavilions had always been difficult to achieve. As for the remaining 3 sects, Taoism had long been removed from the world. Only the Buddhist kingdom and the demon palace were in seclusion and recuperating. However, based on the current situation, after tens of thousands of years of recuperation, the demon palace's strength had recovered far more than the Buddhist kingdom. Since the demon palace had appeared, the war shouldn't be far away. In the battle between Buddhism and demon, without the help of Taoism, would the Buddhist kingdom be able to escape the calamity of being destroyed? "A man, you can leave first. Foster father and Baiwa the Venerable have something to talk about." Thinking of this, Shinji looked at the girl beside him and said gently, "Yes." A man replied softly and left obediently. "What do you have that you don't want this girl to know?" asked Baiwa as he watched a man leave. Shinji nodded and said, "Back then, the 9th son of Moism went to the Buddhist kingdom to seek the Buddha's help. With his temperament, it's impossible for him to stand by and do nothing when the Buddhist kingdom is in trouble. I don't want a man to know about this." "Why are you so against a man being together with the 9th son of Moism? Haven't you always had a whole new level of respect for him?" asked Baiwa in confusion. "It's different." Shinji shook his head and said, "The 9th son of Moism has too many tribulations. He can overcome them once, twice, or even 10 or 20 times. However, can he always overcome them? I don't know why he has to face so many tribulations, but it's not difficult to see from his karma that he has definitely done something that angered the heavens and caused him to suffer such consequences. He won't be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life." Baiwa sighed and said, "This girl isn't someone who changes her mind easily. Otherwise, 100 years would have been enough for her to let go. Shinji, if fate allows it, why don't you give them a chance?" Shinji fell silent for a moment and then he said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Does the Dawn Moon Pavilion Master know about the Demon Palace's appearance?" "Yes." Baiwe nodded. The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master has the light scroll. Her ability to see through the heavens is even greater than mine. Since the Demon Palace has appeared, that Moon Weaver should also be formally entering the human world. Baiwe, the enmity between the Moon Devil clan and your Baiwe clan is about to begin once more, said Shinji calmly. The Moon Devil clan. Baiwe's eyes flashed coldly. She really hadn't expected that the war between the two clans would begin once more in her generation. The Demon Palace has many experts. Tens of thousands of years ago, when it was at its peak, it fought against the world on its own. In the end, the Taoist path was destroyed, and the Buddhist kingdom's vitality was greatly damaged. They had no choice but to go into seclusion to recuperate. This time, the Demon Palace will definitely be fully prepared. Baiwe, you have to be mentally prepared, warned Shinji. I understand. Baiwe nodded. But I don't know why the Demon Palace would choose to appear at this time. The timing is truly hard to understand. Hearing that, Shinji narrowed his eyes. The ninth son of Mo Gate has opened the ancient immortal realm, and the heavens and earth's laws have been partially repaired. In the next 100 years, there will definitely be people who will reach the fourth realm. However, there aren't many resources, and the number of people who can reach the fourth realm is limited. It's not strange that the Demon Palace would choose to appear at this time. Isn't Sword Pavilion the same? Shinji's body stiffened, and his eyes began to flicker. Wait a moment. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-sealing chessboard appeared. It was illusory yet real, and the chess pieces began to move. An invisible hand parted the clouds, revealing the heavens. In the distant starry sky, the heavens and earth's laws had collapsed. The space was riddled with holes, and not a single part of it was intact. Something has happened to Sword Pavilion, said Shinji, suppressing the fluctuations in his heart. I think I know why the Demon Palace would choose to appear at this time. Shinji's gaze grew grave. You should be very clear on what has happened in the past few days. Baiyu narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? First, it was the Nether Hall, then the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, and now Sword Pavilion. In less than 3 years, one ancient inheritance after another has been heavily damaged, and all of them are related to Mo Gate's ninth disciple. Now that I think about it, there are practically no inheritances left in this world that can stop the Demon Palace, said Shinji calmly. You're saying that Mo Gate's ninth disciple has a deal with the Demon Palace? Asked Baiyu. I'm still unable to confirm it. Shinji shook his head. However, Mo Gate's ninth disciple's actions have truly helped the Demon Palace greatly. The Buddhist kingdom was adjacent to the various heavens. Within the crisscrossing formations, majestic palaces soared into the clouds. After tens of thousands of years, the Demon Palace had appeared once more. In front of the Demon Palace's sacred hall, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. She held a red umbrella and walked into the hall. Sacred priest. Within the hall, Moon Weaver bowed and spoke respectfully. A man in a water-blue robe stood in front of her. Not the slightest ripple could be seen on his cold face. His eyes were calm and deep. With just a glance, people would unconsciously lower their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Let's begin, said the man indifferently. Yes. Moon Weaver bowed respectfully before turning and leaving. The man looked back. The scene of Sword Pavilion's collapse gradually disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the space returned to normal. Chapter 860. In the starry sky, the cyan heavenly ship flashed past as Ji Ming and Prince Qi rushed towards the direction of the Spirit Void starfield without stopping for even a moment. White Emperor Star, Ji family's sacred palace. Ji Yuechu sat on the main seat as he read the news from the All-Heaven starfield. The appearance of the Demon Palace was not good news. For several tens of thousands of years, the Demon Palace had swept through all the starfields by themselves. Even the Taoist sect and Buddhist kingdom, who were at their peak, were unable to stop them. Now that the Taoist sect had been destroyed and the Buddhist kingdom was greatly weakened, there was no inheritance in the world that could stop the demon palace. Sacred Lord. A Ji family's supreme elder walked over and respectfully bowed. What is it? Ji Yuechu collected his thoughts and asked the Ji family's ninth supreme elder. The Qilin Pavilion sent a letter. Inside the hall, the Ji clan's ninth grand elder responded and immediately presented the letter. Ji Yuechu received the letter and read it. He frowned slightly. It was a letter of alliance from the Qilin Pavilion. However, this condition was truly difficult. After reading the letter, Ji Yuechu handed the letter to the supreme elder before him and asked, "What do you think?" The Ji family's ninth supreme elder took the letter and gave it a glance. He thought for a bit and said, 2 years ago, the Qilin Pavilion invited Prince Qi as a guest. After that, Prince Qi disappeared for a period of time. Now, it seems that there should be a conflict between them. Prince Qi's disappearance is most likely due to him being in seclusion to heal his injuries. Ji Yuechu nodded and said, "Back then, I did find it strange. When we attacked the Nether Hall, Prince Qi lent the Phoenix Cry sword to Mr. Ning but did not appear himself. Now that I think about it, there is indeed a problem. The Qilin Pavilion requested to join hands with our Ji family to eliminate Prince Qi as a condition for the alliance. Actually, this is a matter of mutual benefit. Sacred Lord, there is no need to make things difficult for us." The Ji family's ninth supreme elder calmly analyzed. Although that is the case, Ji Yuechu sighed softly and said, "However, Prince Qi and I have cooperated before. To turn hostile and not recognize him is truly unreasonable." Sacred Lord. The Ji clan's ninth grand elder respectfully bowed and said, "In terms of sentiment, doing this might be somewhat inappropriate, but you are the Ji clan's sacred master. Everything must be done in the interest of the Ji clan. Eliminating Prince Qi, who is a threat to the Ji clan, and obtaining the opportunity to form an alliance with the Qilin Pavilion is 100 benefits without a single harm." Ji Yuechu was silent. He stood up and walked to the Ji family's sacred hall. After a long time, he asked, "Has Prince Qi returned?" "Not yet." The ninth grand elder of the Ji clan shook his head. "Then let's wait a little longer." Ji Yuechu said softly, "Prince Qi is a worthy opponent. At the very least, I will give her a fair chance to make a choice." The Ji clan's ninth grand elder wanted to persuade her, but he swallowed the words back into his stomach. He knew the sacred master's temper. The sacred master would never stab someone in the back. Moreover, the master of Phoenix Cry City was indeed a woman who made people look at her in a new light. If she died because of a scheme, it would indeed be a kind of humiliation. Outside White Emperor Planet, a blue light flashed. In front of the sky boat, 2 figures walked out. Without any delay, they hurried towards Phoenix Cry City. Phoenix Cry Palace. After a year, Prince Qi returned once more. Within the palace, maids respectfully bowed, welcoming the return of the Phoenix Cry King. On the throne, Prince Qi sat down. His face was handsome and his temperament was extraordinary. His hair was tied up high, giving him the bearing of a king. "Your Highness." Concubine Yun respectfully bowed. "You may rise." Lin Yuzhen looked at the woman below and said, "Did anything happen while I was away?" Concubine Yun shook her head. She stood up and said, "Reporting to Your Highness, everything in the city is fine. Nothing has happened, but, as Concubine Yun spoke to hear, she paused for a moment and her expression hardened. She said, "According to our scouts, the Demon Palace has appeared." Hearing this, Lin Yuzhen narrowed her eyes and asked, "Where?" "The All-Heaven Star region." Concubine Yun replied, "It's there." Lin Yuzhen's eyes flashed. The Buddhist kingdom was also in the All-Heaven Star region. For the Demon Palace to appear there, their goal was obvious. In the scouts' report, did they mention a woman holding a red paper umbrella? Ning Chen, who hadn't spoken up until now, suddenly asked. Concubine Yun shook her head. "No." "What is it?" Why does Brother Ning ask this? Lin Yuzhen asked, puzzled. That woman is from the Demon Palace. Ning Chen didn't hide anything. He replied, I've fought with her twice, and each time I encountered a considerable amount of trouble. Moreover, that woman is hiding a great deal of her cultivation. Her strength is unfathomable. Even Brother Ning feels troubled? Lin Yuzhen frowned. Does Brother Ning know who that woman is? According to her, she is from the Moon Demon clan, the third protector of the Demon Palace. Ning Chen replied. Moon Demon clan? Lin Yuzhen's eyes flashed. So it was them. Does your Highness know about this clan? Ning Chen asked. Lin Yuzhen nodded. Legend has it that the Moon Demon clan was a subordinate clan of the Celestial Demon clan in ancient times. They were extremely powerful. In ancient times, after the Celestial Demon clan was defeated and sealed by the Queen Mother of the West, the Moon Demon clan was left in this world. As time passed, they gradually assimilated with this world, and their strength was no longer at its peak. Due to the issue of faith and strength, the Moon Demon clan and the Moon Worshipping clan have been enemies for generations. Ning Chen had heard of it before and nodded slightly. So there was such a secret. There's one more thing. Lin Yuzhen looked at Ning Chen. Brother Ning, perhaps you don't know, but the Demon Palace's appearance this time means that the Buddhist kingdom is likely to face the calamity of sect annihilation. Back then, the Buddhist and Taoist sects were no match for the Demon Palace even when they joined forces. Now that the Demon Palace has reappeared, they must be fully prepared. It will be very difficult for the Buddhist kingdom to escape this calamity. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he said, I owe the Buddhist kingdom's 3 Buddhist lords a favor. I cannot stand idly by. Lin Yuzhen sighed inwardly. Brother Ning, I know that you are someone who keeps your promises. But, if you can't do anything, please withdraw. The Demon Palace's strength is not something an ordinary person can imagine. It is impossible for Brother Ning to change the fate of the Buddhist kingdom by himself. I understand. Ning Chen nodded. He looked outside the temple and softly said, I will do what I can. Within the Ji family's temple, a Ji family junior quickly stepped in. He respectfully said, reporting to Holy Master, Prince Qi has returned to the palace. Within the temple, the Ji family's 9th highest elder's eyes flashed with a strange light. Prince Qi had returned at the right time. From the main seat, Ji Yuechu stood up and walked towards the temple. As the Ji family's 9th highest elder saw this, he was startled. He asked, puzzled, Holy Master, what are you doing? I will personally make a trip to Phoenix Cry Palace. After Ji Yuechu finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. After several steps, he vanished from the temple. Phoenix Cry Palace. The void shook and a powerful pressure swept out. Laws swirled around this place. It was clearly extraordinary. Ji family Holy Master, since you've come, show yourself. Within the royal temple, Lin Yuzhen stood up and said, Prince Qi, long time no see. I trust you've been well since we last met. Ji Yuechu walked out from the shaking void. He looked at the figure on the throne in front of him and responded, You don't visit a temple without a cause. Holy Master, please speak your intentions. Lin Yuzhen calmly said. Ji Yuechu turned his right hand and a letter appeared. With a wave of his hand, the letter flew straight ahead. Lin Yuzhen received the letter. As she glanced over it, her eyes narrowed. So the Qilin Pavilion wants my life so badly. Then, what is Holy Master's intention in coming here? With the appearance of the Demon Palace, if the Ji family can form an alliance with the Qilin Pavilion, that would be the most suitable choice. I don't know why the Qilin Pavilion wants your Highness' life, but I came here because I respect your Highness and wanted to inform you of this matter. Ji Yuechu seriously said. It looks like Holy Master has already made your choice. Lin Yuzhen's eyes chilled. I'm the Ji family's Holy Master. I should put the Ji family's interests first. Ji Yuechu replied. Lin Yuzhen stood up. Lightning curled around her, and the cry of a phoenix appeared. She coldly said, "Since Holy Master has already made your choice, this king will naturally accompany you." The tense atmosphere made people not dare to breathe. On the side, concubine Yun's expression became nervous. She subconsciously looked at the white-clothed figure not far away. At this moment, Ning Chen, who had been silently drinking tea, gently put down the teacup in his hand. He stood up and walked between the two of them. He calmly said, "Can the two of you listen to me?" Seeing the former intervene, Ji Yuechu's eyes narrowed. He didn't greet this child because he didn't want him to intervene. From a certain perspective, this child's threat was even greater than Prince Qi's. In front of the throne, Lin Yuzhen's aura gradually retracted as she waited for the former to speak. "Holy Master, the Ji family and Qilin Pavilion are both in the spirit void realm. A mountain can't have two tigers. Even if I don't say it, Holy Master should be clear about the Qilin Pavilion's threat to the Ji family." Ning Chen looked at the Ji family's Holy Master and calmly said, 2 years ago, the Qilin Pavilion planned to join hands with Prince Qi to destroy the Ji family. 2 years have passed, but their methods haven't improved. Holy Master, you don't think that the Qilin Pavilion is sincere in forming an alliance with the Ji family, right? At least on this day when the Devil Palace appears, the Qilin Pavilion and the Ji family must form an alliance. Ji Yuechu replied. Why didn't the Ji family choose Prince Qi as their ally? Ning Chen asked and continued. I think that compared to the Qilin Pavilion, Prince Qi's character should make Holy Master feel more at ease. Holy Master should be clear that the most difficult enemy to guard against is usually not the opponent who stands in the open, but the villain who stabs you in the back. In the void, Ji Yuechu fell silent and didn't reply. No one could doubt Prince Qi's character, but the matter of forming an alliance couldn't be decided by character. Strength was the most important factor. Prince Qi was strong, but he was only one person. I understand what Holy Master is worried about. Ning Chen's expression gradually turned cold. In this world, the strong are revered. The Qilin Pavilion is stronger than Prince Qi's Beiki, so the Ji family has no choice but to choose the Qilin Pavilion. However, what if the Qilin Pavilion disappears from this world? Speaking of this, killing intent silently erupted from Ning Chen's eyes. An incomparably powerful aura reverberated between heaven and earth, causing the entire Phoenix Cry Palace to shake. Ji Yuechu's expression shook, his eyes filled with disbelief. This child had succeeded in stepping into immortality? In front of the throne, Lin Yuzhen revealed a gentle smile as she heard the man's words. Today, he was finally willing to help her defeat the Qilin Pavilion. Chapter 861. At Phoenix Cry Palace, knowing Destiny's words caused the atmosphere to stagnate. The Ji family Holy Master's expression changed, revealing surprise. Surpassing the void realm and reaching the corporeal realm, this was so clear that it was hard to believe. For a mortal to become an immortal, this was a taboo since ancient times. No one had ever been able to do so. The path of cultivation had always been arduous and difficult. If the heavens didn't allow it, there was nothing they could do. However, the scene today had completely destroyed his understanding of the world. After a brief moment of shock, Ji Yuechu's expression gradually returned to normal. He said, Does Mr. Ning know what you are saying? I am very clear. Ning Chen calmly said, The Ji family only wants a powerful ally, not the Qilin Pavilion. I think that Prince Qi and the Beiki dynasty behind him are more suitable. Defeating and destroying an inheritance are two completely different results. Mr. Ning, are you sure you want to do this? Ji Yuechu calmly asked. Why not? Ning Chen asked. Now that the Demon Palace has appeared, they desperately need an inheritance like the Qilin Pavilion to provide combat strength. Moreover, the Qilin Pavilion's strength is extraordinary. Once they encounter a calamity, the strength they can erupt with will definitely surpass your imagination. Ji Yuechu seriously said. I don't know what the Demon Palace will do in the future, but the Qilin Pavilion has already reached out to Prince Qi. As a friend, I can't sit idly by. Speaking of this, Ning Chen's expression gradually turned cold. If I destroy the Qilin Pavilion, the alliance between the Holy Master and Prince Qi will naturally succeed, right? Ji Yuechu narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man in front of him. After a long time, he said, "Although reason tells me that this is almost impossible, if it is you, I am willing to take this gamble. However, Mr. Ning needs to give me a time limit." "A month," Ning Chen slowly said. Ji Yuechu quietly thought for a moment and then nodded. "All right, I will wait for Mr. Ning Chen for a month. A month later, I will wait for Mr. Ning Chen and Prince Qi's arrival at the Ji family." "Definitely," Ning Chen seriously said. "It's getting late, I will return first. Goodbye." As his voice fell, the void in the royal palace swirled and Ji Yuechu's figure gradually faded away, disappearing in an instant. After the holy master of the Ji family left, the atmosphere in the hall calmed down. In front of the throne, Lin Yuzhen stepped forward and bowed. "Thank you, Brother Ning. Your Highness is treating me as an outsider." Ning Chen helped Prince Qi up and smiled. "There's no need for thanks between friends." Lin Yuzhen straightened up and looked at the young man in front of her before whispering, "Brother Ning, have you really thought about it? Attacking the Qilin Pavilion might lead to a very big problem. In my life, the thing I don't lack the most is trouble. At the same time, the thing I'm least afraid of is trouble." Ning Chen softly laughed. In the Ji clan's holy palace, the air shook. Ji Yuechu returned and walked towards the main seat. "Holy Lord, what's the result?" In the hall, the Ji clan's 9th Grand Elder, who had been waiting for a long time, asked. "Wait," Ji Yuechu said calmly, "1 month later, we will decide again." The Ji clan's 9th Grand Elder's expression hardened. "Why? Have you not made up your mind yet?" "No." Ji Yuechu shook his head and said, "It was that Mr. Ning who interfered." "Mr. Ning?" The Ji family's 9th Grand Elder frowned. "Sacred Master should be talking about Emo Gate's 9th son, right?" "Yes." Ji Yuechu nodded and said, "It's him. However, we should change the way we address him now. This child has successfully stepped into the immortal realm and crossed the void realm to reach the corporeal realm. His strength is no longer the same as before. Even I don't have the confidence to defeat him." The Ji clan's 9th Grand Elder was shocked. Stepped into the immortal realm? How could this child's aptitude be possible? "There's no need to doubt. I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be wrong. From now on, this child's future is limitless. We will have to be polite to him." Unfortunately, saying this, Ji Yuechu's face revealed a trace of regret. If he had been able to matchmake this child and Yuqing's marriage, the Ji clan would have gained another powerful force. Could it be that Emo Gates, Mr. Ning, wants to help Prince Qi fight against my Ji clan? The Ji clan's 9th Grand Elder frowned. "No." Ji Yuechu shook his head and said, "He wants to deal with the Qilin Pavilion. Or rather, he wants the Qilin Pavilion to be completely removed from this world." The Ji clan's 9th Grand Elder was startled. His face revealed a look of disbelief. Was this child crazy? He was the Ji clan's Grand Elder, so he knew better than anyone how terrifying the Qilin Pavilion's inheritance was. Normally, it might not reveal itself, but if it was truly a moment of life and death, the energy that would erupt would be unprecedentedly terrifying. "Sacred Lord." The 9th Grand Elder stood up and bowed respectfully. With a serious expression, he said, "I know that Sacred Lord is a person who cherishes talents. However, choosing an ally that is more beneficial to our Ji clan is the most crucial thing right now. Although this child has displayed powerful potential, my Ji clan doesn't have time to wait. The Devil Palace has already appeared. We have to think of a way to protect ourselves." "I understand." Ji Yuechu nodded and said, "However, it's only a month's time. This child is worth our Ji clan waiting for a month. If he can really do what he said, then this child's value will far surpass the Qilin Pavilion. If he can't do it, it won't be too late for our Ji clan to form an alliance with the Qilin Pavilion at that time. The 9th Grand Elder revealed a hesitant expression. After a long while, he nodded and didn't say anything else. He had also seen that Emo Gate's 9th Grand Elder. He was indeed not a reckless person who spoke irresponsibly. To be able to achieve such accomplishments at this age, there was only this person in the world. Under the red glow of the maple trees, in a clean and plain bamboo house on Shinji Peak, a young lady was seriously packing her luggage. She placed all the things she would need in the future into a bag. "Ah man, can foster father enter?" A familiar voice came from outside the bamboo house. He knocked on the door and asked, "Foster father, please enter." Ah man looked up and replied while packing. The door opened with a creak. Shinji looked at the girl inside and sighed softly. 100 years had passed, but this girl's heart really hadn't changed at all. It was flawless, exquisite, and translucent, yet it was extremely persistent. "Ah man, foster father knows that I can't persuade you. I only came here to tell you that when Emo Gate's 9th Grand Elder opened the ancient battlefield, some of the remnant laws from the ancient era were replenished in this world. Thus, there will be a small number of people who can step into the 4th realm. There won't be many of them, so you have to cherish this opportunity," said Shinji seriously. "Thank you for the reminder, foster father." A man put down what she was doing and bowed. She softly said, "After leaving the mountain, I won't neglect my cultivation. Foster father, please don't worry." Also, Shinji thought for a moment and waved his right hand. Violet light filled the sky, and violet firmament appeared. "Your sword's quality is ordinary, and it's unable to bear your current strength. This violet firmament has been with me for hundreds of years. I'm giving it to you now. Once you leave the mountain, you have to protect yourself well," warned Shinji. A man received the sword and smiled. "Don't worry, foster father. I'm much stronger than before, and there aren't many people who can injure me. If I really run into someone I can't beat, I'll just run." "Ha!" Shinji laughed. "To tell the truth, I don't like that brat's personality or status. But the things he taught you have earned my praise. He's right. If you can't beat someone, run. There's nothing more important in this world than preserving your life. Where there's life, there's hope. Ning Chen is very good. Foster father, you'll slowly come to like him," said Ah Man seriously. Shinji smiled faintly and did not dwell on the topic. "I'm leaving. Foster father, you have to take good care of yourself from now on." A man glanced reluctantly at the person before him and spoke softly. Shinji nodded and warmly said, "You don't need to worry about me. Remember, if you really run into something you can't handle, come back immediately. With me here, no one will be able to bully you." "Okay." Ah Man obediently replied. Holding the small bag, she bowed once more and said goodbye. "Foster father, take care." "Take care," said Shinji softly. Ah Man got up and walked out of the room without further delay. Shinji sent her to the front of the mountain peak and then stopped. He watched her leave, unable to conceal the reluctance in his eyes. 100 years ago, I would never have believed that the eccentric old monster described by the Dawn Moon Tower's master would have such a human side. Reverend Baiwe walked out from the mountain peak and looked at the violet-robed man in front of him. Sensing the aura of the person behind him, the emotions on Shinji's face gradually faded away. He regained his composure and said calmly, "Everyone has different sides to them. It's just that they wear different masks in front of different people. Baiwe, are you ready?" "I've already made the arrangements. We're just waiting for the Moon Weaver of the Devil Palace to appear," said Baiwe. "Tens of thousands of years have passed. No one knows how much of the Devil Palace's strength has recovered." "We cannot be careless," said Shinji calmly. "I understand." Baiwe softly replied, "Shinji, are you still not going to contact the Dawn Moon Tower's master?" "We'll wait for now," Shinji calmly said. The Dawn Moon Tower's master is different from us. He doesn't have an absolute position. As a businessman, it's easy to raise the price of a business that's delivered to your door. If there's no need, taking the initiative to contact him is not a good choice. What if the Devil Palace finds him first? Asked Baiwe worriedly. Then the Devil Palace will have to be prepared for an exorbitant price, said Shinji calmly. Shinji indifferently said, the price to pay for the Dawn Moon Tower's master to face the entire world is not small. I think the Devil Palace will also hesitate whether they can satisfy the appetite of this black-hearted businessman. While the two of them were talking, in the Dawn Moon restaurant in Jinsei City, the owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant, dressed in casual clothes, was calmly trimming the flowers and plants in front of her. Her life did not change at all because of the appearance of the Demon Palace. At this moment, outside the Dawn Moon Tower, a beautiful woman holding a red paper umbrella appeared and walked into the tower step by step. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper who was arranging the account books sensed something and raised his head to look at the woman walking over. He was slightly startled. Hong Luan, brew a pot of good tea. We have an important guest, said the Dawn Moon Tower's master from the second floor. Yes. On the first floor's platform, Hong Luan, who was playing the zither, stopped and softly replied. Chapter 862. The third guardian of the Devil Palace, Moon Weaver, appeared in Dawn Moon Chang'an. She wore an elegant dress and had an extraordinary temperament. No one could tell she was from the devil race. On the stage, Hong Luan stopped playing the zither and walked down. She bowed and said, Miss, please follow me. Thank you. Moon Weaver said politely. The two of them went upstairs. On the second floor, Hong Luan knocked on the door and waited for a response. Come in. The pavilion master's voice sounded from the room. Hong Luan pushed open the door and walked in. Pavilion master, the guest is here. Got it. The pavilion master put down the scissors in her hand and said, Go and prepare tea. Yes. Hong Luan responded softly and turned around to leave. The third guardian of the Devil Palace, Moon Weaver, greets the pavilion master. Moon Weaver bowed. Miss you, no need to be so polite. Please sit. The pavilion master smiled. Thank you. Moon Weaver stood up and sat down at the table. The pavilion master walked to a wooden basin and washed her hands. She wiped them dry with a white towel and sat down at the table. Miss you, this is your first time here, right? How do you feel? Elegant and unique, Moon Weaver said. The pavilion master chuckled. It's truly an honor to receive such a high evaluation from Miss you. This is the first time someone has praised the pavilion like this. Oh? Did someone give other evaluations? Moon Weaver asked calmly. 100 years ago, a little girl who called me a black-hearted merchant said that the pavilion master's decorations were like a nouveau riche, the pavilion master said. Nouveau riche. Hearing this description for the first time, Moon Weaver's eyes flashed. There aren't many people who can meet the pavilion master. May I know the identity of this little girl? The disciple of the 9th disciple of the Mo clan. Hearing this, Moon Weaver's eyes narrowed slightly. This Dawn Moon Tower master's words had a hidden meaning. The atmosphere in the room quieted down. At this time, Hong Luan pushed open the door and walked in. She served tea for the two of them and then left. Is the Saint Minister doing well? The pavilion master suddenly asked. The Moon Weaver was startled, but she quickly regained her senses. She said in a flat tone, The Saint Arbiter is well. Thank you for your concern, Tower Master. That's good. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years. I miss you. The waning Moon Tower's master took a sip of the tea in front of her and said calmly. So it turns out that Tower Master and Saint Arbiter are old acquaintances. Pardon my disrespect. Since that's the case, the following matters will be easier to discuss. Moon Weaver's beautiful face revealed an extremely indifferent smile. My Devil Palace wishes to invite Pavilion Master to become a guest elder of the Devil Palace. What does Pavilion Master think? Oh? The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled and said, "The Devil Palace is filled with experts. There is the Saint Minister for Literature, the Devil Master for Martial Arts, and the 4 protectors under him for martial arts. Why do you still want to invite me? How could those who scheme against the world dislike having too many geniuses? Everyone in the Devil Palace has heard of the Tower Master's fame, and even the Devil Lord has praised you greatly. He ordered me to come and invite you," said Moonweaver softly. "The Lord of the Devil Palace hasn't come out of seclusion yet, right?" The Dawn Moon Tower Master raised her head and said calmly. Moonweaver's eyes narrowed. "The Tower Master seems to be very familiar with the matters of the Devil Palace." "That's not it, but," the Dawn Moon Tower Master twirled the teacup in her hand and calmly said, "the Devil Master is an expert whose every action is engraved by the world. Coincidentally, this Tower Master knows some divination techniques, so I know that the Devil Master has yet to come out of seclusion." Moonweaver fell silent. After a moment, she changed the topic and said, "Tower Master, you still haven't answered my question. The Devil Palace sincerely invites you, and I hope you can seriously consider it." The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled faintly and said, "It's not that this Tower Master doesn't want to agree, but that I really don't dare to agree. The existence of the Devil Palace is not tolerated by the world. This Tower Master is not confident enough to resist the world. If you join the Devil Palace, why do you need to fear the world?" Moonweaver said calmly, "Now, the Hall of the Dead, the Sword Pavilion, the Boution Pavilion, and the G family have all suffered varying degrees of damage. The Bai family has been staying in seclusion, and the Dao sect was destroyed by the Devil Palace tens of thousands of years ago. The remaining combat power of the 11 lineages of the past can be counted on one hand. Tower Master, do you think there is anyone who can stop the Devil Palace now? The saint of your sect is truly outstanding. In less than 3 years, you have consecutively caused great damage to several great lineages. This Tower Master has to say that I admire you." The Dawn Moon Tower Master exclaimed. "Tower Master, you seem to be implying something." Moonweaver picked up her tea and took a sip. 3 years ago, the Hall of the Dead, the Sword Pavilion, the Boution Pavilion, and the G family were all unharmed. Ever since the conflict between the G family and Prince Qi over the death of the High Priest of Beiki, several great lineages successively met with mishaps. The 9th son of the Mo clan was the most important one among them. It seemed like a coincidence, but in reality, someone was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. This person is undoubtedly the saint of your sect. Since the Tower Master has seen through it, I won't hide anything. The Devil Palace has indeed cleared some obstacles with the help of this person. This person's strength and fate are different from ordinary people. When the High Priest of Beiki was killed and the 9th son of the Mo clan reappeared, the saint began to push the Devil Palace's grand plan to rise again. Moonweaver put down her tea and said calmly, "However, the Devil Palace didn't do much. We only helped this person when he needed to improve his strength. The wise ones add fuel to the fire. The wise ones add fuel to the fire." The Dawn Moon Tower Master said slowly, "The saint of your sect is a great talent. I am ashamed of my inferiority." "Tower Master, you are too modest." Moonweaver looked in front of her and said seriously, "Tower Master, what do you think? As long as you agree, from today onwards, you will be the Devil Palace's guest elder. You will be second only to me and above everyone else." "That sounds very tempting." The smile on the Dawn Moon Tower Master's face became clearer. The teacup in her right hand spun in circles, making it difficult for others to understand her thoughts. While the two were talking, the sun was setting in Fengming City on the White Emperor planet. A cold crescent moon rose. In the courtyard of the palace, a silhouette in plain clothes stood quietly. His white hair danced in the wind, looking very dazzling. Gradually, frost fell from the sky and fell on the courtyard. Under the moonlight, the Origin sword appeared. The broken part of the sword that was sealed by frost was faintly visible. When the knowing destiny sword appeared, the pressure of the sword swept across the heavens and the earth. Although the sword was broken, it did not lose its spirituality. The sword of destiny was beyond ordinary heavenly weapons. The person and the sword breathed together. One's glory, one's glory, one's loss, one's loss. In the next moment, Ning Chen held the sword and moved. Sword light filled the sky. Plain clothes, white hair, cold frost, broken sword. Learning swordsmanship for 100 years, going through 3 disasters and 5 tribulations. Severing emotions, turning into a demon, saving all living beings. Once he became an immortal, he was invincible. In front of the palace, a beautiful figure looked quietly in the direction of the courtyard. Her eyes were as calm as autumn water. After a moment, the phoenix cry was unsheathed. The sword moved, and the person followed. The 2 swords clashed. Frost danced in the air. The most beautiful confrontation of martial arts in the world. The person danced in the wind, the swords sang in the snow. Sound, sound, sound. Chapter 863. In the Moonlight Palace, the swords were humming in unison. The peerless swords were intertwined into a dazzling rainbow. The torrential undercurrent stole the light of heaven and earth. The endless sword pressure swept across. In the sky above the palace, frost was dancing. The sky was descending, and the world was covered in frost. Knowing destiny, knowing destiny. One was the original name, while the other was the original name. The sword hummed softly, and the heart of the sword was clear. Snowflakes and frost flowers drifted down silently and bloomed on the ground, stunning the world. Rivers of red for all generations. The sword reflected the rivers, and the red maple bloomed. The wind and clouds gathered on the phoenix cry sword, and the law followed the words. The entire world was filled with a picturesque scene. Nothing. By E stood still, and the sword spread out. Wherever the formless waves came, the world was still, and nothing appeared. The sword intent intertwined, and the world was filled with ice and snow. The world was covered in silver. Lin Yuzhen kept her sword, and her beautiful eyes looked at the person in front of her. She smiled and said, "Admirable." In front, the wind and snow gradually subsided, and the sword intent around Bai Yi's figure gradually retracted, returning to calmness. "Your Highness is too modest." Ning Chen waved his hand and kept his origin sword. He said calmly, "Your Highness is not good at swordsmanship. You only used half of your moves, but it doesn't mean that your Highness is weaker than me. In the past, I might have had the confidence to win against Brother Ning. However, Brother Ning's strength is no longer the same as before. If a 4th realm doesn't appear, no one can defeat you," Lin Yuzhen said softly. 4th realm. Ning Chen looked into the distance, and an undetectable brilliance flashed past his eyes. He said, "Your Highness, we might encounter an old monster of this level when we go to the Qilin Pavilion." Their trip this time was to completely destroy the Qilin Pavilion. Without a doubt, the Qilin Pavilion's foundation would be revealed. The true appearance of the ancient inheritance would truly appear in the world this time. "Brother Ning, if a 4th realm really appears, then retreat," Lin Yuzhen said seriously. "Your Highness, don't worry." Ning Chen nodded and said, "I won't act rashly. However, this trip is not only to give your Highness an explanation, but also a warning to the Devil Palace." "What do you mean?" Lin Yuzhen didn't understand. Those who are closely involved cannot see clearly. "Your Highness, have you not noticed that we have been helping the Devil Palace eliminate their opponents these days?" Ning Chen said calmly. Lin Yuzhen was startled. A moment later, shock filled her face. If he hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have noticed that their actions had indeed helped the Demon Palace greatly. "The conflict between us and the Qilin Pavilion is already irreconcilable. Since this is the case, then we will use absolute power to completely destroy it. As for the Devil Palace," speaking up to here, Ning Chen's expression gradually turned cold as he said, I'm not interested in knowing its ambitions. If we can mind our own business, that would naturally be for the best. If we can't, then we'll have to see how much stronger it is compared to the Qilin Pavilion, which is also an ancient inheritance. Lin Yuzhen looked at the person in front of her, and a strange look flashed across her eyes. Perhaps she was overthinking. She felt that the current him was much more murderous than when they first met 100 years ago. Your Highness, it's already late. You should rest early. We will leave tomorrow morning. Ning Chen's gaze shifted to the girl beside him as he spoke. Lin Yuzhen recovered and nodded gently. Brother Ning should also rest early. After speaking, Lin Yuzhen didn't stay any longer. She turned and walked out of the courtyard. After King Qi left, Ning Chen stopped in the courtyard for a moment before he walked back to his room. The candlelight was lit, illuminating the simple yet elegant room. On the table, a portrait scroll lay there quietly. 100 years had passed, but the rice paper was still as good as new. Ning Chen looked at the portrait on the table and his expression became peaceful. A breeze blew past and the portrait unfolded. The woman in the portrait was dressed in a palace dress. Her face was extremely beautiful, making it hard for people to look away from her. Zhenyu. Ning Chen reached out and gently held the portrait. His eyes were so gentle that it was hard to melt. 20 years of being together was engraved in his heart bit by bit. The candlelight flickered. Outside the room, the cold moon was moving westward. In the room, the white-haired figure in plain clothes stood quietly for the entire night. When the sky was about to brighten, he gently put away the portrait on the table and walked out. In front of the courtyard, King Qi was already waiting. He was dressed in royal attire and his hair was tied up high. His handsome face was valiant and his dignity was not inferior to that of a man. The king of Baiki carried the entire dynasty on his shoulders. 200 years of wind and rain couldn't break the king's pride. Let's go, Ning Chen said softly and walked out of the courtyard. Lin Yuzhen nodded and followed. Her figure was half a step behind. For the first time in her life, she was willing to fall behind someone. The heavenly ship appeared and the two of them boarded it. In the next moment, the heavenly ship broke through the sky and swept toward the distant starry sky. In the distant starry sky, white fog filled the air. Layers of formations crisscrossed. At the end of the white fog, one could vaguely see a great hall floating in the starry sky. The Qilin Pavilion of Heaven was one of the oldest sects in the world. It had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and could be said to be immortal. In the Qilin Temple, the master of the Qilin Pavilion sat high up in the hall. Below him, the first elder of the Qilin Pavilion, Lin Shaohan, stood quietly. His powerful aura was close to the peak of the true realm. How is it? Has the Ji family not replied yet? The master of the Qilin Pavilion asked. No. Lin Shaohan shook his head and said, the master of the Ji family said to give him a few days to consider. The master of the Qilin Pavilion frowned slightly and said, what is this old fox thinking? He actually still wants to consider such a matter that has nothing to lose. King Qi is on good terms with the 9th son of the Mo clan, and the 9th son of the Mo clan is also indebted to the Ji family's daughter. Will the master of the Ji family hesitate because of this? Lin Shaohan asked. He won't. The master of the Qilin Pavilion shook his head and said, if Ji Yuechu is such a person who can't distinguish between public and private matters, then he wouldn't be able to become the master of the Ji family. No matter what kind of debt the 9th son of the Mo clan has for the Ji family, in front of the benefits of the family, these things are meaningless. Lin Shaohan nodded. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. In the world, a loud rumble resounded. The entire Qilin Pavilion shook violently. Formation runes automatically awakened and endured the aftermath. Who is it? The master of the Qilin Pavilion immediately stood up and took a step forward, arriving in front of the sacred hall. In the starry sky, in front of the azure ship, a white-clothed figure stood upright. The star soul in her hand shone brightly, guiding the stars in the sky. A majestic sword aura slashed directly at the sect-protecting Grand Array. The rumble resounded through the starry sky. After 3 slashes, the sect-protecting Grand Array couldn't endure any more and collapsed. Impudent! In the midst of a furious roar, the wind and clouds in the starry sky moved. A huge hand slapped down, pressing towards the white-clothed figure standing upright in the starry sky. Ning Chen swung his sword. Starlight lingered around it. A sword broke the sky, and the huge hand that gathered wind and clouds collapsed. "Your Highness, let's go." Ning Chen spoke softly and walked forward step by step. On the azure ship behind, Lin Yuzhen took a step forward and followed behind. In the sky above the Qilin Pavilion, 2 figures gradually descended. The white-clothed figure in the lead no longer concealed her aura. An abnormally valiant aura spread out, and heaven and earth sensed it. Heavy snow fell from the sky, turning the entire Qilin Pavilion into a world of ice and snow. From today onwards, the Qilin Pavilion will no longer exist in this world. The moment the foot landed, extreme might swept across the land. The earth couldn't withstand the mighty force and collapsed with a loud bang. The white-clothed figure's eyes turned cold. Her star soul hummed softly, and starlight fell from the 9 heavens. In an instant, a terrifying sword pressure swept out from the star soul sword, causing thousands of heavy waves. Capture them, regardless of life or death. In front of the Qilin Sacred Hall, the master of the Qilin Pavilion ordered in a deep voice. Yes. In the 4 corners of the Sacred Hall, in the various palaces, the venerables received the order. Streams of flowing light sped out, charging towards the battle ahead. "Your Highness, it has begun." As his voice fell, Ning Chen moved. The star soul sword that was as bright as blood swept past. The yellow springs opened the path, and life or death was up to fate. Kill. The soldiers surged like waves in the sky. In the blink of an eye, blood spilled everywhere. The star soul sword changed the weather, and hell opened the door to welcome people. The knowing destiny who started the massacre had eyes as deep as the abyss, and there was no trace of worldly emotions. People in the Jianghu were never free to do as they wished. Broken limbs and broken arms flew in the air amidst the mournful sounds. The venerables whose names shook the region were originally powerful, but in front of the knowing destiny who walked out from the yellow springs, they seemed so insignificant. They were so insignificant that they couldn't even control their own lives. Dong, dong, dong. The war drums sounded, and the heavenly soldiers came out. In the sky above the Qilin Pavilion, experts wearing divine armors appeared one after another. Every one of them was in the Xiantian full-circle realm. There were hundreds and thousands of them, and they covered the sky, shocking everyone. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the heavenly soldiers that surrounded him. His expression didn't change. His left hand grasped the air, and the remembrance blade appeared. The long and narrow snow-white blade was so bright in the sky filled with snow. With one step, his body was like the void. His plain clothes fluttered, and the blade broke through the divine armors. Blood spurted out, and broken bodies fell from the sky, crashing onto the ground. The divine armors that weren't afraid of blades and swords were tempered thousands of times, but now, they were like thin paper that couldn't withstand a single blow. The remembrance blade cut off all emotions and thoughts. The blade passed by, and the eyes were filled with cold white light. Miserable cries came to an abrupt end. The plain clothes were like shooting stars, and the blade light was austere. It was so fast that it was frightening, and so cold that it made people shiver. Outside the battle, Prince Qi, who saw this side of the former for the first time, couldn't help but be shocked. Shaoan. In front of the Qilin Sacred Hall, the Qilin Pavilion Master said in a deep voice, "All of you go." Yes. Lin Shaohan respectfully accepted the order. Behind him, figures appeared one after another. 7 true realm experts, the Qilin 7 Grand Elders, all moved out. Outside the battle, Lin Yuzhen saw the situation and stepped out. She unsheathed the phoenix cry and slashed towards the 7 people. Your Highness Prince Qi, your opponent is me. As she spoke, the Qilin Pavilion Master stepped forward and blocked the phoenix cry sword with a flip of his palm. The moment Prince Qi was blocked, the Qilin's 7 Grand Elders surrounded him. Their blades and halberds filled the sky with killing intent. The Qilin Pavilion Master is really confident. Lin Yuzhen looked at the person before her and said calmly, "It's enough to deal with you." The Qilin Pavilion Master said indifferently, "You're wrong. What I meant was, how could the Pavilion Master think that a mere 7 Grand Elders could stop him now?" Lin Yuzhen looked at the battle not far away and sneered. As soon as she finished speaking, the wind and snow danced in the sky. In the wind and snow, the plain-clothed figure raised 2 blades. Her star soul and grand beginning light soared into the sky, and her peerless foundation was activated. How can this be? Before they could recover from their shock, the plain-clothed figure flashed by. Her 2 swords slashed down, and the wind and snow split open the sky. A Qilin Grand Elder used his halberd to block the sword, but there was an earth-shattering tremor. The halberd broke, and blood poured into the sky. Chapter 864. In the sky above Qilin Pavilion, a battle broke out in the wind and snow. The Star Soul and Taisher's swords slashed down, breaking the sky. In the splattering blood, a Qilin Grand Supreme was cut in half by the 2 swords. A terrifying waterfall of blood gushed into the sky. The shocking scene made countless experts in the Qilin Pavilion shudder. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Don't be careless. Kill. The head of the Grand Supreme, Lin Shaohan, suppressed the shock in his heart. He turned his palm and condensed energy. Wind and clouds gathered and the water rippled, turning into a huge waterfall that fell from the sky. Ning Chen moved. The Taisher in his left hand went against the sky and the sword light broke through the waterfall. At the same time, the Star Soul in his right hand shone brightly. He activated his Supreme Foundation and faced the other 5 Grand Supreme. There was a loud rumble and the wind blew. The waterfall in the sky instantly froze. Streaks of ice turned into swords and flew towards everyone. Lin Shaohan and the other 5 Grand Supreme immediately moved and dodged the streaks of ice sword light. The 6 of them separated. In the battle, a cold smile flashed across Ning Chen's face. He took a step forward and disappeared instantly. Taisher's snow covered 1,000 miles. The Qilin 3rd Grand Supreme blocked the attack. The cold sword qi entered his body, and he instantly felt his breathing stagnant. Ning Chen's figure flashed and appeared behind the former in an instant. He slashed with his star soul and starlight spread out. The Qilin 3rd Grand Supreme immediately turned around to block. However, he didn't have enough energy and his attack was weak. He groaned and took a few steps back. When the rest of the Grand Supremes saw the situation, their expressions changed and they quickly went up to help. Break the sky! Ning Chen swung his sword and broke the sky. A terrifying crack appeared and temporarily blocked the path of the 5 Grand Supreme. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi flashed past and the brilliance of the 2 swords intersected. Silver and blood soared into the sky and slashed down with unparalleled power. Not good! Not far away, the Qilin Pavilion Master glanced at the battle in front of him. He pushed away the king in front of him with a palm and rushed out. Ning Chen sensed it and a cold smile appeared on his face. He disappeared in an instant and reappeared. The sword light changed direction. The Qilin Pavilion Master took half a step back as his palms collided with the 2 swords. His face revealed shock. Impossible! How could he have such a foundation? In the moment of shock, the sword light penetrated his body. A figure in red appeared in the battle and the white rainbow in his hand pierced the Qilin Pavilion Master's heart, bringing out a waterfall of dazzling snowflakes. Pavilion Master! The 6 Grand Supremes were all shocked as they cried out involuntarily. Pavilion Master, I've been waiting for you to make a mistake. Otherwise, with Pavilion Master's strength, it would take a lot of effort to kill you. Ning Chen looked at the Qilin Pavilion Master before him and said softly, "Cough, cough." His heart meridians were pierced, and fresh blood continuously flowed out from the mouth of the Qilin Pavilion Master. He turned his head back with difficulty and said, "One body dual transformation. Ninth son of Mo Gate, I still underestimated you. Pavilion Master, don't be anxious. Soon, I will make the entire Qilin Pavilion accompany you in death." With a soft voice, the sword Qi of the White Rainbow sword in the phoenix body's hand erupted, instantly destroying the martial bone of the former. The figure that fell from the sky crashed into the ground with a loud thud. Dust and sand flew everywhere and buried his body. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the 6 Grand Elders of Kylin who were rushing over. The coldness in his eyes did not diminish. His body flashed past, his sword moved with him, and his will moved with the sword. Sword light crisscrossed, one after another. In the Qilin Pavilion, the ground rumbled and shook. The hidden foundation could no longer be concealed at this moment and was revealed. Dim light covered the stars in the sky. In the dim light, old men in ancient clothes appeared one after another. They had a strong aura and every one of them was not below the peak of True Realm. "Your Highness, you should retreat for the time being," Ning Chen reminded her through telepathy. The sky was filled with red light, an immortal trapping appeared and entered the ground. Lin Yuzhen heard and took a step forward, quickly retreating from the battle. In the battle, immortal trapping entered the ground. Below the Qilin Pavilion, the ground shook and the mountain shook. The Earth Qi spiritual vein was constantly being devoured by the immortal sword, and the foundation was severely unstable. "Open!" Ning Chen shouted. In an instant, immortal trapping sword moved, yellow spring opened, and the time of heaven and earth flowed rapidly. Time of yellow spring, time seal, and God seal. Everyone's life source was rapidly flowing away, being devoured by time. The life fire of the 5 old men in ancient clothes suddenly became weak. Their remaining lifespan dissipated in the passage of time, and their terrifying cultivation base could not be maintained. Their withered bodies quickly dispersed. After preparing for a long time, Ning Chen did not allow for any changes. In the space sealed by yellow spring, Ning Chen's figure rushed out quickly. Sword light flashed through the gaps, and frost filled the sky. Rumbling sounds could be heard. The 5 old men in ancient clothes who had surpassed the peak of True Realm received the attack. Every move was powerful and peerless. However, their qi and blood were dried up, and their bodies were devoured by time. They had lost their advantage, and under the fierce attack, they were injured. In the void, 6 Qilin Grand Elders rushed down and attacked the plain-clothed young man below. Prairie fire! The phoenix flew past, an immortal slaying sword appeared. The power of the immortal sword activated the power of the phoenix fire, and a sword reflected the sun, burning the world. Retreat! The killing intent on Lin Xiaohan's face became denser. He raised his palms to the sky, and a terrifying waterfall surged, swallowing the phoenix fire. Water and fire clashed, and white mist rose. The battle immediately became invisible. Boom! In the white mist, Ning Chen and the 5 Grand Elders faced each other. Their palms and swords collided, and their foundation and cultivation base directly clashed. Their true qi shook, and the aftermath was earth-shattering. Peak cultivation base and peerless foundation clashed, and heaven and earth sank. In the battle, the wind and snow rolled like waves, and the void was frozen. Below, the 5 old men in ancient clothes similarly pressed forward. Their vast and vigorous energy was as heavy as a mountain. Reincarnation calamity! At the moment of crisis, the demonic aura surged, and the 300-meter-tall demonic body appeared. The giant fist smashed down, and the reincarnation calamity appeared. Strong, and tyrannical beyond compare. The 5 old men in ancient clothes had their path blocked, and the battle was in a deadlock. It was an unbelievable battle situation. 11 strong practitioners who were close to or beyond the peak of the true realm, and the 3 bodies of the knowing destiny realm all attacked together, and with their strength alone, they forcefully shook the Qilin Grand Elders. Buzz! Just at this moment, from the depths of the Qilin Pavilion, a deep and serene mirror light shone. It was filled with the aura of death, and it made people shudder. Yin-Yang Mirror! Ning Chen's 3 bodies simultaneously teleported 100 meters away, avoiding the mirror light. He looked at the depths of the Qilin Pavilion, and the coldness in his eyes became more and more bone-chilling. I almost forgot. The Yin-Yang Mirror is also known as the Life and Death Mirror. Ning Chen looked at the depths of the Qilin Pavilion, and coldness flashed across his eyes. He said, "Pavilion Master, I have to say that you are really lucky. You flatter me." Yin and Yang soared into the sky, illuminating the world. Under the Yin-Yang Mirror, the Qilin Pavilion Master stood tall, and his aura was turbulent. It was impossible to tell that he had just suffered a fatal injury. In the sky, the 3 bodies stood side by side quietly. Their auras were completely different, but they were equally powerful. In the horizon, frost, flames, and demonic aura surged. A shocking vision was engraved in the world, and it rumbled for a long time. "If I can kill you once, then I can kill you a second time. Pavilion Master, it seems like you have no choice but to endure the pain of life and death a second time." After saying that, the vision merged in the sky above the 3 bodies. Chaos appeared, and the scene of the beginning of the world reappeared in the world. The absolute beginning martial arts demonstration, the pinnacle of the way of the sword. Man, God, and devil, the 3 bodies breathed at the same time, and the 3 swords filled the sky. Sword Art Tai. The 3 swords slashed, and the sword light broke through the sky. In an instant they merged into one. The Qilin Pavilion Master's expression turned serious, and he activated the divine artifact. The Yin-Yang Mirror shone brightly, and it blocked the sword light. Tai appeared when Tao reached its pinnacle. The sword light broke through the chaos, and its shocking power destroyed everything in its path, and it directly crashed into the Yin-Yang divine artifact. With a rumble, the sword light and the divine artifact collided, and the undercurrent trembled. In the phoenix fire, a red-clothed figure walked out of the divine restriction, and Zhu Xian broke through the sky and slashed at the Yin-Yang Mirror. Demonic Fire Prairie. In the divine restriction, the demonic body waved its sword, and black demonic flames rose, supporting the phoenix body, and it slashed at the Yin-Yang Mirror again. The 3 bodies joined forces, and their powerful power continuously attacked the divine mirror. Behind the Yin-Yang Mirror, the Qilin Pavilion Master's mouth was dyed red again. Although he had a divine artifact protecting him, he still suffered from the aftershock. In the divine restriction, the 5 elders in ancient clothes rushed forward again, and their powerful power covered the sky and blasted at the 2 bodies in front of them. Ning Qin stepped forward, and his astral soul and Taisher merged. Extreme power reflected the stars, and ice and snow sealed the world. 2 swords against 5, and waves shook. Behind them, Lin Shaohan and the 5 Grand Supremes rushed forward again, and their divine artifacts slashed with murderous intent. Black light flashed past, and demonic waves surged. The bloody light on crimson drill soared into the sky, and it slashed down. It rumbled, and the aftershock whistled. In the divine restriction, the light was dazzling, and time passed, swallowing everyone's life force. Dim light rose around the 5 elders in ancient clothes. Time was merciless, and it kept swallowing the 5 people's lives that had long dried up. Time was up, and it was difficult to move forward. The 5 ancestors of the Qilin Pavilion looked at the Qilin Pavilion one last time, and their weathered eyes flashed with sorrow. Farewell. The next moment, the 5 figures gradually dissipated, and in the time, they turned into stars and disappeared between heaven and earth. The 5 Qilin ancestors died in battle, and the situation suddenly tilted. The fighting spirit of the 2 bodies soared, and the wind, snow, and demonic waves rolled. Their combat power was fully unleashed, and they were invincible. Lin Xiaohan and the other Grand Supremes were shocked, and they couldn't suppress the waves in their hearts. Buzz. Behind the Qilin Temple, the yin-yang mirror shone again, and endless murderous intent shone on the battlefield. The two bodies focused, and they looked in the direction of the mirror's light. Their figures flashed, and they avoided the murderous intent again. They couldn't stay in this realm. After making up their minds, they stepped out of the battlefield, and in an instant, they were above the Qilin Temple. Behind them, the 6 Grand Supremes wanted to follow, but suddenly, a red light rose, and the divine restriction blocked their way. "Break it," Lin Xiaohan said in a low voice. The other 5 Grand Supremes nodded, gathered their vitality, and broke the divine restriction. In the sky above the Qilin Temple, the 3 bodies gathered again, and they stood in the void, looking at the Qilin Pavilion Master, who had the yin-yang mirror above his head. Their murderous intent exploded, and the 3 lights illuminated the world. 1 body, 3 transformations, each of them 1 path. 9th son of the Mahis sect, you really hid your strength well, the Qilin Pavilion Master said in a low voice. Let's end this quickly. In the middle of the 3 bodies, the main body said indifferently. Snow waves rolled around him, and his peerless foundation completely erupted. The phoenix and demon bodies nodded, and the phoenix fire and demonic vitality rolled, with shocking power. In an instant, heaven and earth were split into 4, each occupying a side. Seeing that the aura of the 3 bodies in front of him was getting stronger, the Qilin Pavilion Master didn't dare to delay any longer. With a low shout, he poured all of his cultivation into the divine mirror, and the extreme power fell, pressing down on the 3 bodies. With the extreme power, the main body stepped into the air, and the wind and snow encircled the 2 swords. Starlight shone in the world, and the sword was at its peak, unparalleled in the world. Rumble, an earth-shattering collision sound rang out. Behind the main body, a vision evolved: heaven, earth, void, and life. The 4 heavenly books manifested their divine power, blocking the yin-yang divine power. Sword technique. At this moment, the phoenix body flashed past, and the celestial slaying sword broke through the air, and 10,000 swords gathered. A formless sword. With a boom, the celestial slaying sword collided with the divine weapon, and with extreme speed, the sword broke yin and yang. Chapter 865. The situation in the Qilin battle changed again. The Ting snake appeared, Prince Qi returned to his original appearance, and he defeated 6 of them alone. Lin Yuzhen didn't have time to check on her injuries. She rushed to the other side of the battle. The Qilin Patriarch squinted his eyes and looked at the girl. He pointed with his right finger and the wind and clouds swirled. Lin Yuzhen frowned and blocked the attack with her sword. She took a few steps back and blood flowed from her arm. Ning Qin came forward and held Prince Qi's arm with his right hand. Boundless vitality flowed into Prince Qi's arm and suppressed his injuries. Your Highness, be careful. This person's strength is different from any opponent we've met before. Ning Qin reminded as he shifted his gaze to the old man not far away. Lin Yuzhen nodded and looked serious. The attack just now seemed to be done casually, but it had such terrifying power. The 4th realm was not something ordinary people could measure. The Qilin Patriarch stepped forward. With every step, the void under his feet shook violently. He was an existence that surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. He existed in the world and transcended the mortal world. Time flowed continuously in the void sealed by the divine restriction. However, the invincible time restriction seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. The precepts were blocked by the power of the 4th realm. Step by step, he stepped on their hearts. Ning Qin and Lin Yuzhen felt a pressure in their hearts. Their bodies felt like they were being pressed down by thousands of tons, and they couldn't move. The heavens and earth were under orders. Every move of the heavens and earth commanded the heavens and earth. The legendary realm above the celestial treading realm was beyond the reach of humans. The two strongest people in the world couldn't even move at this moment. The ultimate sword realm. The Kylan Patriarch looked at the young man on the left and said lightly. He then looked at the girl on the right and said indifferently, half a step to the fourth realm. You two are not bad. I've heard this too many times. It's useless to say more. Again. With a shout, Ning Chen released the power of the Void Scroll in his body. 3 scrolls were activated, and the sky was full of strange light. The surroundings of the two turned into nothingness, and the heavens couldn't get close. Heavenly book? The Kylan Patriarch frowned slightly. How many heavenly books does this guy have? Lightning. He raised his hand and lightning fell from the sky, drowning the 2 people in front of him. Seeing this, Lin Yuzhen turned her sword and condensed her vitality. The Ting snake around her flapped its wings, and black water filled the air as it soared into the sky. Love when it's almost snowing, snow in July. Beneath the black water, Ning Chen waved Genesis Supreme in his hand, causing endless cold energy to spread out. Snowflakes drifted down, turning the water into ice. The black water condensed and blocked the heavenly lightning. With a violent shattering sound, the black ice dissipated and the lightning fell again. Indestructible protection. The demonic body manifested, and the 300-meter demonic body blocked in front of the two. The royal heavenly demonic secret technique blocked the heavenly lightning. With a honglong sound, the lightning broke through the demonic defense. The demonic body's mouth overflowed with blood, and the skin on its back cracked inch by inch. Sword art, Dragon Phoenix burial. Not far away, the instant the demon body blocked the attack, the Phoenix body attacked again. The dragon and Phoenix coiled around each other, borrowing each other's strength to rush out. His swordsmanship is excellent, but it's a pity that his strength is too weak. The Kylan Patriarch raised his hand and clenched his fist. The sword chi of dragon and Phoenix shattered with a loud bang, and the remaining energy shook the surroundings. The Kylan Patriarch struck out his palm again and slapped toward the former. The Phoenix body flashed past and avoided the palm energy. Then, its figure turned back, moving so fast that it was hard to see. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves were exchanged. The sword light flashed rapidly under the night sky, intertwining with the dazzling aura of the sword. The sound of the palm and the sword clashing rang out. After 100 moves, it would be difficult for the immortal slayer to pass the heavenly barrier. Outside the battle, Ning Chen activated the power of the undying divine tree in his body and infused it into the demonic body to help suppress its injuries. Arg! Suddenly, a muffled groan sounded in the battle. The Phoenix body flew dozens of feet away, blood splattering everywhere, dyeing the night sky red. Even 100 plans would have a flaw. With one careless move, the palm energy couldn't dodge in time and brushed past the Phoenix body, severely injuring it. With such a clear difference in cultivation, even if the Phoenix body had extreme speed, it still couldn't go against the might of the heavens. Wind and clouds swirled around the Kylan Patriarch. Little gourd. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Immortal Elder. The spatial restriction on his shoulder dissipated, and a little gourd appeared. Go and help the Phoenix body heal. Be careful. Ning Chen said softly. Yes. The little gourd accepted the order and quickly flew forward on the green vine gourd. Human-shaped immortal medicine? The heaven-mending pavilion's immortal vine has actually grown to this extent. After a short moment of surprise, the Kylan Patriarch's eyes gradually became cold. The fact that the heaven-mending pavilion could let the immortal vine fall into the hands of this child meant that the old monster of the heaven-mending pavilion couldn't resist the reckoning of time and had already passed away. It was really a pity. He originally thought that he could catch up with that old man this time, but now it seemed that there was no chance. This era really didn't belong to them anymore. With a light sigh, the Kylan Patriarch suppressed the waves in his heart. He took a step forward and his cultivation erupted. 10,000 li of the void suddenly collapsed. On the other side, Ning Chen and Lin Yuzhen's expressions both became serious. It's here. In a breath, the Qilin patriarch moved within the rolling cloud. Before they could react, his figure had already arrived. He raised his hand and slapped down. The wind and thunder of heaven and earth received the order to annihilate the two. The might of the heavens was vast and unparalleled. Ning Chen calmed himself down, and 3 rays of light appeared around him. Nian Qing appeared, and the sword danced together. Wind and snow covered the sky. Heaven ascends, earth descends, man dies. From the heavens to the earth, the clouds of sabers and swords intersected with each other. On the sword god performed his martial arts, and a sword soared through the sky, displaying the pinnacle of the Tao of Swords. Heaven's might and the pinnacle of the Tao of Swords collided. The sword light broke apart the wind and thunder, and the aftershock of the collision caused Bai Yi to retreat several steps. Her astral soul flew out of her hand, and her white hair was dyed red. Sword! 11. Taking a step forward, Ning Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the astral soul that flew out. The sword spun 11 times, and sword qi gushed out like rain. The Qilin patriarch moved again, dodging the sword qi. After a few steps, he raised his hand and forcefully countered with a palm strike. 10,000 devils devour the heavens. In an instant, the devil body appeared at the back of the battlefield. Numerous devil shadows appeared, blotting out the sky as they rushed forward. Useless move. The Qilin patriarch turned his head, and his palm strike was like a tidal wave. The wind and clouds of heaven and earth engulfed the 10,000 devils, not leaving a single one behind. Eternal banishment. The 10,000 devils dispersed. In the horizon, the devil body opened its palms and slammed them together, tearing apart the heavens and earth. The ultimate move of the royal clan appeared once more. Void burial, eternal banishment. The turbulent flow of time and space were destroyed. A terrifying devouring force came, forcefully swallowing the Qilin patriarch's body. Sensing the danger, the Qilin patriarch's eyes darkened. He let out a long shout and released his tyrannical cultivation to resist the devouring force of time and space. Your Highness! An opportunity appeared. Ning Chen rushed out and shouted in a deep voice. Lin Yuzhen nodded. She stepped forward and entered the void. Around her, the soaring serpents roared. The black water was like a heavenly waterfall, falling into the turbulent flow of time and space. Extreme Sky Thunder Bead. With a light shout, thunder rumbled. The Extreme Sky Thunder Bead appeared and flew into the black water. Seeing the two's actions, the Qilin patriarch's expression changed slightly. He turned his palm and the wind and clouds around him turned into black lotuses. The lotuses merged and protected him. Sword art breaks space. Ning Chen waved his sword. The sword light broke through the air and slashed on the Extreme Sky Thunder Bead. After a short moment of silence, an earth-shattering terror appeared. The Extreme Sky Thunder Bead suddenly shattered. Endless thunder energy erupted and spread wildly, turning the black water into a sea of thunder. In the next moment, the sea of thunder drowned the black lotuses. The aurora was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at it directly. The endless sea of thunder and the absolute defense collided with each other. Rumbling sounds were heard in the turbulent flow of time and space. The collapsed space spread again, reaching 1,000 miles away. After the extreme, the sea of thunder and the black lotuses dissipated. The Qilin patriarch's figure soared into the sky and escaped from the turbulent flow. However, this time, he was not as calm as before. I respect you for your great contributions. However, to prevent future troubles, I must kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures appeared in the sky. The life scroll was the foundation. The heaven, earth, void, and God scrolls were blazing. At the same time, the demon opened the sky and wept. The phoenix body was also the sun scroll. They were the first person to kill the Qilin in 10,000 years. With a loud bang, the muffled thunder broke through the sky. Millions of resentment filled the sky and covered the starry sky. The sky wept and sorrowful rain fell. Chapter 866. Above the Qilin temple, the battle of exterminating the pavilion became more and more intense. Endless flames of war spread, covering the sky and the sun. The red robe swept past, phoenix fire overflowing. In the flames, the immortal slaying sword broke through the starry night and crashed into the yin-yang divine mirror. Crack! After the consecutive collisions, the divine mirror could no longer withstand the might of the immortal weapon. A slight cracking sound rang out, and in the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on the surface of the mirror. They were so fine and so glaring. The two figures fell, and the 300 zhang demonic body rose again. A fist smashed down. Boom! Blocking another powerful move, the demonic might shook. On the yin-yang divine mirror, cracks spread, crisscrossing, covering the entire surface of the mirror. The Qilin Pavilion Master's expression changed. He turned his palm and slapped at the red figure. In the instant of danger, Bai Yi swept over, her astral soul crossed, and her unparalleled foundation blocked the fatal palm. The aftermath whistled, and the wind and snow were in a frenzy. White frost spread on the Taisher sword, and the sword slashed at the throat. The Qilin Pavilion Master clenched his fist and punched at the sword that slashed at the throat. Azure Dragon Fall! The red robe flashed, and she raised her hand to grab the Qilin Pavilion Master's shoulder. The surrounding azure dragon coiled out, and the dragon roared, turning into a meteor that fell from the sky. Stars transformation. Below, the demonic body's hands formed 9 stars, and suddenly rose to the sky. Old ancestor, save me! At the moment of death, the Qilin Pavilion Master's expression changed. He used the yin-yang divine mirror to protect himself and anxiously shouted. Boom! The azure dragon falls star, and the divine mirror scattered the soul. With a violent vibration, the yin-yang divine mirror could no longer withstand the extreme power and collapsed. There was a muffled groan and blood sprayed. The Qilin Pavilion Master's skin cracked, and blood dyed his battle robe red. Coughing, he vomited a mouthful of blood and staggered, unable to stand firm. The divine mirror was destroyed, and he no longer had anything to rely on. His life and death were no longer in his control. At this moment, the pressure between heaven and earth suddenly dropped, and a never-before-seen aura spread. The sky above the Qilin Pavilion was covered by dark clouds. Old ancestor! The Qilin Pavilion Master saw this and shouted with joy. No matter who comes today, no one will be able to save your life. Ning Chen's eyes chilled as he flashed forward. Genesis Supreme swung his sword at Ning Chen. How dare you! In the sky, an aged yet dignified voice rang out. In the surging wind and clouds, a giant palm pressed down, refusing the former. Is this kind of high and mighty attitude really so fascinating to you? Ning Chen coldly snorted, as he turned and slashed out with his sword. His astral soul collided with the gigantic palm, as the astral light from his astral soul intensified, blocking the gigantic palm. Blood spurted out as the sword light sealed the throat. Taisher's sword did not stop, and with a swing of his sword, the throat of the Qilin Pavilion Master was severed. Blood spurted out and dyed the dust red. His furious eyes were filled with unwillingness. Qilin Pavilion Master clutched his broken throat, but he was unable to stop the gushing blood. He retreated step by step and finally fell down powerlessly. His twitching body was so reluctant to leave. He was reluctant to leave the beautiful scenery of the world, reluctant to leave the power to control the fate of others. However, in the end, he couldn't even change his own fate. In the sky, lightning spread, and an old man with the marks of time appeared. Looking at the figure in the pool of blood below, an undetectable murderous intent flashed in his aged eyes. Outside the battle, Lin Yuzhen was shocked when she saw the old man in the sky. This was the fourth realm. It was a completely different pressure. It was foreign and heavy, and one couldn't even feel that it was a human pressure. It was as if a part of the world was pressing down, and all living things were terrified. In front of the sacred hall, 3 figures stood. In the middle, Ning Chen waved his right hand, and the trapping celestial flew up from the divine restriction in the distance. "Your Highness, please stop them for now," Ning Chen said. With the divine restriction broken, Lin Xiaohan and the other grand elders of the Qilin Pavilion were no longer bound. They looked over with killing intent. Lin Yuzhen's figure flashed, and she stood in front of the 6 people. She looked at the battle from the corner of her eyes with worry. Lin Yuzhen opened her mouth, but before she could finish, she was interrupted. "Your Highness, don't worry. I know what I'm doing," Ning Chen said. He clenched his right hand, and the trapping celestial was in his hand. He stabbed the sword into the ground, and red light filled the sky. In the sky, the Qilin Patriarch looked at the former's actions quietly. He looked calm, and he didn't do anything. The divine restriction was opened again, and the red light flowed, sealing the battle. The main body opened the restriction, and the Phoenix demon on both sides condensed their qi, and the Yin and Yang formation opened. The black and red Taiji formation rushed into the sky, circling above the divine restriction. Light fell, strengthening the divine restriction. "Are you ready?" The Qilin Patriarch looked at the 3 figures in front of him and asked. "Yes, I've kept you waiting," Ning Chen said calmly. His whole body was surrounded by cold air. Snowflakes fell silently from the sky. On both sides, the Phoenix demon also activated their full power. Their vital essence surged, and they focused on the upcoming battle of life and death. "Heaven waterfall," he said casually. In the sky, the Qilin Patriarch raised his right hand. Suddenly, at the top of the 9 heavens, the void cracked open, and a huge ravine appeared. The Milky Way fell, and it was shocking. The heavens and earth were shocked. The indescribable power of heaven and earth was far beyond the limits of human strength. The Milky Way rolled, and it was shocking. 1,000 Earth rotation. Ning Chen's eyes focused. He stomped his foot, and the earth rumbled. Huge stone pillars rushed into the sky one after another, turning into pillars that blocked the Milky Way falling from the sky. The 2 extremes collided, and in the earth-shattering tremor, the stone pillars couldn't withstand the power of heaven and collapsed. The Milky Way fell and swallowed the 3 figures. 3,000 miles of sword snow. One move wasn't enough, so he used another move. Tai Shi condensed frost in Ning Chen's hand, and with a slash of his sword, a huge wave of cold air spread, blocking the power of heaven. With a boom, the waves in front of the heaven waterfall were frozen, and it continued to spread. Behind, the waterfall continued to fall, fiercely attacking the frozen barrier. Boom! After a moment of stalemate, the waterfall broke the ice, and a huge wave came crashing down. Seeing this, the 2 figures of the Phoenix demon joined hands and used the power of the yin-yang formation. Red and black sword lights shot out, blocking the huge wave. The 3 attacks came one after another, and countless sword lights collapsed. The power of the huge wave finally reached its limit. Sword form, space breaking. Between the 2 figures, Ning Chen waved Tai Shi again, and with a slash of his sword, the heaven waterfall split. In the sky, the Qilin Patriarch looked at the person below, and his calm eyes gradually became serious. "This kid is not bad. There's no need to test me. You can show me your true strength," Ning Chen said calmly. The Qilin Patriarch looked at the surrounding red light and said, "Time, yellow spring, and immortal slaying and immortal trapping. To be able to use these powers at such a young age, you should be proud of your achievement. However, below the 4th realm, these powers are meaningless." With that, the Qilin Patriarch raised his right hand again. In an instant, thunder woke up, and the sky lost its color. Chapter 867. In the Kirin Temple, lightning fell from the sky. The endless and terrifying sea of lightning drowned everything within sight. The earth was destroyed and the sky cracked. It was shocking. The terrifying power that surpassed the power of man was shocking. The power of destruction spread endlessly as if the end of the world had arrived. Below, Ning Chen looked up at the sky. The wind and snow on his sword surged. With a light shout, the wind and snow split open, and a violent power swept out. Heaven and earth chime, life and death defy fate. The two swords opened up, shaking heaven and earth. The astral soul and Taisher shone brightly, and the dazzling light illuminated the night. In an instant, the two swords turned into blazing meteors and soared into the sky. The power of the sword shook the heavenly thunder, and the power of man blocked the power of heaven. In the thunder, the two swords weaved through, cutting through layers of thunder. The light on the swords also weakened rapidly. Demonic form, blood flame. The demonic body shouted, and demonic waves rolled. The crimson drill sword shone brightly, and boundless blood-colored demonic flames rose, turning into a flame sword that cut through the 9 heavens. The two bodies moved, and the phoenix body stepped forward. In an instant, the fairy slayer broke through the sky, following the sword path that the two bodies opened and soared into the sky. The sword light chimed with the great Tao, and the phoenix awakened the mortal world. The path of the sword showed a shocking scene. The phoenix spread its wings, and the sword phoenix went against fate. Above the void, the Kirin patriarch saw this, and his eyes flashed. He raised his hand and moved the wind and clouds. A giant hand appeared and blocked the sword phoenix that soared into the sky. The sword phoenix shook the giant hand, and on the wings, the sword light surged and collided with the giant hand. After a moment of stalemate, the giant hand retreated a little. It was actually gradually pushed back by the power of the sword phoenix. Not bad. The Kirin patriarch snorted and clenched his right hand. In front of him, the giant hand also clenched. With a loud bang, countless sword light shattered and dissipated between heaven and earth. The aftershock spread, and the sword phoenix could not withstand it. It dissipated, and the red robe appeared. It retreated a few steps, and blood flowed on the fairy slayer sword. It was the first time it was injured. With one move, the difference between the two was obvious. The power of the 4th level was shocking, and the divine power was shocking. Below, Ning Chen looked at the elder in the void, and his eyes became serious. He knew that the 4th level was very strong, but today, he knew that this level was not something that could be judged by human eyes. 9th disciple of Blackgate sect, I've heard of your name many times. However, your legend ends today. The Kylan patriarch said indifferently. He flipped his left hand and a gust of wind blew. In the wind, waves rolled. The combination of the two powers was even more powerful than before. Sword art, nothing. Ning Chen took a step forward and entered the void. In the yin and yang matrix, the power of the demonic phoenix double body gathered. The two swords were yin and yang. Two streaks of sword light intersected and collided with each other. The sword is not bad, and the formation is not bad as well. It's a pity that your cultivation does not allow you to fully unleash their power. The Kylan patriarch pressed down with his left hand. Suddenly, the heavenly waterfall of feng shui surged out and wiped out everything in its path. The sword light dissipated silently without any ripples. A pool of blood splashed out, and Ning Chen retreated several steps. He condensed his essence to block the heavenly might, but it was difficult for him to block the power of a 4th realm cultivator. He grunted, and his body was dyed red. On the other side, the phoenix silhouette stopped in its tracks and shot out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the old man. Phoenix flames rose from the immortal slaying sword and pierced towards the old man's chest. Too slow. The Kylan patriarch raised his hand and held the sword. His vital essence spread out and blocked the immortal slaying sword. Immediately, he slapped the phoenix silhouette with his palm. In such a short time, life and death were determined. The demonic might was overwhelming, and a 1,000 feet tall giant body appeared. The giant fist was red, and it protected the phoenix silhouette. The Kylan patriarch frowned. He changed the direction of his palm and met the giant fist from the sky. There was a rumble, and the demonic blood dyed the sky. The unshakable might was strong, and even the royal heavenly demon physique was severely injured. One sword, invisible. The situation was dangerous, but the phoenix silhouette did not retreat. The blood did not stop, and the sword did not stop. The immortal slaying sword spun rapidly and broke free from the former's restraint. It forcefully pierced into the Kylan patriarch's chest. The dazzling red color overflowed from the ancient clothing. A smear of red appeared in front of the Kylan patriarch's chest. The sword penetrated half an inch and could not go any further. Back off! With an angry roar, vital essence exploded. A huge impact spread out, and the phoenix silhouette flew 1,000 feet away. Blood splattered and fell like rain. Not far away, Lin Yuzhen saw the scene and was shocked. Her eyes were full of worry. How is it? Do you regret it? Unfortunately, it's too late. Today, both of you will die here. Lin Xiaohan, the leader of the 6 Kylan patriarchs, glanced at the battle on the other side and said coldly. Lin Yuzhen retracted her gaze and looked at the 6 people in front of her. She said in a deep voice, "It's still unknown who will live and who will die. Since I came here, how could I be unprepared?" After she finished speaking, Lin Yuzhen shouted softly. Green lightning filled the air around her. She released all of her skills. Her long hair flew backward, and the crown on her head shattered. She returned to her female form. She was no longer handsome. Instead, she had a perfect face that could topple countries. Her white skin emitted a bright brilliance under the night sky. How could I not have my own trump card to contend with the Ji family until now? With a cold voice, strange patterns appeared around Lin Yuzhen. The next moment, a huge phantom of a divine beast appeared. It was covered in scales and had a pair of wings on its back. It looked like a dragon but not a dragon. It looked like a flood dragon but not a flood dragon. This is the soaring snake. Seeing the powerful divine beast around Prince Qi, Lin Xiaohan was shocked and cried out involuntarily. On the other side of the battle, the Kylan patriarch sensed something. He looked over and frowned slightly. The power of the ancient divine beast, the soaring snake, had been obtained by a woman. With the appearance of the soaring snake, Lin Yuzhen's cultivation continued to rise. She surpassed the peak and advanced half a step. Her peerless face was cold, and the cold nature of the snake affected its host's mind. The wings spread, and the soaring snake phantom opened its huge mouth. Suddenly, the black water surged and became as heavy as a mountain. The Kylan patriarchs condensed their essence to block the attack, but they felt their bodies sink. They were suppressed by Prince Qi's power alone. Thunder! The black water surged. In front of them, Lin Yuzhen shouted softly. Lightning flashed around her body, and a phoenix cry pierced into the black water. The water assisted the lightning. With a grunt, the Kylan patriarchs flew out together. Lightning crisscrossed their bodies, and it was difficult to use their vital essence. Rivers red for all generations. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuzhen condensed another ultimate move. In an instant, the mountains and rivers were picturesque, revealing the horizon. The heavenly form descends move, and the power of precepts poured into the sword. The phoenix cry shocked the world as it slashed down from the sky. The 6 Supremes' eyes trembled, and they hurriedly used their vital essence to block the attack. However, the lightning paralyzed their bodies, and it was difficult for them to gather their vital essence. Ugh! The red light of the sky slashing sword split the 9 heavens in two. The terrifying sword power split the world, and a waterfall of blood exploded. 3 Supremes exploded, and the other 3 fell from the sky and crashed onto the ground. Cough, cough. After the extreme power, Lin Yuzhen's body staggered. She spat out a mouthful of blood that dyed the red dust red. She didn't want to fight for a long time. Even though she was victorious, her body still suffered quite a bit of backlash. Ning Chen. Lin Yuzhen did not have time to check on her injuries. She quickly looked at the battle on the other side. Her figure flashed, and she rushed over. Chapter 868. The Battle of the Kylan was coming to an end. Heavy rain fell from the sky and fogged up the night sky. Above the void, the heavenly book shone brilliantly. 6 scrolls appeared at the same time. It was a scene that had never been seen before. The sky opened and the earth appeared. The scene of the beginning of the world was extremely shocking. In the chaos, an aurora cut across the sky. It was the end of creation and destruction. God descended to the mortal world and looked down on the world. The stars circled around and transcended everything. Celestial God Dance, the first move of the divine scroll. It was developed again in the scene of creation. Its power was boundless and the power of destruction fell from the sky. Borrowing the power of God, Ning Chen moved his hands in the void. In the snow, the stars fell. It was terrifying and destructive. Star-picking hand's final move, reverse formless. The crisis was approaching. The Kylan Patriarch used his ultimate skill. Majestic airflow surged and formed a storm. In the storm, a giant hand held up the sky and grabbed the stars falling from the sky. Celestial Demon's 6 unique skills, Star Transformation. Under Heaven's tier, the demon body used the ultimate move. 9 big stars appeared between his hands. They changed endlessly and thousands of stars fell from the sky. 9 suns burning the sky. The phoenix body also catalyzed the appearance of the 9 suns. Divine flame raged and the sun fell from the sky. The 3 bodies worked together. The stars gathered into the 9 suns and the demon flame burned the mortal world. The shocking power lit up the night sky and crashed into the star-picking hand. 4 realms of transcendence and 6 scrolls of world shaking. In the most terrifying collision, the raging waves spread rapidly. Heaven and earth collapsed. The indescribable aftershock spread continuously and destroyed the mountains. The scene of the end of the world shook. The palaces collapsed and sank into the ground. They became history. Ancient inheritances and immortal sects, along with the aftershocks of their moves, fell into oblivion, forever disappearing from this world. In the boundless fire, the 3 bodies were dyed red and flew out. After 100 steps, they stopped. Below, the Kylan Patriarch took half a step back. The aura around him shook violently. Sword style, remnant red. Seeing that the Kylan Patriarch's aura was unstable, the phoenix body stepped forward. Her body was like a thunderbolt. The fairy-slaying sword was sharp and pierced toward the Kylan Patriarch's heart again. The Kylan Patriarch's face darkened. He gathered the energy in his palm and blocked in front of his body. The sword was like a remnant rainbow. It was extremely fast and sharp, piercing straight into the wind and clouds. Wind and clouds protected her body, making it difficult for the sword momentum to penetrate her. Behind her, demonic aura surged, and a demonic shadow swept over. The force of his palm penetrated into the phoenix's body, boosting the momentum of his attack. With the 2 of them working together, the immortal execution broke through the wind and clouds, advancing a few more centimeters. All of you are too weak. The Kylan Patriarch sneered as he gathered the essence in his palm. The waves surged and the wind howled. Your Excellency's cultivation is admirable. However, since I've come here, how could I be unprepared? At the back of the battlefield, Ning Chen took a step forward. His white hair danced in the air as he unleashed all of his technique. Instantly, the wind and snow in the sky surged wildly. Time flowed between heaven and earth as the might of the divine prohibition was fully unleashed. The red light in the forbidden area filled the sky. At the same time, the red light in the Kylan Patriarch's chest shone brightly. The power of time that the immortal slayer had penetrated exploded and spread rapidly. The 4 realms were proud of the world, and the natural laws did not touch the body. However, the divine restriction power that entered the body was unstoppable. Once it erupted, there was a crazy backlash. In a moment of carelessness, the Kylan Patriarch staggered and the vital core that he had gathered dissipated immediately. Time consumed his body and the wind and clouds in front of him shook. It could no longer stop the divine sword. The phoenix's body stepped forward and the immortal slayer in her hand penetrated the Chelan patriarch's chest. The Chelan patriarch groaned and took a few steps back. Blood flowed from his chest and dyed his clothes red. No wonder you were willing to injure me at all costs. Hee. A pool of blood splashed and dyed the sky red. The Chelan patriarch looked up to the sky and laughed crazily. Then, he shouted angrily and turned his palm to counterattack. The phoenix's left arm crossed to block the angry palm. With a violent tremor, the phoenix's body flew a few hundred feet away. In the scattered starlight, the left arm fell powerlessly and the martial bones were all broken. Sacred blood battle suit. Seeing the starlight scattered around the phoenix's body, the Chelan patriarch's eyes darkened. No, it was not a complete battlesuit. There was only an arm guard, and it was already broken. A few hundred feet away, the phoenix's body vomited a mouthful of red blood and staggered. With the help of the arm guard, she barely blocked the fatal palm. On her shoulder, the small gourd shone brightly and did its best to heal her injuries. The cold night was bleak, and the battle had reached the final stage. In the void, the Chelan patriarch suppressed his injuries. His heart meridians were all broken, but he still did not fall. His heart meridians were destroyed, but he didn't die. The fourth realm is really hard to understand. After a short pause, the three figures stepped forward and stood in the void. They looked at the old man in front of them and said coldly, "There are still many things you can't imagine. The ninth son of the Mahis sect, I will make sure you die a horrible death today." The Chelan patriarch's face flashed ferociously. His vital essence kept flowing in his heart and mouth to protect his body that was severely injured by a mortal slayer. "That depends on whether you have the ability or not," Ningchen replied coldly. The three figures moved again. His sword was like a startled swan that broke the polar night. The violent sword and cold eyes were dazzling in the night. The Chelan patriarch raised his hand to block the attack. However, with the suppression of resentment and the erosion of time, his broken body was extremely weak. The three figures fought against the four realms. The sword light crisscrossed, leaving no gap and no chance of survival. Star-picking hand. The situation was reversed. The Chelan patriarch's face darkened. He raised his hand to gather vital essence and shook the stars. Not allowing the battle to change again, Lin Yuzhen stepped into the battle from the outside. The soaring serpent's phantom roared to the sky and gathered all her power. The phoenix's cry shone as it resisted the star-picking hand. With a groan, blood was stained. The star-picking hand was unshakable. The soaring serpent dispersed and Prince Qi's body flew out. "Your Highness!" Ningchen was shocked. However, there was no time to lose. Taisher's sword turned and the snow wave soared to the sky. 3,000 miles of sword snow. The sword shone and the sword snow danced. It was a flash of white light. The white hair was dazzling and the sword light was extremely bright. The Chelan patriarch raised his palm again to block the sword light. However, his vital essence was not condensed enough and his move was weaker. With a boom, the sword snow broke through the sky. The aftermath roared and the two figures retreated at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix figure appeared again. With absolute speed and sword power, the immortal slayer pierced the sky and penetrated the old man's chest again. Impudent! The sword tip entered the body and the pain consumed him. The Chelan patriarch turned his palm and struck out. Wind and thunder surged. Samsara calamity! At the critical moment, the demon body rushed over. Samsara appeared on his sword and blocked the power of wind and thunder. In the violent collision, the two figures flew out several feet. Although they were in a sorry state, they retained their combat power. In the tragic battle, there were many schemes and multiple suppressions. However, the power of a fourth realm cultivator was still terrifying. For the first time, The power of the divine prohibition of time did not achieve the expected effect. Drops of blood fell from the sky. At this point in the battle, both sides were dyed red. There should have been no suspense in the battle, but at this moment, the outcome was unpredictable. You guys seal his movements. Give me a breath's time. On the left side of the three figures, the phoenix body said in a low voice. Okay. Ning Chen and the demon body responded and rushed out to trap the enemy together. Outside the battle, the phoenix body held his sword horizontally. His sword will rose to the extreme. In the next moment, the sword aura between heaven and earth rapidly gathered without beginning or end. 6 paths fall together, myriad demonic calamities, Taishang forbidden sword. As soon as he stepped out, thousands of swords soared into the sky. His red robe soared into the sky. The immortal slayer spun and the sword flow surged, shining brilliantly. Doomsday catastrophe. With a light shout, thousands of swords broke through the sky. The shocking scene drowned the battle in an instant. The sword flow surged endlessly. The Kylan Patriarch's pupils shrank. He turned his palm and held up the sky, blocking the thousands of swords. After a moment, rumbling sounds were heard. The forbidden sword shook the world. The fourth realm was even more immeasurable. The thousands of swords were shattered. Suddenly, blood spurted out and dyed the night sky red. At the end of the thousands of swords, the immortal slayer appeared. It cut off an arm and took the initiative. 4 scrolls at the same time, lifeless heaven and earth. The opportunity reappeared. Ning Chen's figure rushed forward. His 2 swords circled around. There was a loud rumble. The snow waves were vast and mighty. In a short time, the killing palm was majestic. It destroyed the sky and split the peak. They fought with their foundation and their lives. The 4 scrolls rotated endlessly and dissipated the invisible force. In a short time, they were able to support the knowing destiny state and did not retreat half a step. There was a loud rumble. Fists and palms landed on the body. Blood splattered and dyed the snow-white snow red. It was the most direct confrontation. Life and death were at stake. Neither of them showed mercy. They did not gather chi and fought with force. In a few moves, heavy punches landed on the body. The power of the 9 heavens star-picking hand is invincible. Ignoring the injury, the Kylan Patriarch threw out a heavy punch. The Kylan Patriarch looked crazy. His chi pierced the sky and his killing intent exceeded the limit. Ning Chen moved again and avoided the heavy punch. He threw a punch and landed on the Patriarch's chest. The punch penetrated the body and blood splattered. The Kylan Patriarch did not retreat. He raised his hand to grab Ning Chen's arm. Thunder surged and wanted to break his arm. You only have 1 arm left. 1 for 1. It's worth it. Ning Chen snorted. He did not dodge. His heavy punch condensed chi and hit the Patriarch's left shoulder. There was a loud rumble. The 2 figures retreated at the same time. Their arms hung down and their clothes were stained with blood. Star Spirit! Ning Chen shouted. The sword light flew back. The moment he held it, Ning Chen's figure flashed again. He only had 1 hand and 1 sword. His killing intent did not decrease. The Kylan Patriarch's figure retreated. However, both his arms were broken. The situation was dangerous. Star-picking hand, scorching sun. Taking a step forward, the Kylan Patriarch condensed his origin energy into a palm. Wind and clouds gathered and blasted towards the person in front of him. Ning Chen brandished his sword. With a loud bang, he was sent flying several feet away. His astral soul left his hand and fell to the ground. Popo's blood stained his arm. 2 figures appeared from the side and looked at the old man in front of them. In an instant they dashed out again. The pinnacle of speed and the supreme of strength. Together with the Phoenix Demon, their swords were merciless and deadly. The situation was critical. The Kylan Patriarch's expression turned gloomy. His figure flashed, and the wind and thunder surged. Outside the battlefield, Ning Chen stood quietly. His left hand clenched into a fist, and the trapping immortal slowly flew up from the ground. Earth chi lingered around it, and a terrifying aura of time circulated. Among the 4 great immortal swords, the one with the least killing intent was also the one with the most blood. Exterminating immortal sharp, slaughtering immortal death, trapping immortal red light everywhere, exterminating immortal infinite transformations, staining immortal robes with the blood of divine immortals of the grand firmament, 4 different swords with different effects. In ancient times, their might had shaken the heavens, and now, they had slain Xie Wang. Sword 12. The 12th sword appeared once again. Magnificent sword light coiled around the area. Under the night sky, the 7 colors of the sword flowed. Divine might shook the world. Learning the sword for 100 years, unrivaled in the world, the only knowing destiny Marquis in the world. Chapter 869. The final move of the Qilin battle was about to arrive. The 12th sword reappeared, and a magnificent sword light appeared. Suddenly, the sword pressure swept across the world, and the land in all directions disintegrated. No words could be spoken because words were already useless. The same sword move, but completely different sword intent. The sword was one, and different paths led to the same destination. The celestial trapping sword was in his hand, and the earth energy was activated. The entire Qilin pavilion shook, unable to withstand the sword that was about to be unleashed. In the battle, the Qilin ancestor's expression changed drastically. He shouted, and the wind and thunder around him exploded, blasting the 2 away. He immediately retreated, wanting to leave the battle. However, the sword intent had already appeared, and it was too late to retreat. The white-haired figure swept past, and in the blink of an eye, the celestial trapping sword broke through the void, and the sword light slashed open the polar night. You! He suddenly turned around, but his head was separated from his body. The Qilin ancestor's head flew high, and blood spurted into the sky, adding a red color to the cold night. In the sky, the Tai Chi formation rotated rapidly, and black and red light scattered, trapping the Qilin ancestor's body to prevent any changes from happening. Is it over? The Phoenix demon's figure swept over, and the demon body looked at the Qilin ancestor who was separated from his body. It's not clear yet, don't be careless. Ning Chen's eyes flashed, and he said. As soon as he finished speaking, blood flowed in reverse under the Tai Chi formation. After a moment, the Qilin ancestor's body suddenly exploded, and a terrifying impact roared out, instantly destroying the Yin and Yang Great Formation. Seeing this, the 3 figures quickly retreated, avoiding the aftermath of the impact. In front of them, in the billowing waves of dust, an illusory figure appeared. He had a middle-aged face, and his soul power was transformed into clothes. His strong aura was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. As expected, he won't die so easily. In the middle of the 3 figures, Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. Such a powerful soul power had even surpassed the 49 leaders of the Dao sects. The terror of the 4th realm was indeed well-deserved. Can you still fight? Ning Chen asked. Endless fighting spirit. The demon body took a step forward, and the demonic aura around him surged. Yes. The phoenix body also stepped forward and nodded. Since we promised Prince Qi to destroy the Qilin pavilion, we can't go back on our words. The situation is unclear now, be careful. Ning Chen looked at the illusory figure in front of him. Understood, the phoenix body said calmly. Dragging the battle out won't do us any good. I'll make the first move to test the waters. The demon body said coldly. His figure dashed out. The crimson drill sword was suffused with blood-red light, and a baleful aura flourished. With a swing of the sword, demonic waves surged. The capabilities of the 4th realm are beyond your imagination. The Qilin ancestor's eyes regained their coldness. He took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the devil. He raised his hand and slammed it down on the devil's chest. The demonic chi scattered, and the demonic body was sent flying. 1,000 feet away, it barely managed to stabilize itself. It spat out a mouthful of blood that stained the demonic sword. Ning Chen was shocked. A moment later, he forced himself to calm down and observe the changes in the battle. There was no doubt that the Kylan Patriarch's speed was much faster than before. However, it seemed that he was not completely unaffected after losing his physical body. At the very least, if that palm strike had been unleashed earlier, the devil body most likely wouldn't have been able to stand up. Overall, the Kylan Patriarch had become weaker. He was no longer at his peak. Beside him, the Phoenix body also saw the change in the Kylan Patriarch. He took a step forward and moved out in a flash. The Kylan Patriarch moved at the same extreme speed. His palm surged and slammed toward the Phoenix body. The Phoenix body turned back and avoided the palm strike. The sword radiance was dazzling and slashed down from the sky. With a violent tremor, the Kylan Patriarch waved his hand to disperse the sword radiance. He turned his hand over and forcefully countered with a palm strike. The situation of the peak battle changed again. The battle of speed, the battle of reflexes, the surging sword radiance, and the surging palm strike constantly crossed between heaven and earth. Outside the battle, Ning Chen calmly watched the battle, waiting for an opportunity to appear. Not far away, the demonic body suppressed his heavy injuries and stepped forward, also waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Qi Lian's brilliance was not as bright as before. After a great battle, the three bodies were all damaged and were no longer at their peak. With the impact of the battle's aftermath, the divine restriction was almost destroyed. The power of the divine law was filled and constantly overflowed between heaven and earth. At this point in the battle, there was no longer any reservation. There was only a competition of absolute strength and no fear of death. In the battle, the Kylan Patriarch's body was glowing. Although his physical body was destroyed and only his soul was left, every move of his had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Facing the Phoenix body with the fairy-slaying sword in hand, he was able to suppress her. "Help me!" After watching the battle for a while, Ning Chen whispered softly. Immediately, the vital essence around his body rose and the fairy-trapping sword rotated. Seeing this, the demonic body condensed vital essence and gathered qi. The demonic body surged and supported the former. Celestial technique, waxing moons. The two joined forces and the demonic moon appeared out of thin air, binding the Kylan Patriarch's body. In an instant, the demonic moon collapsed and the Kylan Patriarch's soul was also torn apart. Ugh! With a painful groan, the celestial technique's power destroyed the divine soul. The Kylan Patriarch's figure staggered and showed a painful expression. Sky-shattering. In an instant, the Phoenix body swept past and pierced the fairy-slaying moon toward the Kylan Patriarch. Back off! With a furious roar, the Kylan Patriarch's soul power erupted. The wind and clouds were ordered to disperse rapidly. With a loud bang, the Phoenix body flew backward. After a dozen feet, it stabilized its body and turned back without caring about its injuries. The celestial might on the sword was dazzling. With the help of extreme speed, it crashed into the wind and clouds surrounding the Kylan Patriarch's soul. After a moment of stalemate, the celestial sword couldn't move half a step forward. At this moment, outside the battlefield, the Xian sound vibrated and penetrated the wind and clouds. The King of Hell played, judging life and death. The Xian sound roared and surged. The white tiger deity's weapon of slaughter appeared again. The Xian sound was not real, and the wind and clouds were difficult to block. The Xian sound passed through the Kylan Patriarch's body and severely injured his soul. With a step back, the Kylan Patriarch's soul shook. He had a splitting headache. Without the protection of his body, his weakness was exposed. Sword, the opportunity appeared again. The Phoenix body swung the sword. Suddenly, with a groan, her body staggered. The injuries in her body broke out and attacked her body. Seeing this, the Chilan patriarch forcibly condensed his vital essence and pressed his palm on the phoenix body. Suddenly, blood splattered all over the sky. Ning Chen and the demonic body were shocked. They rushed forward and caught the phoenix body, who was severely injured. Not good. Seeing the phoenix body's injuries, Ning Chen's eyes darkened. The phoenix body's injuries were not light, and she couldn't fight anymore. Without the phoenix body, they had lost the ability to control the situation and seize the opportunity. The following battle would be difficult. Raising his hand to swallow the phoenix body's power, Ning Chen's expression was grave. He didn't expect the phoenix body to lose its fighting power at the most crucial moment. It was like adding frost to snow. How should we fight? The demonic body looked forward and asked in a deep voice. Her soul is far weaker than her physical body. She can't resist the judgment of time. You hold her back for 10 breaths. I will repair the divine restriction, Ning Chen said calmly. 10 breaths? Okay. The demonic body replied in a deep voice. With a clench of his left hand, the immortal slaying sword flew into his hand. In an instant, the demonic body flashed past and entered the battle alone. Waving both swords, demonic waves surged. You only have one body left to fight? What a pity! The Chilan patriarch sneered. He suppressed the chaotic soul power in his body. His right palm stirred up the wind and clouds, and he faced the two swords head-on. A sonorous sound reverberated through the night. Demonic energy surged and blood dripped. The valiant demonic body was covered in blood, which added to its madness. Every move was shocking. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Without the phoenix body's control and the main body's cooperation, the battle became unprecedentedly desperate. Every sword move caused blood to spray. Every breath of time caused heavy injuries to the demonic body. Outside the battle, Ning Chen's body was covered in snow. With blood as a guide and the seal as a lamp, he drew the power of time from the immortal sword to open the divine restriction again. With a bang, the demonic body blocked with both swords, but it was difficult to disperse the remaining power. The demonic body was sent flying several steps back. 10 breaths have already passed. Are you still not done? The demonic body coughed up a mouthful of blood and raised a hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. I'm done, Ning Chen said calmly. The immortal sword in his hand fell once more. The moment it entered the ground, a red light spread throughout the world. The yellow springs opened and time devoured souls. The divine restriction opened once more. Above the collapsed void, time flowed and rapidly devoured the vitality of the people within. Return, demonic body, Ning Chen said softly. Then, he clenched his left hand. The fairy-slaying sword flew from the demonic body's hand and disappeared into his hand. 9th Saber, God Territory. The 9th saber reappeared and the sword territory spread. Endless sword light rose into the sky, crisscrossing and spreading to every corner of the sword territory. Not far away, the demonic body dissipated and returned to the main body. The demonic body's task was completed. They returned to their respective places for the final battle. In the sword territory, the white-haired figure stood tall. His body was like a sword, and his body was like a sword. His white clothes flashed past, and he summoned back his essence. Every move returned to the beginning of the sword. The Chilan patriarch used the power of heaven and earth to block the attack. However, the fairy-slaying sword was unstoppable. The sword split the wind and clouds, and time fell on the demonic body. Time was merciless. Every time it fell on the demonic body, the Chilan patriarch's soul weakened a little. Sensing that time had come to an end, the Chilan patriarch looked at the Chilan pavilion below with nostalgia. He did not expect that he would not be able to protect it in the end. Unwilling to let his vitality be used up, the Chilan patriarch's eyes flashed. He took the attack head-on. The power of the wind and clouds was released and forcefully engulfed the person in front of him. Let's go to hell together. With a deep roar, the Chilan patriarch's soul power rushed to the 9 heavens. A moment later, his body exploded. At the critical moment of life and death, Ning Chen stepped back quickly. The void in front of him swirled, and a broken green cauldron appeared to protect him. Boom! In the earth-shattering explosion, the green cauldron took most of the impact. However, there was still a little power that went through and infused into Ning Chen's body. A pool of blood splattered. His white hair was dyed red. His white clothes fell and crashed into the ground with the green cauldron. Cough, cough. In the dust and sand flying in the sky, Ning Chen staggered to his feet. His eyes looked at the huge black hole with turbulence in the sky. A touch of shock flashed across his eyes. That was close. If he did not get this green cauldron in the East Celestial World, he was afraid that this time, he would not be able to escape. Suddenly, Ning Chen's eyes darkened. He looked into the distance with a murderous look. Since you are here, show yourself. I haven't seen you for a long time. Your strength has increased a lot. However, how much can you do now? As he spoke, above the void, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. She held a red umbrella and blocked the moonlight in the sky. Chapter 870. The Qilin battle had come to an end. Suddenly, the wind changed and the moon weaver appeared, descending from the sky. The blood-red umbrella covered the cold moon. Under the moon, the fairy exuded a transcendent aura that made it difficult to distinguish between immortal and devil. The moon weaver. Ning Chen's eyes darkened. He didn't conceal his killing intent, and the baleful aura around his immortal sword was oppressive. The moon weaver descended, her gaze sweeping over the destroyed Qilin pavilion. She calmly said, "You were able to destroy an ancient inheritance by yourself. The 9th disciple of Mahist Gate, or perhaps I should call you the Jiming Marquis. Your speed of growth has truly exceeded my expectations." "So you couldn't help but attack?" asked Ning Chen coldly. The moon weaver stepped forward and said, "It's not strange for me to get rid of a potential problem while I'm at it." There was no fear on Ning Chen's face. "You can try. I hope the potential problem you speak of won't become a real problem." The moon weaver stopped and looked at the person in front of her. "If you were at your peak, killing you might have been difficult. But in your current situation, killing you is as easy as blowing off dust. Since you're so confident, the Devil Palace must have been waiting for this moment for a long time," said Ning Chen indifferently. "Your fate is different from ordinary people. If I want to kill you, as long as I find the right time, it won't be as difficult as I imagine," said the moon weaver softly. "Then is this the time you think it is? In that case, there's no need to say anything more. Come, let this Marquis see just how capable the Devil Palace's third protector is." With that, Ning Chen took a step forward. With a bang, the ground beneath his feet cracked. Red light filled the sky as his peerless foundation drew in the wind and snow. He once again opened his sword domain. Across from him, the moon weaver's expression hardened. With a wave of her slender hand, an ancient divine sword appeared and landed in front of her. She looked at the person in front of her and said indifferently, "Just now you experienced a great battle. What do you think your chances of victory are?" "It's enough to deal with you," said Ning Chen calmly. Neither side backed down, and the situation became more and more tense. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Just as the battle was about to begin, the moon weaver waved her hand and put away the inverted water moon. She said indifferently, "Marquis Jiming, the Devil Palace has no intention of being your enemy. I hope you can also abide by the boundaries. Now that butterfly in the flower is still in the Devil Palace, I hope you can take care of yourself." After she finished speaking, Moon Weaver didn't stay any longer. She took a step forward and soared into the sky. Hearing the former's last words, killing intent flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. He clenched his fists and suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the sand in front of him red. Ning Chen. In the distance, Lin Yuzhen rushed over. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of him and supported him. Ning Chen straightened his body, and the messy aura on his body gradually receded. A tired smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Your Highness, let's go quickly. If that woman comes back, it will really be troublesome." Lin Yuzhen nodded. She forcefully summoned her true essence to form a heavenly boat and helped the people beside her onto it. After a while, they flew into the sky. The heavenly boat sped along, and a stream of light streaked across the starry sky. On the heavenly boat, the two of them were meditating. After a fierce battle, the two of them were heavily injured, and it was hard for them to completely recover in a short amount of time. After an hour, the two of them temporarily suppressed their injuries. Lin Yuzhen opened her eyes, looked at the man beside her, and said, "Who is that woman, and why did she appear in the Qilin pavilion?" Ning Chen stood up, walked to the front of the heavenly boat, and said seriously, "She is Moon Weaver, a member of the Moon Devil clan, and also the third protector of the Devil Palace. She should have appeared in the Qilin pavilion to take the opportunity to get rid of me. However, because she doesn't have full confidence, she hasn't shed all pretense of cordiality yet." "She is Moon Weaver? What grudge do you have with the Devil Palace for her to deliberately make a move against you?" Lin Yuzhen asked suspiciously. "There is no grudge." Ning Chen shook his head and said calmly, "Thinking about it, I have helped the Devil Palace to resolve quite a number of troubles these days. However, sometimes grudges aren't important. To the Devil Palace, I no longer have any value. Following this, if the Devil Palace makes a move, my existence will even become their hidden enemy. Therefore, it is not strange that the Devil Palace wants to take the opportunity to get rid of me." "Devil Palace," Lin Yuzhen said softly, worry flashing across her eyes. "From various signs, the Devil Palace will make a big move. Is this world with surging undercurrents finally going to welcome a drastic change? Your Highness, you don't have to be too worried. Now that the Qilin Pavilion has been destroyed, the alliance between Beiki and the Ji family has already been formed. Even if the Devil Palace wants to make things difficult for you, they will have to think twice," Ning Chen said softly. "Brother Ning's kindness, I will remember it in my heart. If there is an errand in the future, I will definitely go through water and tread on fire to repay your kindness," Lin Yuzhen said with a serious expression. She knew that the man in front of her had paid a heavy price to help her this time. They really didn't expect that the Qilin Pavilion really had the existence of the Fourth Realm. "Your Highness, you are too serious." Ning Chen smiled. "I can't go back on my promises. After returning to Fengming City, Your Highness should form an alliance with the Ji family as soon as possible to prevent any accidents from happening. I have some matters to attend to, so I will leave first." Hearing that, Lin Yuzhen frowned slightly and said, "Brother Ning, aren't you going to stay and recuperate for some time?" Ning Chen shook his head and said, "No need. Even if I stay, I won't have time to recuperate. The news of the Qilin Pavilion's destruction will spread very quickly. When the time comes, there will be many people coming. Your Highness must be mentally prepared." "Brother Ning, do you mean that these people are coming with ill intentions?" Lin Yuzhen asked seriously. "Good intentions aren't important. What's important is that now everyone in the world knows that I am on good terms with Your Highness. After the news of the Qilin Pavilion's destruction spreads, as long as I don't show up, everyone will be cautious and won't dare to act rashly. On the contrary, if I stay in Fengming City, not only will those who come in the future, even a great sect like the Ji family will feel threatened. Instead, it will bring a lot of trouble to Your Highness," Ning Chen said calmly. After all, he hadn't stepped into the Fourth Realm. To the people in the world, the threat was greater than the deterrence. Moreover, since he reappeared in this world, several great sects that had been passed down for generations had met with mishaps one after another. It would definitely make the other great sects feel threatened. Therefore, him not showing up was the best choice. "What plans does Brother Ning have?" Lin Yuzhen asked softly. Ning Chen smiled as his gaze looked into the distance and said, "All these years, the limelight that should have been shown has been shown. Now, it's time to do some shady things. When the time comes, if I have to trouble your highness, I hope that you won't refuse." Lin Yuzhen was stunned. Soon after, she revealed a shocked expression and said, "Brother Ning, what do you mean? It's good that your highness knows. Don't tell anyone about this matter for the time being. Perhaps, in the future, it will have an unexpected effect," Ning Chen said with a smile. "Do you have enough manpower in your hands?" Lin Yuzhen nodded as she asked with a serious expression. "Not enough, so I'm going to leave to find some friends. They've been wandering outside with nothing to do for so long. It's time to find something for them to do." As he spoke, the corners of Ning Chen's mouth curled into a strange arc, making people unconsciously shiver and feel uncomfortable all over. Chapter 871. In Fengming City, Ning Chen left on the second day after their return. He didn't even attend the alliance ceremony between Beiki and the Ji family. In the Ji family's holy palace, Ji Yuechu was sitting on the main seat. He was looking outside the palace as thoughts flashed through his mind. Below the Great Hall, the 9th Grand Elder of the Ji family also had a solemn expression. The 9th son of Mo clan had given them a huge surprise this time. The news of the Qilin Pavilion being destroyed was too shocking. As one of the 11 ancient inheritances, the Ji family knew better than anyone how terrifying a great sect like the Qilin Pavilion was. The strength displayed by the 9th son of Mo clan had already made them feel threatened. "Saint Lord," the 9th Grand Elder of the Ji family, looked at the man on the main seat and said solemnly, "I know what you mean." Ji Yuechu calmed himself down and said calmly, "Now that the Ji family and Beiki have formed an alliance, the 9th son of Mo clan is a friend and not an enemy. The stronger he is, the more advantageous it is for the Ji family." "Even so," the 9th Grand Elder of the Ji family said with worry in his eyes, "after the battle of the ancient battlefield, this person has formed grudges with many sects in various star regions. In addition, there have been incidents in the past few days. Every sect will be in danger. It's not certain whether it's a blessing or a curse for the Ji family to be too close to him." "Don't think too much," Ji Yuechu said calmly. "Since we've chosen to form an alliance with Beiki, we're already on the same side as this person. If he really has the strength of a 4th realm, this alliance will be worth it. This person is too secretive. I can't see through him." The 9th Grand Elder of the Ji family sighed softly. "Everyone has their own secret. We don't have to investigate too deeply. Now that this person has chosen to leave, we can rest assured. At the same time, it's also a warning to all the sects in the world. After all, no one wants to become the next Qilin Pavilion." Ji Yuechu sighed. The 9th Grand Elder of the Ji family nodded. Since things had come to this, it was useless to think too much. After all, forming an alliance with Beiki had more advantages than disadvantages, especially now that the Demon Palace had appeared. The Ji family didn't lack powerhouses. However, they didn't have the advantage in terms of powerhouses who could intimidate the world and even the Demon Palace. As the two of them chatted, far away in the all-heaven starfield, the majestic demon city was situated between heaven and earth. Numerous demon palaces towered into the sky. It was a majestic and magnificent sight. In the sacred hall of the Devil Palace, within the Supreme Devil Hall, a man clad in a blue robe stood there quietly. His countenance was calm and tranquil, as though he could see through the mysteries of the heavens. His eyes were deep and calm, without the slightest ripple. "Greetings, Saint Priest." Moonweaver walked in and bowed respectfully. "How is it?" Jia Tian said lightly. Reporting to the Holy Minister, the Qilin Pavilion really did have a 4th realm cultivator. However, he died at the hands of that Jiming Marquis, Moonweaver replied truthfully. He has 2 immortal swords and the time restriction. In addition, the Qilin Pavilion's old ancestor's vitality is declining and his lifespan is drying up. His cultivation is no longer at its peak, and he fears the power of time the most. It is not surprising that such an outcome would occur. Jie Tiance replied calmly and continued, "What I want to know is whether he's alive or dead." Moon Weaver was silent for a moment, and then she said, "I wasn't completely confident, so I didn't attack." Jie Tiance's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and he said, "With your cultivation and the Moon Devil clan's divine artifact, the Moon Reversal, killing the exhausted ninth son of Mo clan is as easy as lifting a finger. Moon Weaver, you need to give me a satisfactory explanation." Reporting to the Holy Minister, Moon Weaver bowed and said seriously, "The strength displayed by this Jiming Marquis has repeatedly exceeded my expectations. Even under the previous circumstances, he still gave me an extremely dangerous feeling. Therefore, before I am completely confident, I don't want to provoke such a great enemy for the Demon Palace." Jie Tiance looked coldly at the woman before him. After a long while, his expression returned to normal, and he said indifferently, "Forget it. Since things have come to this, there's no point in pursuing the matter. This child's fate is special. It won't be difficult to find an opportunity to kill him. There's no harm in waiting a few more days." "Thank you for your understanding, Saint Priest." Moon Weaver bowed respectfully. Jie Tiance nodded and said, "The time has come. Get to work." Moon Weaver's expression froze when she heard this. She immediately half-knelt and said respectfully, "As you command." Moon Weaver stood up and walked out of the hall. 10 days later, at the border between the All Heavens Starfield and the Luojia Starfield, the Reverence Moon Ancient Ground, the sacred land of the Reverence Moon Clan. Tens of thousands of Reverence Moon Clan members were kneeling before an altar. On the altar, a holy figure was kneeling before a stone statue of the Moon God, praying devoutly. At this moment, in the distant horizon, the demonic clouds hid the moon. One after another, powerful figures descended from the sky. The leader held a red umbrella in her hand. Her beautiful face did not have a trace of human emotion, and was cold to the bone. The Moon Demon Clan and the Reverence Moon Clan had been opposing each other since ancient times. Today, the flames of war had reignited. Beneath the altar, the Reverence Moon Clan members stood up and looked at the numerous figures descending from the sky. Their expressions all turned serious. In front of the Moon God statue, the Reverence Moon Venerable sighed softly. They had finally come. "High Priest, give the order." Below the altar, an azure-robed old man respectfully requested the High Priest. The Reverence Moon Venerable nodded. He looked into the distance and said softly, "Everyone, the holy war is imminent. The glory of the Moon God cannot be blasphemed. In the name of the Reverence Moon Clan's High Priest, today, all blasphemous demons shall be killed without mercy." Yes. The Reverence Moon Clan members respectfully saluted and accepted the order. The great battle was about to break out. In the void, more than 100 Moon Demon Clan experts descended. Moon Weaver took a step forward and said coldly, "Kill!" Yes. Everyone accepted the order. In an instant, one figure after another flew out. Demonic chi filled the sky. The battle between the saints and demons had finally begun. Below the altar, the Reverence Moon Clan members also went up to meet the enemy. Among the experts of the Reverence Moon Clan, 2 figures stood quietly facing each other. They had the same holy aura, making it impossible to tell who was the saint and who was the demon. "Moon Goddess, please protect your servant and help us slay the demons." In front of the Moon God statue, the Reverence Moon Venerable bowed respectfully and said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Moon God statue on the altar shone brightly. White moonlight shone and entered the bodies of the Reverence Moon Clan members on the battlefield. "What's the use of begging that illusory Moon God now? Do you think she can protect you?" The Moon Weaver looked at the woman on the altar and said coldly, "Blasphemy against the gods is unforgivable. Today, I will make you pay for it in front of the gods." The Reverence Moon Venerable replied coldly. He walked down the altar step by step. The aura around him grew stronger and stronger. Under the support of the moon god's power, his body broke through the limits and reached the peak of his life. Seeing this, the moon weaver waved her delicate hand. In the midst of flowing light, the inverted moon appeared again. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the sky was filled with multicolored light. In the next moment, the sword passed through the sky, filling the sky with killing intent. 12 forms of spiritual rhino, heaven-raising waterfall. As soon as they made their moves, they collided with each other. Their moves collided, and boundless flames of battle instantly arose. Tempestuous waves surged endlessly, and a force that could destroy the heavens and the earth swiftly swept out. In the clash of sword and palm, the Reverence Moon Venerable used the moon god's power to instantly seize the initiative. His palm swept up a flood, splitting the sky and splitting the sea. With a boom, the raging waves spread for thousands of miles. The moon weaver lightly moved her feet, dodging the raging waves. Then, her sword condensed wind yuan and slashed down. 12 forms of spiritual rhino, sky soul burial. With a long shout, the Reverence Moon Venerable flipped his palms, condensing moonlight that filled the sky. He countered with a move, and the raging waves met the light of the divine sword. The two moves collided, and the sky darkened. The Reverence Moon Venerable took a step forward, and his figure rushed out. The energy in his palms converged, and the extreme power appeared again. 12 forms of spiritual rhino, splitting the sea and splitting the flood. The moonlight fell from the sky, and thousands of caddies converged. The Reverence Moon Venerable's palm condensed 100 times, and it broke through the sea. The moon weaver focused her eyes and waved her sword. The dazzling sword light soared into the sky. The moon on the water softly cried, and the void turned upside down. The raging waves shook the divine sword, and the sky and earth instantly turned upside down. However, in the midst of the raging waves, the waterfall reversed and actually counterattacked the Reverence Moon Venerable. The Reverence Moon Venerable's expression darkened. He took a step forward and dodged the shocking waterfall. Gathering his energy, he slapped the person in front of him. With a boom, the sword and palm collided again. The aftershock roared in all directions, and the Reverence Moon Venerable's divine power appeared again. The Reverence Moon Venerable's body became light, and he involuntarily soared into the sky. Destitute head blue sky, moon descends sky. With one move, the moon weaver took a step forward and soared into the sky. Her sword split open the starry sky, and the yellow springs appeared again. The Reverence Moon Venerable focused, and did not dare to be careless. He gathered his energy, and a gale coiled around his body. The raging waves swept out and fell from the sky. With a boom, the raging waves dissipated and the sword light shattered. The divine sword showed its power, and the Reverence Moon Venerable's figure sank, and he fell from the sky. After 100 feet, the Reverence Moon Venerable stopped his fall. He looked at the woman in the sky and said coldly, "Is this the divine weapon of the Moon Demon clan? It really lives up to its name." The moon weaver's figure slowly descended from the sky. The moonlight in her hands became even more dazzling. The peerless divine weapon was shocking. Just as the battle between the saints and demons was about to begin again, far away in the endless starry sky, a plain-clothed figure was constantly moving forward, chasing after the footsteps of his close friends in search of their traces. In the Sky Mist Star region, in the Sky Pass Holy City, a great sect with a long history, the peace was broken today. Catch him! A furious roar reverberated in the holy city. An instant later, a purple light flashed past, and his clothes were tattered. He was in an abnormally sorry state. "Didn't I just take a piece of scrap metal from you? Is there a need to kill all of us? I've done so much for you, so what if I take a piece of scrap metal from you?" Luo Xingqian turned around and cursed, but he did not dare to stop at all. He quickly rushed forward. "Don't let him escape. Catch him quickly!" An angry voice rang out in the holy city. Yes. As the voice rang out, numerous figures flew out from the depths of the holy city. Their auras were majestic, and their cultivations were incomparably powerful. None of them were below the true realm. They moved together to chase after a young man who was only at the mid-corporeal realm. The scene was truly indescribable. "You bastards, so many people are chasing after me. Do you have any shame?" Luo Xingqian cursed again when he saw several figures appear behind him. His figure sped up, and he desperately fled out of the holy city. The chase left all the people in the city dumbfounded. No one knew what was going on. "Friend, long time no see. You're in such a sorry state." At this moment, a plain-clothed figure appeared in the sky. He smiled as he looked at the rapidly fleeing figure. Chapter 872. In the Reverence Moon Ancient Ground, the Moon Devil race and the Reverence Moon race were at war. Blood dyed the ground red, and corpses littered the ground. At the center of the battle, the Reverence Moon Venerable and the Moon Weaver faced each other. The name of the Reverence Moon Venerable shall be reborn today. 3 lives reincarnation sword. The Moon Weaver took a step forward, causing mountains to crumble. The Moon Weaver's sword soared into the sky, and the 3 lives reincarnation sword appeared for the first time. Martial arts that surpassed the limits of the world caused the wind and clouds to change. Thunder and lightning descended, and 3 illusory figures appeared. Under the moonlight they danced with their swords. Their profoundness was boundless, and it was as if the sword gods had descended to teach the heavens their martial arts. The Reverence Moon Venerable's spirit condensed, and his hands moved in the air. Boundless energy surged, and 10,000 rays of light converged. Reincarnation appeared, and 3 lives appeared at the same time. A world-shaking sword tore through the sky, and the 3 swords danced together, splitting the night sky into 3. Ha! The sword light arrived, and the Reverence Moon Venerable roared. He stepped into the air, and without dodging, his palm met the sword might head-on. The power of the Holy Devil race collided once more, and after a moment of stalemate, they rapidly devoured each other. In the blink of an eye, the 2 forces exploded, and a terrifying shock wave swept out in all directions. Drip! Scarlet drops fell from the sky. The 2 of them looked at each other, and their arms were dyed red. They were evenly matched in this battle of extreme moves. Since ancient times there was no room for mercy. The killing intent in the Reverence Moon Venerable's eyes grew stronger and stronger, and his usual holiness turned into killing intent. On the other hand, the Moon Weaver's red umbrella blocked the moonlight. Her country-toppling beauty was indifferent, and her devil chi was nowhere to be seen. It was difficult to distinguish between the Holy Devil race and the Holy Devil race. The only thing that could be seen was the increasing pressure. Bring out your full strength. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave today, the Reverence Moon Venerable said coldly. His right palm shook, and the moon god's statue behind him shone even brighter. It gathered around his body, increasing the pressure. "As you wish," the Moon Weaver indifferently replied. She released her left hand, and the red umbrella floated with the wind, flying away from the battlefield. As the seal left her body, moonlight illuminated her body. In an instant, an abnormally terrifying aura erupted from Moon Weaver's body. At first, it was pure and holy like a god, but a moment later, a demonic wave soared into the heavens, chilling to the bone. The Moon Weaver's long hair danced in the wind as demonic energy surged around her. The moon-shaped mark on her forehead exuded an aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was something that had never been seen before. Most of his body had entered the 4th realm, and he was only one step away from ascending to immortality and transcending the mortal world. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu's face turned solemn and he shouted softly. Godly rays shot up into the sky and streaks of light shot out from the moon god's statue on the altar. The moon god battle armor appeared and the 26 pieces of armor attached themselves onto the moon god battle armor. The 2 of them revealed their trump cards for the first time. Before they even clashed, boundless pressure surged out violently. Expanse after expanse of the void collapsed under the extreme pressure, and it was difficult to repair. Kill! With the addition of her demonic form, killing intent filled her eyes. Moon Weaver's figure vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, her sword light was dazzling, and the battle had begun. Waterfall! Baiyu the Venerable condensed godly light in his hands and unleashed a tremendous amount of power. With a massive boom, divine power shook the edge of the sword. Moon Weaver felt a tremendous force pass through her sword, and she flew back hundreds of meters. Is this the power of the Moon God battle armor? Moon Weaver stabilized herself and looked at the Moon God battle armor on the woman in front of her. Baiyu the Venerable didn't say anything. He took a step forward and his figure flashed forward once more, his slender hand swatting at the former. Moon Weaver narrowed her eyes and dodged to the side. She then raised her hand and gathered Yuan to counterattack. With a bang, the palm energy was added to the Moon God battle armor, but the moonlight lingered and the palm energy dissipated. Naive to the extreme, Baiyu the Venerable sneered and struck out with his palm energy, adding a tremendous amount of power to the former's body. Ugh! With a muffled groan, Moon Weaver was sent flying again, her clothes dyed red. The situation had changed, and the Moon God battle armor appeared for the first time. Every move was peerless and divine. Pay with your life for my clansmen, Baiyu the Venerable shouted coldly. His figure sped forward, his divine clothes flowing with light. His attacks were powerful and shocking. When the killing move arrived, Moon Weaver's expression actually calmed down. The inverted water in her hand shone brilliantly with moonlight. Demonic chi roiled, and a dark silver brilliance shot into the moonlight. The moon demon form manifested, the opposition of saint and demon, colliding with each other. With a boom, waves surged, and the aftershocks continued. Baiyu was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His expression was gloomy. Moon God! Baiyu the Venerable looked at the illusory demon battle armor behind the woman in front of him. What is a god? What is a demon? The demon battle armor returned to her body. Moon Weaver walked forward step by step, her long hair dancing in the wind. Her killing intent was bone-piercing. Her expression was indifferent. The difference between gods and demons is just the imagination of ignorant people. What right do weak humans have to talk about gods and demons? Arrogant! Baiyu the Venerable's expression was cold. With a flip of his hand, endless divine power surged out of his divine clothes. Moonlight shone down, illuminating the world. 1 is the beginning of numbers, 9 is the end of numbers. Reincarnation sword, 9 lives 1. The Moon Weaver held her sword horizontally, her finger slicing through the air. Immediately, dark silver demon chi surged out. Layer after layer of sword light manifested and merged into one. The 9 lives reincarnation sword, the number 9. The sword power rose rapidly, multiplying by 100 times in an instant. Its demonic might shook the world. At the peak of life, blood and chi were endless. The two descendants of gods and demons displayed the most terrifying level of power, surpassing the limits of the world. The pressure was boundless and unparalleled, approaching the legendary 4th level. The two extremes collided. The two extreme powers devoured each other, turning the void within 1,000 miles into a black hole. No light appeared, and the world seemed dead. In the aftermath, two figures slowly descended. Their auras clashed, bringing with them a dazzling waterfall of blood. Moon Weaver, the demon palace has achieved its goal. It's time to retreat. Also, as he spoke, a purple-robed figure walked out from the void. He looked into the distance and said indifferently, "House Master, show yourself." As expected, I can't hide from my old friend's eyes. A familiar voice was heard, and in the next moment, a handsome figure wearing a silver-gray cloak descended from the sky. He looked at the two people in front of him and said with a smile, "Shenji Baiyu, greetings? House Master Xiao Yu." Baiyu the Venerable's expression darkened, and he could not suppress his anger. "House Master, shouldn't you give us an explanation?" Shinji looked at the man standing opposite him and said calmly, "The price offered by the Demon Palace is hard for me to refuse. Business is business, isn't it?" Xiao Yu the house master smiled. Shinji's eyes narrowed. For the house master to be willing to become enemies with the world, it seems that the Demon Palace has promised an incredible return. However, you must think clearly. No matter how good the price is, it's worthless if you don't live to enjoy it. I will remember my friend's reminder. Since my friend is here, why don't we call it quits today? Xiao Yu the house master smiled. Shinji glanced at the battle below and said indifferently, "Sure." "Shinji," Baiyu said anxiously. Shinji raised his hand and stopped him from continuing. He looked at the two people in front of him and said, "Go back and tell your saint that this is not 30,000 years ago. If the Demon Palace is still stubborn, we will accompany them. I will pass on your message." After saying that, Xiao Yu the house master's body shone brightly. She took the woman beside her and disappeared. On the ground, the Moon Demon Clan's experts also shone with a dazzling light and left together. Shinji Yu Baiyu the Venerable was anxious, and his internal injuries exploded. He staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Let's talk later. Let's heal first." Shinji helped the former up, and their silhouettes flashed, heading toward the altar below. Baiyu the Venerable sat cross-legged on the moon god altar. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. In front of him, the moon god's statue shone with light to help him heal. After an hour, Baiyu the Venerable opened his eyes and looked at the man standing in front of him. He said, "Shinji, please give me an explanation." Shinji turned around and looked at the woman in front of him. He sighed and said, "Baiyu, I know that the Baiyu clan and the Moon Demon clan have a deep grudge. However, the Demon Palace is the strongest now. It is impossible for the Baiyu clan to deal with them alone. The most important thing is to preserve your strength before the final battle." Baiyu the Venerable's face flashed with unwillingness. However, he knew that what Shinji said was true. Even if they fought the Moon Demon clan to the end, both sides would suffer great losses. For the Demon Palace, which was at its peak, it was not enough to hurt them. The Demon Palace had shown the world how terrifying they were 30,000 years ago. After 30,000 years of recuperation, even if they only recovered 10 or 20% of their original strength, it was enough to sweep the world. Heavenly Mist Star Field, Heavenly U City. The entire city was mobilized to chase the thief who stole the holy relic. The people in the city were shocked and looked up at the sky. In the void, Sui walked out. Looking at her old friend who was being chased, a gloating expression appeared on her face. However, she had no intention of helping. He knew her friend's character better than anyone. Her ability to cause trouble was first class, and her ability to escape was unparalleled. Even he felt inferior to her. Back then, this guy betrayed the Zhao family when he was still in the Xiantian realm. The Zhao family had so many third calamity experts, but none of them could catch him. Who would have thought that after 100 years, this guy's ability to cause trouble and escape had improved? This voice. Luo Xingqian was startled when he heard the familiar voice by his ear. He immediately looked to his left. When he saw the person who had arrived, he revealed a surprised expression. Without saying anything, he immediately changed his direction and fled. Behind him, the Heavenly U Sacred City's divine generals saw this and narrowed their eyes. An expert. Not allowing anything to happen to the holy relic, 3 Heavenly U divine generals rushed over and stood between the two, blocking their way. Luo Xingqian stopped and looked at the man in plain clothes behind the 3 Heavenly U divine generals. He said, "Ji Ming, hurry and help." As soon as he finished speaking, another 4 Heavenly U divine generals rushed over. They looked at the young man not far away and were on guard. "Everyone, please continue. I'm just passing by," Ningchen said with a smile. Then, he deliberately stepped back to give the two sides some space. "Ji Ming, you bastard!" Luo Xingqian was stunned at first. After a while, he recovered and cursed angrily. Chapter 873. The 7 divine generals were chasing after Luo Xingqian in the heavenly Yu sacred city. The situation was tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Outside the battle, a white-haired figure in plain clothes stood quietly with a smile on his face. He was observing the development of the situation. Luo Xingqian, hand over the sacred mark iron and come with us to apologize to the city master. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The leader of the 7 divine generals, a middle-aged man, said coldly. Don't even think about it. I will be chopped into pieces by the city master if I go back with you. Do you think I am stupid? Luo Xingqian replied with disdain. He looked around without leaving a trace, trying to find a way to escape. You want to do this the hard way? Catch him. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Under his command, his figure flashed past and he raised his hand to catch the thief in the battle. The first divine general made his move, and the other 6 divine generals followed suit. They attacked fiercely, trying to catch the thief alive. Murder! The divine general of the sacred city is killing the innocent. In the battle, Luo Xingqian used a strange footwork to avoid wave after wave of attack. On the other hand, he found a gap and shouted loudly. The first divine general heard it and frowned. He paused and hesitated. Seeing this, Luo Xingqian immediately ran away and flashed past the first divine general. Where are you going? The first divine general came back to his senses. He stepped forward and blocked Luo Xingqian again. He raised his hand and grabbed Luo Xingqian's shoulder. Luo Xingqian immediately retreated and avoided the person in front of him. He ran in another direction. You can't escape. The 3rd and 5th divine generals appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Behind him, the 2nd and 6th divine generals caught up and blocked his way. On the other side, the 4th and 7th divine generals flashed and blocked the last escape route. All paths would be blocked. Luo Xingqian's gaze swept back and forth. When he saw that there was really no place to escape, he couldn't help but look at the figure outside the battle. His eyes turned and he shouted, "It's that person who ordered me to steal your holy relic." The 7 divine generals were stunned when they heard it. They subconsciously looked at the figure in plain clothes not far away. Luo Xingqian saw the opportunity. He clenched his left hand and the star mark appeared. 4 arrows were shot at the 2 divine generals in front of him. Huh! The 3rd and 5th divine generals came back to their senses. They immediately retreated and avoided the arrows. In the blink of an eye, the purple-robed figure flashed past. His fleeing speed was so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he was far away. The 7 divine generals' faces darkened as they quickly chased after him. As they passed by, they looked at the plain-clothed young man not far away and could not hide their wariness. Ning Chen nodded at the 7 of them with a smile on his face. He did not make a move, nor did he stop them. The reputation of this heavenly Yu sacred city seemed to be pretty good. Luo Xingqian, this brat, had stolen their sacred object. When the 7 great divine generals took action, they only wanted to capture him alive and didn't kill him. This was truly admirable. Behind the 7 great godly generals, Ning Chen followed them unhurriedly. He maintained a certain distance from the beginning and did not interfere in the matter between the 2 sides. At the front, Luo Xingqian fled with all his might, not daring to stop for even a moment. The 7 divine generals continued their pursuit. When they saw that the end of the holy city's territory was right in front of them, they became even more anxious. Once they left the territory of the holy city, they would enter the territory of the other forces. If they did not handle it well, it might cause a conflict between the 2 great heritages. At the end of the heavenly Yu sacred city, where the 2 worlds intersected, Luo Xingqian stopped in his track. Looking at the few people chasing after him, he laughed arrogantly. "I'm going out. Go ahead and chase after me. Go ahead and chase after me. Also, Ji Ming your uncle. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will shoot you into a hornet's nest. After saying that, Luo Xingchen laughed out loud again. Immediately after, he turned around and fled out of the heavenly Yu sacred city. Ouch! Suddenly, Luo Xingchen cried out in pain. Before he could regain his senses, his body was slapped out and crashed onto the ground. City Master! Seeing the old man in front of them, the 7 great divine generals were stunned and immediately bowed respectfully. Bring him back! The City Master of Heavenly Yu Sacred City said calmly. Yes! The 7 great divine generals obeyed. Their figures swept down and surrounded the figure on the ground. Luo Xingchen, come back with us. If you resist again, don't blame us for being ruthless. Among the 7 great divine generals, the only female general who was ranked 7th looked at the person in front of her and said angrily, I won't resist. Definitely won't resist. Luo Xingchen replied shamelessly with a smile. His eyes looked at the old figure standing in the sky and couldn't help but have a headache. Why did this old monster come out personally? Is he going to let me live? The 7th great divine general went forward and clasped Luo Xingchen's shoulder. She reprimanded, Let's go. Behave yourself. Luo Xingchen rubbed his head and was pushed forward unwillingly. It's over. I didn't manage to escape. I'm in trouble now. Above the void, Ning Chen walked over. Looking at the scene below, he smiled. He didn't know why, but when he saw this fellow suffering, his mood was surprisingly good. At the edge of the heavenly Yu sacred city, the city master looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of him. After staring at him for a long time, he said, Thank you for not interfering with the matters of my sacred city. City master is too polite. Ning Chen cupped his fist and bowed. He smiled and said, I have long heard of the reputation of the heavenly Yu city master. I have never had the chance to meet you. Now that I have met you today, you are indeed worthy of your reputation. You flatter me. The heavenly Yu city master replied softly. He looked at the young man who was being dragged away by Shao Qi and said, You and Luo Xingchen are friends, right? And Ning Chen nodded and didn't hide anything. He replied, A friend of life and death. If that's the case, please have a seat in the city. Luo Xingchen stole the sacred relic of the sacred city. His crime is not light. It will be difficult for him to leave in a short time, the city master said politely. Then I will have to trouble the city master. Ning Chen didn't refuse and stepped forward to follow him. In the sacred city's city master's residence, the 7th godly general dragged Luo Xingchen to the front of the sky prison and pushed him in. She said angrily, Go in and reflect on your actions. Luo Xingchen, I really misjudged you. The sacred city sincerely took you in, but you repaid kindness with enmity. 7th elder sister, please calm down. How would I dare to steal the sacred relic of the sacred city? I just borrowed it. In the sky prison, Luo Xingchen had a fawning smile as he said, 7th elder sister, you're a magnanimous person. Please forgive me this time. Also, can 7th elder sister help me put in a good word for the city lord? Hearing this, the 7th godly general was so angry that she was speechless. After living for so long, this was the first time she saw such a shameless person. 7th elder sister? Luo Xingchen called out again. The 7th godly general clenched her fists and suppressed the anger in her heart. She snorted and turned to leave. 7th elder sister, don't forget to plead for me. Looking at the 7th elder's back view, Luo Xingchen shouted in the sky prison. Get lost. A furious reply came. After a while, the sky prison's door closed with a bang and the 7th godly general disappeared. Not good enough. Luo Xingchen mumbled in boredom. He sat in the sky prison and stared at the door in a daze. Yo, isn't this our all-powerful hero who saved the world? Why are you locked in the prison? After saying that, a plain-clothed figure appeared in the sky prison. He looked at his good friend in the sky prison and teased him. Ming, damn you! You are ungrateful for not saving me when I am in danger. Hearing this, Luo Xingqian jumped up and scolded the person in front of him. Goodbye. Hearing this, Ning Chen turned and left. Hey, don't. Seeing this, Luo Xingqian quickly changed her words and said, Brother Ning, since you are here, why don't you chat for a while? Can we chat? Ning Chen stopped and raised his eyebrows. Yes. Luo Xingqian nodded vigorously. Ning Chen then turned around and took 2 steps forward. He smiled and said, I say, why are you so bored that you would steal someone else's sacred item? Great, now you've been caught. It's all because you did not save me, Luo Xingqian replied in a bad mood. If I save you, I will be helping the evildoer do evil. I can't tell right from wrong, stop. Luo Xingqian quickly interrupted the former and said, I know you are very reasonable. All right, I did not want to steal their sacred item. I just wanted to borrow it. Hearing this, Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him. After a long while, he said with disdain, I would be a fool to believe you. Hearing this, Luo Xingqian was furious. He pointed at the former and scolded, Ming Marquis, I have tolerated you for a long time. You want to fight? When I get out, I will beat you up so badly that even your own mother won't recognize you. That will have to wait until you can get out. Ning Chen stepped forward and knocked on the cage of the celestial prison from behind. He nodded in satisfaction and said, This material is really good. Not to mention that your cultivation is sealed now, even if it wasn't, you would still need to smash it for a few hours. Ming, you are really my good friend. Luo Xingqian gritted his teeth in anger. The Sky U Sacred City's Skylock prison was famous. Not to mention him, even a true realm expert could not escape from it. Oh right, where did you hide the sacred item? Ning Chen asked curiously. Why? Luo Xingqian looked at the former cautiously and asked. Ning Chen was speechless. This guy still wanted to keep that piece of broken metal. What was wrong with his head? Luo Xingqian rolled his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and said, Ming, can we discuss something? Let's hear it. Ning Chen said calmly. Luo Xingqian walked half a step forward and grabbed the cage door. He said excitedly, Ming, how about this? If you save me, I will give you half of that piece of broken metal. Ning Chen looked at his good friend and said, Luo Xingqian, I really admire you. Admire me for what? Luo Xingqian was confused and asked. I admire you for being so shameless. Ning Chen said with disdain. Ming. Luo Xingqian was so angry that his chest was blocked. He pointed at the person in front of him and gritted his teeth. Are you going to save me or not? Just say it. Ning Chen looked at the former indifferently and said, No. You. Luo Xingqian gritted his teeth and said, Don't go too far when you do things. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to save me? Ning Chen smiled and raised his hand to knock on the door of the Skylock prison. He said, This thing is really sturdy. No wonder the Sky U City Lord let me see you without worry. I will not do something as shameful as breaking out of prison. However, it is not difficult to negotiate with the Sky U City Lord to exchange you out. As for the price? When he spoke up to hear, the corners of Ning Chen's mouth curled up slightly into a spurious smile that caused others to be unable to help but feel a chill run down their spines. He said, Good friend, don't wander about aimlessly after you come out. Come with me to do something. Chaos is about to arrive, so we can't do nothing, right? Chapter 874. Sky Moon Sacred City. Blue and white flowers fluttered in the wind. Inside the city lord's mansion, there was a dazzling blue flame everywhere. The scene was mesmerizing. In a small pavilion in the west garden, 2 figures sat inside. Outside the pavilion, the 4th and 7th divine generals stood quietly. They looked at the white-haired young man in the pavilion with fear in their eyes. As the top experts in the world, although they couldn't see through this young man's cultivation, their instincts as warriors told them that this person was very strong. He might not be weaker than the city lord. Mr. Ning, this should be your first time in Sky Moon City. How do you feel? In the pavilion, the city lord raised his tea and asked. A paradise on earth, a paradise. Ning Chen raised his teacup and didn't hesitate to praise. It's good that Mr. Ning likes it. The city lord took a sip of the blue and white flower tea and said, although Sky Moon City is far away, I have heard of Mr. Ning's fame. Seeing you today, I can see that you are indeed a dragon among men. Your temperament is extraordinary. City Lord is overpraising me. Ning Chen smiled and said, City Lord doesn't need to add gold to my face. I know very well what the rumors say about me. I don't deserve the fame, but the infamy is more appropriate. The City Lord smiled faintly and said, seeing is believing. If Mr. Ning is really as evil as the rumors say, you wouldn't have let Luo Xingchen be captured by Sky Moon City today. City Lord, although my friend doesn't play by the rules, he isn't someone who bites the hand that feeds him. He stole your city's sacred item and is only borrowing it. He won't really not return it. Ning Chen said seriously. I understand. The City Lord nodded and said, I have lived for so long. I don't have any other skills, but I do have a good eye for people. Luo Xingchen isn't a bad person. He has contributed a lot in these years since he came to Sky Moon City. However, the crime of stealing the sacred mark iron is not small. It's good to let him reflect on it. City Lord must have known that my friend is after the sacred mark iron. Ning Chen smiled. The City Lord nodded and said, he once asked to borrow it from me to reforge his star mark bow. However, the sacred mark iron is our city's sacred item and can't be easily given to the outside world. Therefore, I rejected him. Ning Chen chuckled and said, it seems like the loss of the sacred mark iron was also a trap set by the City Lord. Unfortunately, Luo Xingchen didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and really fell into the trap. The Sky Ascension City Lord put down the teacup in his hand and said, Mr. Ning is wrong about that. Luo Xingchen must have seen that this is a trap. However, this is his only chance and he has no choice but to jump in. The City Lord is wise. Ning Chen stood up, clasped his fists, and praised. It's not that brilliant. Sky Moon City had the upper hand in this matter. It's not strange that Luo Xingchen failed. Moreover, he didn't really want to fall out with Holy City, so he had a lot of concerns when he attacked. Otherwise, with his strength, even if I personally attacked, it wouldn't be so easy to catch him. The Sky Moon City Lord smiled. I admire the City Lord's magnanimity. Luo Xingchen was indeed in the wrong in this matter. I wonder how I can make up for it in order to offset my friend's mistake, Ning Chen said seriously. Is Mr. Ning in a hurry to take him away? The Skysoar City Lord asked. There are indeed some matters that require his help. Ning Chen nodded. The Skysoar City Lord looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of him and said, originally, I only wanted to lock Luo Xingchen up for a while and then let him go after a little beating. However, since Mr. Ning has pleaded for mercy, it's not impossible to release him in advance. However, if we just let him go like this, it will definitely be difficult to appease the public. If Mr. Ning wants to take him out of the Sky Prison, you need to do something for my city. As long as Mr. Ning completes this task, I will immediately order Luo Xingchen to be released. I can even lend him the sacred mark iron for 3 days. Please speak, City Lord. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. According to this, there is a fallen soul abyss 7,000 miles away. The power of the laws there is extremely strong and it is difficult for humans and ghosts to enter. However, because of this, there is a unique sick king stone in this world. This stone is very unique and very difficult to find. My Sky Ascension City has searched for hundreds of years and only found a few scattered pieces. It is very difficult to become a treasure. Therefore, I hope Mr. Ning can make a trip there on my behalf, the Sky Ascension City Lord said seriously. How much of this stone does your city need? Ning Chen asked. The The Sky Ascension City Lord reached out a hand and gently grasped it. He calmly said, "I only need this much." As Ning Chen saw this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He said, "It seems this sick King Stone is truly difficult to find." The Sky Ascension City Lord nodded. "I won't hide it from Mr. Ning. This matter is indeed not easy. However, Mr. Ning's strength is extraordinary. Perhaps you can go deeper into the fallen soul abyss and find enough sick King Stones." "I know what to do." Ning Chen nodded. "I will immediately set out to find this item for your city. I also ask the City Lord to take good care of my friend and not let anything happen to him." "Don't worry, Mr. Ning," the Sky Ascension City Lord solemnly replied. "In Sky Ascension City, as long as this City Lord is here, no one can harm his life. Mr. Ning will definitely encounter many troubles on this trip to the Fallen Soul Abyss. I will have Little Seven send you there. Along the way, I will also explain to Mr. Ning the situation in detail. Then I will have to thank the City Lord." Ning Chen did not refuse. He stood up and said, "It's getting late. I will set out now and try to reach the Fallen Soul Abyss before sunset." The Sky Ascension City Lord gently nodded. He looked at the seventh Divine General outside the pavilion and said, "Little Seven, accompany Mr. Ning on this trip." "Yes." The seventh Divine General cupped his fists and respectfully accepted the order. Ning Chen stepped out of the pavilion. The seventh Divine General stepped forward and said, "Mr. Please." Ning Chen nodded and continued to walk forward. The two immediately set out. Without any delay, they rushed out of the Sky Ascension City together. To the west of Sky Ascension City, two figures sped past. Their speed became faster and faster. Not long after, they disappeared under the setting sun. As the sun set, the two figures stopped in front of an abyss that stretched for thousands of miles. The seventh Divine General looked at the abyss in front of him and said with a dignified expression, "We're here. Mr. Ning, you must be careful. If you feel that you can't hold on any longer, come out as soon as possible." "I understand. Miss, you can go back first," Ning Chen softly replied. He took a step and leapt into the abyss in front of him. Sky Ascension City, in a small pavilion in the West Garden, the Sky Ascension City Lord stood quietly. He looked at the setting sun in the west, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. "City Lord." Outside the pavilion, the fourth Divine General hesitated for a long time. Finally, he couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart and asked, "Do you really trust this Mr. Ning? In the rumors of the world, this person's reputation isn't that great. He wouldn't come to the Sky Ascension City with other intentions, right? Whether or not he has other intentions, I don't know. However, the only thing I can be sure of is that this Mr. Ning isn't as evil as the rumors say." The Sky Ascension City Lord said with a calm expression, "I'm sure you know about the Qilin Pavilion being destroyed. What do you think is the possibility of my Sky Ascension City stopping the falling stars if he interferes in today's situation?" The fourth Divine General fell silent. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "This subordinate doesn't know. Not even 10%. The Sky Ascension City Lord said faintly, "This person's strength has already surpassed mine. In other words, in this world, unless a true fourth realm cultivator makes a move, no one can stop him. Even those old monsters who have been corroded by time can't do it." The fourth Divine General was shocked. After a long time, he suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "City Lord, you mean that this person's strength is already comparable to a fourth realm cultivator?" The Sky Ascension City Lord nodded and said, "Perhaps, compared to a true fourth realm cultivator, there is still a gap. However, this gap is no longer that of heaven and earth." The fourth Divine General's heart stirred again and said, "City Lord, didn't you say that an old monster like the Qilin ancestor who has withered up his vitality can't be considered a true fourth realm cultivator?" "I did say that, but even so, a fourth realm cultivator is still a fourth realm cultivator. As long as one has reached this height, his martial arts knowledge and comprehension are beyond the reach of ordinary people. This Mr. Ning was able to defeat such an old monster without suffering fatal injuries. At least, it means that his strength is above the Qilin ancestors. As for how much stronger he is, no one knows. The Sky Ascension City Lord sighed softly. 100 years ago, in the ancient battlefield, when he schemed against the star venerables of the various regions, he still needed to use restrictions and fairy weapons. I didn't expect that in just 100 years, he would be able to look down on the strongest people in the world, the fourth divine general said with a complicated expression. One's level of tolerance determines one's achievements, and vice versa. Looking at his words and actions today, he is definitely worthy of the evaluation of a heaven's chosen. Today, who still remembers that this Mr. Ning is only a young man who has cultivated for 100 years. Not to mention the younger generation of the various sects in the world, even us old immortals who have lived for 1,000 years can't compare to him. The rumors and slanders of the world are mostly caused by jealousy and fear. If we also look at people with such eyes, how are we different from those people? The Sky Eclipse City Lord said calmly. City Lord, you are right. I know I was wrong. The fourth divine general bowed respectfully and said, sometimes, trust is also a kind of cultivation. The Sky Ascension City Lord turned around and looked at the fourth divine general behind him. He said, birds of a feather flock together. If Luo Xingqian didn't steal the divine mark iron today, and Mr. Ning came to our city as a guest, would your impression of him change a little? By the same logic, since you could trust Luo Xingqian in the past, you should do the same now. Of course, since he made a mistake, he should be punished. Let him reflect in the celestial prison for a few days. The fourth divine general hesitated for a moment and said, City Lord, seventh sister has been in charge of the celestial prison. I am worried that with seventh sister's temper, Luo Xingqian will suffer a lot. Now that Mr. Ning is here, do I need to warn seventh sister? No need. The Sky Ascension City Lord smiled faintly and said, it's good to let him suffer a little. Haven't you seen Mr. Ning's attitude? If he really couldn't tell right from wrong, he would have saved him long ago. They are friends who have gone through life and death together, not fair-weather friends. Their friendship is not as shallow as you think. He would rather risk his life and enter the fallen soul abyss for Luo Xingqian's sake than to save him by force. Why? It's because he doesn't want his friend to bear a lifetime of bad reputation like him.